Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は40日目です。It is day 40, the 10 days behind us. We're gonna hop right in. Today seems like a relatively short day, so we've gotten to the point where I can kind of see, I think we've got the full cycle down, and this seems like an excellent way to dictate what the regular daily schedule is. So we're about like 62. So roughly, right, it kind of drops down as they upgrade. So I think we've almost reached the full cycle. No, there's still one more. So then you can have like another peak day. So the highest peak day before burned. So you can kind of see how they're stacking like this. What's up? And don't worry, I didn't stop learning Duolingo. It's just not for me anymore. I didn't stop learning? Oh, Duolingo is just not for you anymore. Okay. I think so. There's a comma there, right? Gozo, I think you're saying what's up and don't worry, you didn't stop learning. Period, comma, Duolingo is just not for you anymore. That's fair. Oh, because you're referring to the streak, probably. Yeah, some peeps or some maybe like I would have noticed. Yeah, that's fine. So what are you doing now? So right now, let's see. We still need to reach enlighten, like push these to enlighten to see what the full peak is on WaniKani. So if I were to take a guess, let's say we move 50, shove 50 right away. So it goes as high as about 300. 300 if they all stack on the same peak. Oh, wait. But this is assuming these guys don't drop. So we subtract 50. Oh, okay. We're looking at about 200 by the time the full cycle is when we hit burned. All right. So yesterday we only had 2 things. Not too bad. Not too bad. What was the deal with this one? You're using an app called Do Chinese? That's fine. And generally use it alongside ChatGPT? Uh-huh. As stories can look at meaning of words and grammar? Yeah, I'm familiar with Do Chinese structure. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. We'll be doing LLMs later as well. What's this? This is WaniKani. We're on Japanese right now. Let's see. So 묘지 묘지 and we jumped the gun on this, but it's cool. Right, not too bad. Not much to review from yesterday. Let's hop into our review. 24 minutes until 7 for 28. Okay. WaniKani is a SRS system. It's an SRS system for kanji. And our 2025 projects are WaniKani and HanziHero. HanziHero is an SRS system for Chinese. And we're on the traditional course on HanziHero. So those are 2025 projects. And then a little down the line, we'll be using an LLM for Chinese. Haven't decided we're going to do traditional or simplified yet. Yeah, those are some of the projects. Is HanziHero free? It is free to try. It is free to try for the first 100 characters learned. That's about a month to see if you like it, but it is a subscription based. Both of these are subscription based. So whatever you see in WaniKani, it has a very similar. You can also, through investment of your own, customize an Anki using the Anki platform to create similar experience. Yeah, you have an income, you're gonna stick to some free alts. That's fair. But Do Chinese is not free. So just thought I make that connection. But yes. Unless you have some sort of free trial as well, which Do Chinese uses a similar model when it comes to pricing. Okay. I'm not a person who promotes or encourages that, but I'm glad you can get your resources where you have to, right? All right, so hop in. So oh, I forgot to switch something. Never mind. Guess we'll do it next time. Just gonna try out something here. Oh, is this the sheep leader, right? By doing. Bolseki? Oops. This is, yeah, off to the new year. Oops. So how to ahead for tip, right? This was the exception because of commonality. The uni. Oops. Make sure I don't make a typo. Ah, I missed the Rendaku. That's fine. Fine. Oh no. Heckin' Rendaku. You're gonna study? Good luck, good luck. Good luck. What was I doing? Oh. Again, Dendaku. Oh yeah, this is the one we... Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's kind of a little triggering. Just a wee bit. Oh, we finished before 7? Oh, we have 15 minutes left. Maybe we can do some extra studying. Recent lessons. Just squeeze in some time. Do at least our 7. So, dang it, Rendaku. That's fine. That's fine. Let's... Sure. I'll boost it to 7, but yeah. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet, Gecko, at some point so I can shift my schedule earlier and earlier because it's divisible by 4. You know how the SRS is always divisible by a full 24 hours, so every time it keeps getting later and later, and it's one of those things that I keep giving myself an excuse to make the sessions later and later, and I don't think that's gonna work really well with the coming stuff. Oh, but today, 14 minutes? It's 14 minutes off, right? I keep telling myself that it's 14 minutes off. Let's do some extra study. Let's see. Let's do some extra study. I haven't done this in a while. So this time I'm not gonna worry about... Okay, I got it. Let's do this. Oops. Oh, the review is in order though. Oh, actually this is not bad. Not bad. I was gonna change it to ordered for the reviews, but if the extra study is in order, that gives me... That's excellent. It helps me swap it up. Nice. Oh, we might just add this. This might be sufficient for ordered and unordered at the same time. That's I'm not sure if that was intentional, but that is exactly what I was thinking. We could try talking about something for 14 minutes, but then before we know it is usually such a point. I know. The last couple of days, like yesterday, I thought I was gonna. Okay, we should talk, right? The other day, yesterday, I thought I was gonna get to bed early, and it didn't happen because I ended up talking during WaniKani and HanziHero. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna balance this stuff. I obviously, the lessons actually come second. They're not really as priority. It's more about the talking thing. The nice thing about talking, I would say, the hidden benefits, quote unquote, the hidden benefits of talking is that it it rounds up the intention of streaming in the first place. You know, it gets people to feel consistent or continue to want to come back, right? And what I mean by come back is come back to thinking, come back to discussing. I think that is one of the hidden benefits that are rarely felt when you spend so much time focused on progress. It's kind of like sometimes when you go to work and it from day to day and year to year, it becomes a little less colored, right? And then suddenly, I don't know, maybe you get a new colleague and the colleague is just like, hey, yo, and it kind of distills and dysregulates a bit of your schedule, and that kind of breathes new life into it. It's like, oh yeah, this is something. The reason why I was a lot later yesterday is because while you guys, you know, Gecko, you're on YouTube, I've been talking to someone in the same time on the other end, and Procall had an unfortunate thing happen yesterday. This weekend he was Procall was supposed to go off and enjoy a football game, European soccer, right? Football game, and it turns out that he got robbed or mugged or something, and he was coming back. He was trying to get some sleep before taking the trip back. Hopefully he had a safe trip back. But that's really unfortunate. I wanted to hear about his game. I think he missed the train and then didn't go to the game, and then something bad happened. So that was kind of very unfortunate near the end. Hopefully the person is doing fine today, managed to get home, be around family and friends. So that's kind of how that went. I'm kind of curious in the next day or two. Yeah. The person is safe, you know, no harm, that kind of thing. But I imagine that really shakes things up. And I believe they gave me the impression that was the first time that's happened. And I try to reflect on that too. My parents and I, as far as I know, during our adult life, that hasn't occurred. I used to go to university. Procall is at university right now, so they're kind of sort of away. And my only reference I could get is that has usually been a concern for pretty much all the years that I've been at a university. So, but I wasn't, let's just say I was lucky enough to not have that happen, while colleagues around me have that occur. Even my mentor have had that occur before. It's good to hear that that person was safe. Yeah, you've never been mugged or robbed yourself, but I always thought it would be quite traumatizing, even if it's usually considered not that severe, so to speak, compared to other things that can happen. Exactly. Yeah, like I hear it a lot in it's kind of notorious where my university used to be. It's one of the cities that have arguably the top crime rates, and the large majority of the crimes are petty theft. So that type of thing, it is, you hear about it, it does occur quite more than one might want to admit a lot of times. And it hadn't happened to me, so it was very difficult for me to find specific words to say, other than I'm glad to hear that that person was okay. They weren't incredibly shaken, especially when you're away, right? These things, I feel the gravity of these occurrences happen largely in a state where you don't have immediate, you may not have immediate people to go back to, right? Usually that involves selecting yourself when you're away or traveling alone, that kind of thing. For me, I think outside of commuting between work, which during my time, I basically commuted across the street. So in order to like reduce the chance of me, I work really late. I like go back and forth between the campus, like really late in the day, like 1 a.m.s and whatnot. But my place of residence is across the street, so I paid a premium to be right across the street, right? And there are things that I've done to understandably know that these things happen, but at the same time it minimizes or attempts to minimize that. And when I'm traveling, I usually don't walk around alone, because largely walking around alone in a quote-unquote foreign place, like a place that I don't frequent, like traveling to go to a convention and stuff, it's usually in mass, like either groups or people I'm working with, friends and family. So it's kind of unfortunate. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've talked to someone online, and by sheer coincidence, something like this occurred. So not quite that experienced in saying stuff or possibly doing stuff that may help, right? As a, maybe for some comfort or some danger. Oftentimes I strongly rely on vicarious experiences and stories that I carry from other people. And then ultimately the strongest thing would be to have some sort of empathy, but I don't have any firsthand empathy in this case. So I was quite sympathetic, whether that person wanted sympathy or not. Generally I try to be as sympathetic as possible while trying to maybe tactfully distract the person, or maybe use it as a learning lesson. But it probably happened the day of that. A couple of years ago, your mom was involved in armed robbery at her local store while doing groceries. Not as a perpetrator, if clarification is needed. I see. I knew she was quite rattled by this event, even though technically she was just a witness, not even a victim, as nothing was stolen from her. Oh, interesting. The closest thing that has happened in my life was kids, when we were kids, stealing, right? Like kids trying to steal things from me, and they succeeded, but that's very, that's very different. It's kids stealing in a environment that is clearly chaperoned by adults. Usually it's things like on the school bus during recess or something like that, where they are things that are either destroyed in the process or bullying related things. Those things don't necessarily translate to the same thing as being alone and having the feeling of powerlessness can be bad. And I'm not trying to trivialize traumatizing, like childhood trauma, because childhood trauma can be incredibly egregious and persistent into adulthood. In fact, it might actually shape adulthood. So I'm not trying to say it's trivial, but it's different. It's significantly different enough that from this situation, it would be a very inappropriate way to think about how one would overcome early childhood trauma versus something that can be traumatic in adulthood. So more akin to bullying probably then. I'm not downplaying bullying, by the way. Yeah, same here. Exactly. But pro call, that was I'm pretty sure that was petty theft. The pro call was traveling away. It sounded like petty theft. Hopefully, it sounds like from the way the person spoke, pretty strong constitution, so that's reassuring, right? And I actually don't know much more, but it got me thinking, right, that my last evening is when I thought about it. Actually, let's just go back home because we have 2 minutes before the 7 o'clock bell. Yeah, it's unfortunate. My mentor got mugged one time as well during my like 6-7 year stay at the university. She was okay too. Actually, most of my colleagues who were involved in a robbery, they are all fine. They behave appropriately, right? I think when you have very stable, healthy people, they tend to be fairly composed when it comes to these things, thankfully, right? Yeah. That was my thought the whole day, including this earlier today. Doesn't need to happen. Well, you may argue it probably did happen largely because of desperation. Yeah. So that's the story I had today. Right. Oftentimes this is the remedy is to laugh off that everyone is safe, right? You put a smile, try to put on a good smile for anyone who talks about these things. You live another day. Prokal made this interesting, funny comment. I was using like constitution and gaming things, and I was talking about, well, now you get to look forward to the other parts of life. And then he made a comment along the lines, well, yep, we get to look at look forward to all the little nerfs in the future, right? Nerfs in the future. I'm like, yeah, and we get to work on all the buffs, right? This unfortunate happening is nothing more than a temporary debuff, right? Back to skill building with you. I think some days life can just suck. Yeah, I know, without any particular reason. That's something we all need to reconcile in one way or another. Indeed. Yeah. That's kind of our last discussion yesterday. Today, well, what's a story? Oh, here's a story about WaniKani. So there's a new user on WaniKani who posted a thread. I'm not sure if you read threads or forums at all. I like reading threads and forums in like closed off communities because they have an element of nuance, right? They're quite focused, so it can be a very different than an algo providing you with generalized feedback towards your own interest. So the thread today was a new user, or actually not a new user, like a vet sort of middle ground user around where you are the last time you mentioned. They mentioned, so what do you do? I already started considering this. So do you go as fast as possible and don't accuracy chase, or do you slow down and intentionally study to prevent accuracy? And my thought about this person was just asking, and then you can imagine all the different permutations of that, and the permutation that I've come to this time, which is how I wrap around this is I pause for the things I'm weak at, and then I push my limits to a point where I have to pause. So that's kind of what I typically do. So as opposed to saying adhering to a I have to pause and make sure I get the things as a preventive measure. At least my relationship with WaniKani right now is I push to a limit in which the percentage drops below a threshold, providing enough incentive in order for me to pause on certain weak spots. Actually, HanziHero yesterday was a little of a blip, largely because I was preoccupied with what was being shared. It's obviously there are more important things than finishing my lesson if someone is having a rough day, right? That occupies most. But I like it when I am pushed myself to a limit in which I make mistakes. That's a way to navigate when to pause and when not to. And occasionally, you know, I make a mistake and I forget to pause, and you just make more mistakes as a imbalance from the immediate mistake. So oftentimes I tend to forget to pause. So when the people were answering that question, a few people were talking from like a all or none perspective. Actually, quite a lot of people were talking all none, for and against, that kind of thing. So like the first person says, I think it's counterproductive. Let SRS do its magic, right? And I was like, okay, yeah, that's pretty much what SRS does. And then another person's like, I think you should spend all the time it's very polar, right? And then you just stick to one thing, and it's difficult to really get on board with lots of the responses. I think often taking a more dynamic approach, but I guess it can be very straightforward if you make it sound straightforward and you think as a straightforward process. The person who made the thread asked a bunch of hypotheticals, like, oh, should I stop, or should I do this, and should I do this? And oftentimes my urge is to type like 3 paragraphs, like an essay worth of all of the above. Like, you navigated all of the above. Provide a form of metric and awareness that allows you to adapt for all of the above. You were very steady in your week progress for 10 months, but then you went on vacation. Oh, so you had a vacation thing too. That's a really common thread too. The whole like vacation all of a sudden for 3 weeks and didn't practice, and when I returned you had a lot of trouble to maintain accuracy. Since then, you're temporarily halted new WaniKani, stacking with reviews with the addition of other tools such as Duo. Yeah, that is a really common one. And I like hearing the myriad of people's approaches. Some, you know, constantly bring up vacation mode. Don't forget to turn on vacation mode, that kind of thing. I will be away at least for a weekend somewhere, so it'll be interesting how that works. Alternatively, WaniKani does not actually require that much. It's a static window, so technically you could just web app it. And vacation would be a loose. Oh wait, did I say vacation? No. I'll be away for a weekend, but usually when I'm away, I'm working. So like I haven't shared this before, but once with you specifically, others who know me probably still remember this. Every year I volunteer at a convention called Otakan. Or it's Otakan, but you know, it's otaku and then convention. So Otakan. Otakan is one of the oldest, easily, I would say, the longest running anime conventions in the East Coast. and one of the largest. It's probably the largest in the East Coast. And there's like an East Coast and a West Coast large anime convention. So I it's run by Otakor, and all of the people who manage the place are volunteers. So I've been doing this for, I guess next year might be my 7th as a staff member, like as working on with the staff. And I have been going to this convention since 2007 consecutively. So it's the one of the few things that I do, and I like going there because not necessarily I people watch, right? It's not, I do registrations. I'm one of the like 30-ish people behind the counter, like looking at an endless line and welcoming everyone, giving them their badges and stuff. And we do that for, I guess, 8-9 hours for each day of the weekend. And that's what I do. I drive down there, see people doing their thing, walk around occasionally, and see the smiling people. That's what I go to conventions for. It sounds, for lack of a better word, unconventional, but that's kind of the things I like. I like doing things. Back in the earlier days, I used to do like soup kitchens and outreach programs and tutoring and stuff on my spare time. Brings some extra happy dollars again, you know, separating some happy dollars, throwing them out a little where I can. And more recently, Kaniwani, and of course watching me. I want to really reinforce my basics at this point in time before pushing yourself with new material. That's a solid foundation. It sounds like even if you were not to push anymore, I feel like you're in a situation where the more you refine whatever you have existent would be like equivalent to chatting online at this point, if you know what I mean. Like the equivalence of many people who are chatting online. Although based on how you type in English, like just through our chats, your level is above the average execution when it comes to diction and stuff in English. So I imagine your threshold is going to be pushed above, but at the same time, if you consult at your Japanese that you describe, just by inference, has already caressed the functional Japanese. So I imagine you could, once that's like the heart and all solidified, you can hold casual conversations online already. On vacation, you really like to disconnect from habits. Of course, I usually find a bunch of other enriching experiences during the time. I just thought I would have an easier time when returning. I see. Yeah, I don't typically take vacations, weirdly enough. I think I've tried, I've been on a vacation twice, maybe once or twice, and then all the other ones are I went somewhere, the environment changed, but it was related to something I was doing productively. So like I've been to Canada twice, but the one time was what I include as vacation. That was with my parents, and then the other time it was an orchestra performance. We were doing orchestra stuff, and we were performing then. And then New Zealand was technically away, but it was also a study abroad program, so we're still doing university. But we did take vacations, right? Like I toured the South Island. It's weird, that idea of disconnecting from my usual habits, largely because most of my habits are life skills, as opposed to abstractions of some things. Like right now, you know, talk a little bit. Yeah, right now, learning Japanese and Chinese is not a disconnect from anything I'm already currently doing. So the mindset is a really, really I'm not sure if I can truly empathize with people who want to disconnect from themselves. Maybe because one of the biggest disposition, I could consider this a disposition. The compulsion is to, I compulsively have this thing that would require the skills, my habits to be intact the whole time. Otherwise, the vacation might get worse. As opposed to not exercising it. You don't know what my plan, what I'm planning to do, but only a couple of days. I personally wouldn't use vacation mode on WaniKani. Ah, I see. My thing is I can probably just buy a laptop and do it there, or I just use my smartphone. And probably can do my smartphone. All right, using a web interface and keep the upkeep. I don't sleep during this so-called vacation. I don't use the V word too often. I call it an environmental change most of the time. It's a change of environment, but I'm arguably even more high functioning when I'm away. This is my vacation mode. So I think the turn of phrase in terms of mindset is I'm most relaxed when I'm doing the consistent thing. I am far more active and functional when I'm away from the things I normally do. So in this case, streaming and doing this is the most relaxed thing I can do. Yeah, if you just go on a browser on your, but you can use WaniKani. It's not the best, yeah, but it's enough, right? It's enough. It's sufficient enough. That's what I did for like Duolingo. Like right now, that's what I'm doing for Duolingo right now. And let's just say Duolingo's threshold is doing one. I can't tell you how quickly one lesson goes by. It's you get the idea why Duolingo is the way Duolingo is, and it really does reflect the whole doom scrolling thing, right? Right now I already wrapped up Duolingo Chinese, and I go back and do legends and stuff, and that takes like 2 minutes. Like you're going back. I'm actually, so right now what I'm doing is whenever I feel like I need to go walk or pace around, stretch a little bit, right? Move my legs a little bit, I actually just grab my phone. I haven't done this because I was learning most of the time. Now that it's practice, right? Duolingo Chinese, for all intents and purposes, is practice now. All of that is practice. So you fill it in. So whenever I get up and I say, I should walk around for like 5 or 10 minutes, stop staring at the screen, right? I get up and I end up doing 3 lessons and then sit back down, bathroom break, get up, walk around like the room or something for 5 minutes, shake off my legs, do another 2 lessons. That's kind of how I feel the magic about having compartmentalized lessons like that, right? Anyways, yeah. Thanks for the share about your where did you vacation, by the way? Yeah, I have a very different mentality when it comes to vacation. Really love to travel, discover cultural and historic sites, feel the atmosphere in foreign, so of course I'm always looking forward to vacation. Yeah, I look forward to vacation too. Not necessarily like the objective is to do exactly what you're saying, only my function, like my activity and energy goes up during a vacation. So oftentimes when people say they come back from vacation more rested, I actually generally come back from vacation more exhausted than I am typically. So one of those like wired people on vacation. Like when I go to Otakon, it's a 4-day. I'll be away for 4 days, right? And generally speaking, in those 4 days, I'll probably sleep at most like 12 hours across the 4 days. And then I'll be back and I'll take it easy for a day or two as I settle back into my routine. But generally speaking, I'm like incredibly hardwired when I'm away. So vacation is an opportunity to do things that I don't normally do. So it goes the other direction. I'm not trying to relax in a vacation. I'm trying to be I'm putting out energy during a vacation, quote unquote vacation. And then when you get back into your routine, that's when I start building up my energy again. You know, spend energy where you can, but usually when you're doing a routine is where you gain most, for me, where I gain most of my energy back, because I can regulate it, I can control it. I know how to get more sleep, squeeze things, and then get myself prepared for the future again. Like whatever comes, whatever opportunity strikes, I have a reservoir of happy dollars to spend at it. So kind of like maybe this might be the opposite for some people. One of the things are when someone says like, I don't want to go back to work, right? Like why can't vacation holidays last longer? Because I don't have the energy to go back to work. I wish I had more vacation. For me, the idea is I spend most of the time at any opportunity to build myself up for occasions that will require that energy. So when you have, I talk to young adults quite a lot where they're like, they dread starting to have to work and whatnot. I have the opposite thing. Like when I was young, the first thing I thought about is I can't wait to get a job, as opposed to the other way around, because most of the time I try my best to routinely be ready for whatever comes. So think bad things can happen, good things can happen. You can have good windfalls and bad windfalls, but generally speaking, I often build myself up every day consistently for anything that's to come. And that also includes vacations, right? Like when someone says, oh, like for example, dating, we kind of mentioned that yesterday. Like, oh, a date. Like, all right, here we go. And all my energy just dumps on the date. So we plan things are really tight. I don't know if the other person is often ready for that, but generally speaking, if I have friends or people close to me, I like to think that they're somewhat excited in a similar way. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to be friends and close friends consistently, right? Largely because my energy will be high and the other person's energy would be low. I understand the whole attraction of vacation where you're there to recuperate energy, right? You go into a vacation with a low energy state. I tend to go into any change environment with an incredibly high energy state, largely because I spent most of my regular days building myself up in anticipation for those things. Last fall, we took on Eastern Mediterranean cruise. Oh, interesting. In the Mediterranean. That sounds delightful. Went from Italy to Greece, multiple places, Turkey and Cyprus. I see. I really enjoyed it, in particular the historical sites this area. I see. Before that, last spring, you were in Norway. Where's Sub-Zero to provide some commentary here? There in my favorite memories were more about the breathtaking landscapes. I see. You spend hours and hours researching, preparing those vacations. I find it fun, and I'm not the kind of person who likes to simply wing it in unknown places. Yeah. So here's my thought about the whole planning thing. I love the planning process, and I think it's really fun. I like planning for planning's sake, not necessarily planning for it to go right, if you know what I mean. So like, I also enjoy the idea of going in with the plan, but also have the energy to acquire, to address anything that's outside the plan. So I like planning plans for the plan as well, largely because it's a special opportunity. Hence the coming on strong all the time. So like a random stranger pops into the stream, I'm already ready. Like, I got a lot of things. I plan to talk to people, if you know what I mean. Like, I think we've already gotten to this routine that you're probably well aware. I have 2 or 3 planned things to talk about that may or may not come up. If they don't come up, I don't mention them. I keep them for next time. So inherently, when I stream, I'm not someone, I don't wait to vibe and have someone else provide something for me. I'm here with planned happy dollars. So whenever I need to fill a space or a time or wait for the review to come up, which we are over 7 now, 7 p.m. local time, that's when we're ready. So I like planning for just planning sake. And then if I don't use the plan, that's okay. The idea is if you don't plan at all, then you don't really get that great at planning, right? Planning, providing contingencies, understanding functionality while being dynamically adapting to other things is a practice skill quite a lot. It might seem very, very effortful at first, which can be very rewarding if it goes well, right? If it goes well. However, I just do it because it's a great skill. It's a great, excellent, almost even cathartic way of saying, all right, we're gonna wing it, but I still have a plan. Let's wing it, but I have a plan, just in case. Just in case. I go there, you know, I'm usually with other people, so I don't usually go alone, right? So I have a plan in my pocket, and I see what other people have. So in my opinion, it sounds like a weird flex maybe, but I'm the contingency plan. I like being a person who can like default to. If something goes wrong, I want to be reliable. I'm available. I'm the guy who tries to work through things calmly, composed, right? Largely because I prefer to use my energy to tackle all the possibilities while alleviating the burden for other people to really do that, because it's not really their desired personality, right? Like, they don't particularly like these things and have to worry about all of these things. It's kind of normalized by my compulsions. Like, if you have to juggle mania every day, right? Wow thoughts and thought spirals, planning something in case something unexpected happens on a vacation or another, that's a walk in the park, in my opinion. So, you know, while people might be a little upset or something didn't go right, we miss a thing that they wanted to do, I got plan B, plan C, and it brings me great joy to have the privilege to execute some of the plans, but it's also fun just to plan in case. At least that's my opinion on that. I plan for the sake of planning, just in case. And other people, they like to live it day at a time, you know, dynamics, and I really appreciate that, and I join them. And anything else that might be unexpected, I'm your guy. I like to be that guy most of the time. It brings me the greatest joy, actually. When someone's down or something didn't go as planned or something was disappointing, plan B, plan C. right? I think that also kind of comes with age. I feel like that's concordant with age. If one becomes older and more experienced, you tend to end up being the person who is a bit more leaning on the resourceful side, right? Old and stable, as opposed to young and potentially volatile, right? So I do have a habit of sitting there, that guy that says nothing, don't contribute to the plan, see what, when in Rome, do as the Romans do kind of situation. But when something hits the fan, I've got you covered. You're on the same page, not really about sticking to a precise plan made ahead of time, but at least I have a minimum of knowledge, to deal with anything that comes up. Yep, and you learn tons during planning. You also learn tons about your friends and family when you let them do their thing, right? And then the thing that I get to showcase, at least in my opinion, the thing that I want a lot of my friends and family and people around me to know, that is, I got a plan for that. That you have a problem, I'm going to try to help you. Because that brings me the greatest joy in my life, to be able to help something about dealing with the everyday life things, and here I am still doing it. It's the greatest joy, personally. Obviously others maybe debatable, but certainly brings me the greatest joy in life. And with that said, with that happy note, thank you again, Gecko, for the conversations, and now we get to do our other 28 reviews, and then we'll switch to HanziHero, and I hope to start maybe an hour or two even earlier tomorrow. All right. Oh man, maybe we'll talk about this a little later, but I got some extra thoughts. I need to decide when to do the review of the review. I need to decide when I'm gonna do a progress report, like a retrospection on WaniKani's design and HanziHero's design. I'm thinking we're gonna go by a level as opposed to a day. We'll see. Maybe 90 days or something, or 100 days. Some even number somewhere. Thank you, Yasu. Right? Maybe. At first I usually do a month, but that has already passed. So 50 days is a good round number. Talk about tomorrow. Am I going to be watching the Super Bowl? Wait, the Super Bowl's tomorrow? Oh. Oh, that's why my Google news feed had Super Bowl related news stuff. Oh, that explains a lot. Okay. Yes, but not live. Gecko. Yes, but not live. I usually watch it on 2 or 3 times speed, and I like watching the analytics. But I do plan on watching it at some point. I usually don't end up catching these things live, largely due to doing the stuff. I don't take days off. It would be the wildest dreams to be able to watch Super Bowl, stream the Super Bowl without getting slapped in the face, legally. That would be kind of a fun activity. I don't have any immediate friends, nor my family watch Super Bowl, so I watch it whenever I want. Hello there, Omni. How are you? You doing all right? Yeah, but I do watch the main events and some of the playoffs a lot of times of the major sporting things. So that includes Super Bowl, World Cup, Olympics, right? Last year was the Olympics, the Summer Olympics. The World Barclay, all the tennis opens, disc golf, disc golf events, master events, or not master events, but they're open events. I forgot what they call them, elite series or you know. So I watch like the big events quite a lot. Track and field. I think track and field is starting up now. So pretty. You're doing all right, Ami. That's good to hear. Good to hear. All right. We'll have to talk about the game in some way. I haven't engaged in like sports talk in a while. Who's playing, by the way? Language learning has made me into a caveman. So who's playing right now? Oh yeah, streaming is a big no-no. Yeah, I guess you could stream yourself and not the game, relying on people having access. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Other people could be talking about the game while I'm doing this. Yeah, it's probably not going to. Sports talk does not come up very often. It's come up way more often now because language learners tend to have other interests, right? Learning is often looked at as a non-pleasure related form of activity, right? And I don't really distinguish between them. Learning is my pleasure activity. However, when it comes to video games, you don't really talk about sports because it is constituted as the pleasure activity, even though I don't distinguish playing video games from the learning activity. So not very much sports talk unless you're willing to talk about esports, which I do keep in to some extent some topical knowledge on esports, right? Things from like Valorant, CSGO, or not CSGO, but CS2 now, I suppose. CS2. Not so much like Fortnite related stuff and the more platformy, like social platforms nowadays, but still like Valorant, League of Legends, that type. It's Eagles versus Chiefs. Really? The Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl. Wow. Man, Steeler fans are probably not so happy about that. Technically, since I'm from New York, right? We're on the east side. So more hearing about Philly Eagles fans than Pittsburgh Steelers fans. What are the I don't know where Chiefs are. Kentucky? Or no, Kansas City, right? Kansas. Yes. I said Kentucky, sorry. The first thing I thought about was Kentucky as a K-state, but Kansas. Yeah. I'm Gecko, you're gonna have to explain to me where your enthusiasm for the Super Bowl comes from. Being someone from Belgium. That's I don't hear that very often, actually. Alright. So, and then I'm gonna do this now. Alright. Just kidding. For a moment there, I'm like, that's right. Maybe you'll be able to tell the result of the game by the mood in your area on Monday. Probably. Yes. Most definitely, probably. Oh, wait. Hear me out. Oh, this is kind of weird. So have a lot of my immediate friends or people that I know that are into football, they actually went to Pittsburgh for college, for like undergrad. They went to Pittsburgh. So actually most of them are Steelers fans. Interestingly enough. Oh, wait, actually, oh, hear me. Oh, this is kind of weird too. Oftentimes, um, fans of the residing state can be fans of other states, and oh man, I don't even know how. That's interesting. I miss kind of those days where I'm in the city and I would like walk by a pub, right? Or a bar, right? A bar or a sports bar. I don't actually know if there's a separate name for sports bars, but they're sports bars. And I do miss sitting around watching everyone get so passionate about football. I like being in the presence of passion. So like while I can't viscerally be like yeah and stuff, I like watching other people being really happy. It brings me joy. So I kind of miss going to sports bars and stuff and people getting super upset and passionate in within like a reasonable amount. So it's one of those things it was much later in adulthood that I learned to appreciate going to games, right? Going to a football game. Actually, I haven't ever been to a football game. I've been to a baseball game and a soccer game, right? A soccer game, but that's football. And then American football. I haven't been to an American football game before. It's quite interesting. People are just smiling and having fun. That's it's contagious, whether you're interested in it or not. At least in my opinion, it takes a very gloomy person, someone who is incredibly righteously in their mind, in order to not feel contagiously happy when you're around people who are just getting so excited. So maybe I should consider doing that. I feel like the older I get, the more likely I'm going to spend time doing stuff like that. Let me surprise you then. Football, American, is your favorite sport? The heck? And the only one you really try to follow? Oh, interesting. I even played for several years here in Belgium. Where is a very neat? Really? I'm gonna be real. It is a very weird thought. Hearing, like, even visualizing Belgians playing American football. I would even be more inclined to see rugby before football. And I have seen rugby before. Interesting enough, I've seen the haka being performed by the All Blacks as well back in New Zealand days. So, interesting. That is quite a pleasant surprise. A statistical anomaly you are. And I suddenly started sounding like Yoda all of a sudden. Oh man, you know what? You know, it's less surprising after I just mentioned the Yoda thing because you mentioned Star Wars too. And also we talked about like how Belgians, the philosophy, like all the stuff that you highlight, there's a lot of parallelisms, like coincidentally from your perspective, that runs with the Americana culture. So I guess if you think of it that way, you do resonate really well with Americana culture. And that might be also a coincidence, but also a consequence of the varying similarities that we've highlighted, right? Between Belgium's position in the in Europe, and kind of what the United States is, right? when you used to play, you think there were less than 1,000 players in the whole country here. It might be a bit more now, but a very, very small community. So you're telling me, man, that's a weird flex for saying you're a unicorn in Belgium. I like it. I like it. Well, I guess it makes sense. I guess it would be a very poetic coincidence that both of us have eccentric combination of interest, even regardless of our like respective cultures, right? Like, for example, most common food I eat is not, it's in the statistical like abnormal, right? Like when someone says, "Oh, what do you like enjoying to eat?" Well, I like my favorite like thing. Some of my favorite stuff, like it's a veggie that is not available in this on this continent readily. So yeah, us. I suppose unicorns and rare species gotta collect somehow. You know, the internet has that fantastic way of bringing them together, I suppose. Very, very small community indeed. Where else could you find a person who likes language learning while also diving in niche sports in their respective countries, while also representing a demographic that is also very small, right? Neat. Very neat. 1,000 players. Well, I consider this a privilege. I can't tell you if there are, I'm not even sure how many Asian bowlers back then. Like, what I mean is, I think if you take the world's population of bowlers, it might not even make up that many Asians. Or bowling. Yeah, I chose bowling. So, fun fact, referees are actually very hard to find. I can imagine. So you actually had a bunch of Americans who took on the role. Oh, that's cute. Ah, people who worked in military bases. Ah, okay. That totally checks out. Bring a slice of Americana to because of like convenience by coincidence, right? Neat. Okay. That is fun. Now I'm curious what other this would be a little biased because I don't know a lot about Belgian things. The closest thing, okay. Gecko, you're gonna have to excuse me, but I'm gonna try to scrounge up any type of Belgian related thing, right? And the only thing I can think of right now is Belgian waffles. And I'm not even sure they're Belgian. Largely, a lot of times, American adopted cuisine and trending cuisine is a Americanization of that. So it may not necessarily reflect what is there, largely because of the whole Americana thing. So, but I do quite enjoy Belgian waffles, as opposed to like any old waffles, like Americana waffles. So there's that. Belgian chocolate. I'm not cultured enough to understand what makes Belgian chocolate Belgian, but there's that too. That's all I got. I'm not entirely sure if I coincidentally am ignorant to certain Belgian traditions that made their way stateside that I like, but am unaware that they were Belgian of origin. So I'm not entirely sure if I know anything off the top of my head. In order to reciprocate the relations that we have right now with your example. Sports? No way. I have no idea. I don't know about sports. Not enough. Waffles and chocolate are too strong represented. You add beer as well. If I had a Belgian beer, do you know of any particular beer that is trendy stateside that gets exported to the United States often? Belgian beer. There's obviously, it's a low percentage. I used to hang out in social drink, but I don't do it as of late, or from these, as one grows older. In the United States, actually drinking fades a lot more as one grows older, actually because of health concerns and whatnot, but not in the sake of like you can't drink beer recreationally. Oftentimes excessive drinking during youth led to that perception that one would decrease. I almost habitually 100% social drink, so the only opportunities when I sample or try to experience like alcoholic beverages and whatnot are typically in the context of social drinking, which hasn't happened for a while. That's COVID. Hitobito. Hitobito, I guess, people. In sports, Belgium had a very strong presence in female tennis for a few years. Not as much now. You have a few top cyclists. Female. Unfortunately, I don't follow the WTA as close as the ATP. And then cycling, no. Cycling is a wash for me as well. We had a good few years in soccer. Oh, yes. I am familiar with the times when Belgian soccer was doing well. I am with that, though. I did see a couple of them. Largely because, Germany is all up with their soccer things. But hear me out. It's a twisted way of knowing, but Belgium and Germany, the flags, a lot of times when you're watching soccer, you also watch stat screens and you watch flags, right? Whenever I look at, oh yeah, Germany's all about their soccer, like their football, their soccer all the time. But whenever you see the Belgian flag next to them, like doing well as like that's kind of how I like acutely knew that Belgium was doing well some of the few years, because you don't often see those two flags in the same discussion. So whenever I'm looking like stats and up to the World Cup, like the group stages and whatnot, it's like, oh hey, look, Belgium's doing really well. And then oftentimes when I see Germany, like, oh yeah, Germany's doing pretty well. I wonder how Belgium is doing. Largely because when I see the German flag, I also think of the Belgian flag as well. It's a really oddball, acute example, but we're language learning, so You kind of associate things based on differences and compare and contrast. Yeah, they were top 5. Yeah, I remember. Disproportionate country size. It was kind of reminds me of the upset that Japan had, right? A couple of times Japan upset had like underdog wins, and that's also that similar case where you have like a disproportionately smaller eligibility of players. Let's not talk about let's not this is where an American would come in like, but the American men's soccer team though, you know, a little lukewarm. That's usually it eventually an American would pop in and say, well, let's not start talking about the American men's soccer team. And largely because the female, right, the women's American soccer team had quite a run, and I think it's still pretty good, I think, right? This might be out of date. I think the last time was that I thought about it was maybe 3 years ago. Probably even before COVID. That's a long... Wow, it's been that long. Anyways. Yeah. Fun fact, if you're into flags, the Belgian flag is not just a vertical Belgian flag. The color order is different. Yeah, the color order is different. Yep. When I was younger, I used to play Geo Challenge. So you get very accustomed to the flags, and you match the flags based on the silhouette of the country. And then Geo Challenge also has what is now Geo Guesser, in a different way. But the rudimentary Geo Challenge back in the day had also landmarks. So you put a pin on landmarks, right? Like particular places like Mount Everest, Alps, Ulam Lapore, right? The Taj Mahal and stuff. So back in the high school days, that's how I occupy my time. And you just look at flags, match them with the silhouette, that what it would look like on a flat world map, right? Yeah, fun fact. Loved Geo Challenge. Indeed. There are also flags with what looks like similar colors, but they're actually different shades of the same color. And that kind of goes back to the whole my interest in digital artwork recently. I took a little closer look at some of the flags, and turns out they were different colors. Like one might look like green, but if you look closely, it's a different shade of green, like a really subtly different shade of green. Especially Scandinavian flags. Those are pretty... There's a fun little like relationship between the Scandinavian flags. You must say you don't really know what Belgian beers you can find in the US, unfortunately. I think the Belgian style of beer is usually reserved to connoisseurs. They're usually pretty strong. I see. Yeah, there was a time drafts or boards or flights, I forgot what they're called. I think they're called flights, right? Or a board. There was a time when I hung out with people, and the thing I would do, largely because the United States likes experimenting, so there's a lot of microbrews, right? People brew their own beer. Whether they're good or not, that's sure. That's fine. The idea is experimentation. So you would get like a flight. I think they're called flights at those places, where you would have like 6 glasses, right? 6 glasses, and they would be they're a little bit too generous. They're a little bit more generous than a shot glass, but personally I wouldn't mind. Like I like the fun thing about that experience is, if you go to like a local place, that the people would try to explain what went into creating each of those things, and then I like to like taste it according to how they describe it, right? So it's more like from a culinary curiosity, and the taste and the floral notes and stuff. So kind of like your wine tasting, which I've only been to like 1 or 2 wine tasting too, which is a thing that people do as well when they have the privilege, right? Connoisseurs. So there were wine tasting things. I like correlating how wine and stuff is described to my sensation of the product, right? And of course, wine and beer are acquired taste. So I can't really say from an experience standpoint that I actually enjoyed, and or like the taste of it is going to be very different from me, but I enjoy the academic curiosity, right? They're like, oh, this tastes bitter than this one, and it's usually bitter because I'm not tolerant to it as well. The whole acquired taste thing eludes me largely because I'm more of a dilettante in alcoholic beverages than someone who consistently drink alcohol and have that acquired taste. Coffee is the same. I go around, like if someone goes to a coffee shop, right, or a local coffee shop, and they have this specialty things, like give me that specialty things, and then describe to me what goes into making this coffee brew different than the other ones. And of course, coffee tastes extremely bitter. I can do somersaults and like join an X game or something, or do a mile sprint by the time I have that coffee. But generally speaking, it's an interesting experience. I do not kid when I get the shakes from consuming coffee nowadays. However, I like partaking in it. And of course, you say the overall stance on alcoholic beverages is one of the biggest cultural differences in the US versus Europe. Probably. Yeah, probably. I agree. And then, like, much like things of taste, right? Of taste, they're culturally within their own preferences, right? You know what they say? Customer is always right in the matter of taste. Did you ever hear that idiom? I'm not sure if that's that ever is a very widely accepted European idiom, but the contracted and misunderstood idiom, the customer is always right, or any version of that, like the customer is king. That's often referring to in the area of taste. So in this example, like when someone says, oh yeah, this beer is the best, it's like the customer is always right in the matter of taste. So if you're in the United States, the Americans prefer something, and then if you're in Europe, right, it's kind of, I always find it funny when it's like the United States and Europe, the contrast between referring to the United States and then the contrast between referring to Europe. And I feel it's more similar than it is not when making the contrast. Like some people, right, lots of the ruffle feathers or pedantic technicalities would suggest, well, United States is a country, Europe is not a country. You know, that kind of thing. But then you think about, so how much do you know about the United States? Because that comment, you would think, well, if you had to gamble, from which perspective was that comment being made? It's usually from someone outside the United States, right? So the customer is always right mindset is certainly a thing here, although it is usually considered a principle imported from, okay, and not everyone has abided by it. Okay. And hear me out. That idiom has since changed, and it has lost its most nuanced point. And I still remember it to this day. Like when I first learned that idiom, it was from a Chinese perspective. It was from my parents' perspective. The customer is always right in the matter of taste, not like behavior, etiquette, cost, value, how to make things, how to operate a restaurant. The customer is always right in the matter of taste. As in, if the customer does not like your food, it is their opinion that is king about the taste, or like the style, the satisfaction, because it's their satisfaction that gives you patronage, right? Not how a customer dictates how your business should be operated, because they don't operate that business. They don't have the knowledge or experience of, oh yeah, this is too expensive, so you should make it cheaper. Meanwhile, the restaurant is like, we're making $- on this, right? And that was the original. That was kind of the original nuance. The idea is the customer is always right because it's their opinion that matters to your business. The opinion of taste, all the subjectivity of the customer is right. If the customer thinks this is too sweet, then you want to pay attention to that because you adjust your food to the taste of your local customers, right? And that got lost somewhere in translation for a while, because then it became the customer's always right, so they can like kick your door open, complain about how you run a business, tell you what your budget's like without any knowledge of what your budget's like, how you should treat people, etc. That's usually not in that idiom. It's usually, if the customer is happy, you do everything to make the customer happy in the sense of taste, not in the sense of objectivity. That's one of those things that the internet has kind of changed and flipped. Now, I'm not saying it means that now. I don't think it means that now. Most people say the customer is always right. That's like influencer culture and internet culture. When a customer is upset in how expensive the food is, the customer is always right. No, that is not a matter of taste. That often is far more objective than it is a matter of taste. As in, if you want this restaurant to sell you food at a loss, that is not a matter of taste, because you don't know how much that costs. You could assume and presume, but you don't operate a restaurant. You don't know how much things cost. Like, for example, tipping. Tipping is another thing. We mentioned this earlier, right? The other day, tipping, the customs of tipping and the customs of not tipping. How do you know if tipping makes the food more expensive or less expensive? The customer does not know how much those people are being paid, like exactly how much those people are being paid, how much that cuts into the cost of the meal, and how that factors. And if you're not willing to pay that, that is a different story. That is your taste in evaluating how much you are willing to pay, but not how much the business should make other people pay. That's kind of like a really fun little talk about empathy, I guess, and overstretching one's own expertise. I really like, this is a linguist thing, by the way. Like the people who like language learning, that they like talking about old idioms or idioms that have lost their meaning but has changed. Okay, not lost, but changed their meaning. Like what was the most recent one that I saw? This is one of the things I wanted to talk about. To pull one up by their bootstraps. So just imagine yourself looking at your boots and you're trying to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It used to mean that's impossible to do. Like, you can't pull someone up by their bootstraps. So it's like a inherently impossible task. Like it's really hard. Don't bother with it. Nowadays, pulling up by the bootstraps, I don't use this idiom, so I just thought it was interesting. I wasn't aware of this idiom. But when you pull up by the bootstraps, it means it's hard, but you can get it done. Like it became nearly the opposite meaning of what it was originally. So in the sake of the customer is always right, that almost nearly flipped to opposite of its intent as well, which is crazy, right? You gotta love natural language. Natural languages is can't get ready. Be ready for the changes that happen with use. Anyways, that's all I got. Is this writing? This is writing, yeah. Okay. Was this a special exception? No. Wide. It's spread out. Oh. It's spread out. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. So it's definitely something else. Oh, no, wait. I think no. I think this is fine because Hiro is still kunyomi, right? Yeah, it's still kunyomi. Just kidding. Okay. Crises averted. That's actually an acquired WaniKani strategy. I wouldn't have been as confident if WaniKani didn't turn me on to applying rules of onyomi and kunyomi, which is what I appreciate about what they're doing here. And it's WaniKani specific for me. The whole idea of like, you could reasonably say it's this, largely because of onyomi and kunyomi division. And that's what I've invested most of my time lately. Itachi. I have more time. I have a more difficult time typing out the numbers with like the THs and stuff than the Japanese counterpart. I don't usually type out 7th day. Do they take 7 with a TH? Like this? I don't want to try right now. Try later. The diphthongs? Yeah, the diphthongs. As well. Oh, here's a fun one about Chinese. That's one of the content creators that like linguistics. The yesterday I made a comment about R, right? Like the like a beggar, right? Beggar, or oh, dagger. Wait, is it an E or an A? Yeah, it's an E, right? So the my phone listens to me all the time. So there was a clip that showed talking about how rare this is in English. Apparently, according to this guy, I'm taking the guy's word for it because I like statistics, but I don't like statistics that much. But apparently in linguistics, if you collectively categorize the sound, this particular sound, and I know, Maro, you're familiar with IPA, apparently it accounts for less than 1% of like existing language sounds. And funny enough, coincidentally, this R and is common in English. And we're gonna say a lot of northern Chinese. So funny enough, the thing, yeah, obviously this was relevant to my phone hearing me talk about dagger the other day, but and I noticed this a lot in northern Chinese accents with the ing of things, like ni sure, right? Ni sure, ni lots of like little ers here and there, just adding everywhere, and that's so funny. And I didn't know how rare it was either. Apparently this is rarer than like the guy made some sounds that I know where I can think of examples of where the clicking noise comes from. So apparently this is even rarer than that. That's shocking to me. That's really like neat, very neat. And I always thought this was a funny thing because my parents speak Chinese, right? Or since I've grown up, I've listened to various accents and whatnot. And whenever it comes to the thing, I'm like, is it a weird coincidence that the two languages that I'm like two regionally sounds that I have this particular sound, but not anywhere else? And the guy at the end, the punchline was, yes, it is a coincidence. And it's so funny. Like coincident, like these are not related to each other. They are coincidental. That the like in jar, nar, idar, right? That kind of thing, and beggar, dagger, it's kind of, I thought it was pretty funny. Like, oh yeah, it's so neat. It's the algorithm. It's the algo pandering to me because of my topics that I usually listen to and watch. The own-kun rules are great indeed, and I like how WaniKani explains them. Of course, sometimes the exception still tricks us. Of course, exceptions are exceptions, right? Of any language that allows you to condition you to retain exceptions, it might as well be in English. It might as well be English, right? Were you here when I made that joke? Yeah, the whole French thing, or it might as well be Chinese. Yeah, that was you, Gecko. You actually started with the whole it might as well be like it might as well be Chinese kind of thing. Hey, if we're talking about exceptions and needing to normalize getting tricked by exceptions, it might as well be English. But you can still make a good guess 80% of the time, which is the point. Yeah. On the flip side, English is gonna slap you in the face and say like, get used to it. Like, oh, I genuinely want to interact with other people who are learning English much later in life. Like, you write this, it has a diphthong, right? So go at it. Which generalization or rule is going to help you with the pronunciation of this without the use of IPA? I'm like, well, gee, sometimes I'm not even so sure about I'm not so sure myself nowadays, because there's a chance this is pronounced multiple ways. Like, I don't know. I know how Americans might pronounce this, but it's not wholly chance that there's a chance this might be pronounced to like more than one way now, largely because of the number of users. Like yesterday we were talking about since and sense, right? And I even misspelled since yesterday. I spelled it with an S. So that's what do you do? What do you do? Americans around me say sense for both of these. So I don't know. I think my favorite one is, or the one that I tend to emphasize a lot is this. Loud is like loud, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I don't even know how you put in those characters that you have, Marl. Like, I don't even know how you input those characters. Like this. I actually differentiate between this one and these two. This is there. And this is there. There. It's longer. There. There. They're coming there. Or they're going there. They're going there. So while they use the same sound, my there is longer than there. But technically all of these are the same. Or you just copy and paste, nothing. Oh, okay. I didn't know of, you've so used to the IPA, like there might be like an input version of IPA. You think they're all homophones? I see. Or here, I use this example a lot because these are common words. These are common words. So this is build, right? I'm gonna say it the same way. So build, but I could build to build something, build. So the mora is longer on build versus build. I didn't do this intentionally. This happened before Japanese, but now that I am learning Japanese, I notice these things about my tendencies. I notice that my mora changes when it comes to specific English words. Tonality is also another one. Tonality is built into English as well. And actually, English speakers might actually do this, but they don't really relate it to tonality. Like review and review. So it's a mix, right? Because English is stress accent, so you mix a lot of things. There's tonality changes, pitch changes, and also mora changes simultaneously, and volume changes. But the volume change, even if you normalize the volume change, you can differentiate between review and review. So I review a review. Or you could say, I review a review. Functionally, you're not gonna mess it up. It's not going to like affect the meaning in the context of a sentence, much like pitch accent in Japanese. It might not, right? However, it's going to sound a little weird to certain people. So I review a review. Review is the noun. Review is the verb. So often I review videos and I write reviews of videos. Hence the no rules. I mean, these aren't rules, right? So there's no rules about this. But in English, when someone listens, they can feel it. They can feel the difference. And that's pretty funny. Yesterday, I think Blair said sociopathy. Sociopathy. Blair said that she hasn't heard anyone who says sociopathy before. However, she also understands that it sounds right, like it sounds nice compared to sociopathy. See, I can't even say it the other way. Sociopathy. Yeah, sociopathy. When you say sociopathy, at least to me, when I hear sociopathy, that sounds weird, but it might not sound weird to someone who speaks this word that way, but it doesn't affect the meaning of it. And yet it's functionally weird and we're not. I say sociopathy. In fact, it takes me a couple of tries to say sociopathy, right? Sociopathy versus sociopathy. Largely due to in science, right? When you're in a scientific field, you have a lot of this structure of this word. Sociopathy, pathology. Pathology is another one. Pathology. As opposed to pathology. I think. Yeah, pathology. Pathology, like biology. I guess if you use the word frequently, you would notice the weirdness. I don't find it weird because I never use it. Yeah, that too. You sometimes, reread and listen to T.S. Watt's pronunciation poem, which is a fun exercise. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Ooh, I don't know it, and that sounds like something I want to do this week. Pronunciation poem. Okay, I got something to read today, or maybe I should read a little bit. Am I supposed to just read it? Here is a silly poem about how difficult English pronunciation can be to get you through the day with a smile on your face. You might need help getting your tongue back in your mouth at the end. Okay, let me read a few of the lines, okay? I take it you already know of touch and what is that word? And cough and dough. Oh, is it of touch and bow and cough and dough? Others may stumble, but not you, on what the heck is hiccough? Oh no! Okay. You're right. I see what they're doing. Yes. Is that hiccough? Or hicco? Hiccough? Thorough. Laugh and... All right, I would highly recommend this to anyone, honestly. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so maybe that's through. Yeah. Through. Yes, through. Well done. And now you wish, perhaps, to listen of less familiar traps. Beware of herd and a dreadful word that looks like beard and sounds like bird. And dead is said like bed and not bead, and goodness sake, don't call it deed. Watch out for meat and great, dang it, and great and threats. They rhyme with sweet and straight and depth. A moth is not the moth in mother, nor both in bother, broth in brother. Oh my gosh, that's pretty sweet. And there is not a match for there, not dear, and fear for bear and pear. And those and there's dose and rose and lose. Just look them up and goose and choose. And cook and work and card and ward. Ward and font and front and word and sword. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think in this long run, if you're hearing it, it's far more processable than trying to read it. Right? Like when I hear myself saying the phrases gecko and they make sense. But when you're trying to read the words, it's like making you secondhand choose the different diphthongs and the different vowel sounds. And that's kind of neat. That's a really interesting this is a good exercise. I'll have to read this again next. Oh, we're almost at the end actually. And cork and work and card and ward and front and font and front and word and sword and do and go and thwart and cart. Come, I've hardly made a start. A dreadful language, man alive. I'd master it when I was 5. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, this is so cute. 1954? Really? 1954. This is such a fun little poem. Thank you for the share, Gecko. That's such a neat one. I was trying to be like more elegant, but it probably requires a little bit more reading. But I really like it. 1954. A visionary. T.S. Watt was a visionary. Neat. I think the nice one is read and read, right? Read and read is malicious. Led and lead is malicious as well, right? What else we got? Like I think these ones are a little like I think this one is pretty common, right? It's a common word, and this one's a mean one. Read and read. Read and read, like great. It feels, you know what read and read reminds me of? Wait, is there something analogous? I'll have to think about it. I feel like I can come up with an example of the maliciousness of read and read. Alright, cool. Homographs. There's one I like from the Big Bang Theory. Oh, Polish and Polish. Oh yeah, that's right. Polish and Polish. Polish. Oh my gosh. Polish and Polish. Polish and Polish. That's a good one. Oh wait, did I know you like did I ever mention Big Bang Theory when you were around? Maro, I really like Big Bang Theory. That was when I was talking about like Star Trek and stuff. The little things that come up. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of which, Gecko and I recently talked about flags, the Belgian flag and the German flag, Gecko. It's relevant to Big Bang Theory because Sheldon likes flags. It's not a coincidence. I'm telling you, these things are not a coincidence. I think there are behavioral selective preferences when it comes to like observations. Fun with flags is not a coincidence. And hear me out. Here's another fun fact. Some fun facts about Big Bang Theory and my life. I was the Asian guy in the group. And I did the Asian things in the group. But all of us still went to comic book stores. I'm just saying. Like we did. We went to comic book stores. And yeah, you kind of get into those discussions. I'm obviously, this is confirmation bias, but those are some fun facts that coincidentally, I I'm not saying it's not a coincidence. It's probably a coincidence. Um, but yeah, those things they do come up. Interestingly enough, obviously all the characters in Big Bang Theory are caricatures of a whole, so you can kind of imagine all three of all of the characters slammed together, and then those activities still persist, right? Being very observant, comparing things and whatnot, and just so happens flags are a very, very excellent way of doing that. And then video games, yeah, video games. Yes, fun with flags. I would really, I bet someone, is there anyone out there that makes content about fun with flags? Like just straight up, I've seen a couple language channels, like culture language channels that use like flags and talk about flags, but not in this, not in like a referential to Big Bang Theory. I did see a couple of the flag stuff. I really like that I guess he's an Icelandic person who may or may not be residing in Iceland. I like when he talks about the Norwegian, like the or like the Scandinavian culture. So I watch a lot regarding that, and flags. The topic of flags come up quite a bit when comparing them, and you always see the flags because in those types of content they would have the country's flag that they're trying to like a compare and contrast. Like, you know, in Japan they do this, in in Malaysia they do this, and then you would see the flags. So you kind of get really into recognizing flags, like, oh okay, like that's the flag that it became basically a kanji. Right, flag pictures nowadays, at least to someone who constantly consumes multicultural content, flags become basically kanji. Like, it's almost instantaneous. It's like, oh, okay, we're talking about that country now. Oh, okay, we're talking about that country now. Fun, very fun. Did they take this book for this or notebook? Ah, all right. I'm so energized now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This one. They changed this. Yeah. Aku. I like this. This mnemonic I keep in my heart. This mnemonic is great. On the seventh day, someone asks you, do you want to go out or something? And it's like, nah, no ka. Nah, no ka. I think this mnemonic, like, I really get behind this. Nah, no ka. When I say Nanoka in my head, all I think about is nah, no car. And I don't even speak British English, you know? Nanoka. Flags and all sorts of symbols is semiotics, yeah, a subfield of linguistics, and I like memorizing all those stuffs. Yeah, I like semiotics. Semiotics is it's so useful. Like it kind of provides a functionality. Semiotics provide a functionality that is ingrained nowadays in online conversations as well, because you can argue in a way. I'm not sure. Do linguistics still also include semiotics as emotes? Do emotes fall under the category of semiotics? I feel like it's like semiotics adjacent, at least minimally now. So on the internet, if one doesn't appreciate semiotics in the current age, it'd be pretty shocking, especially the current age of the internet, where you see smileys and like, even you would think so, yeah. So that's kind of how I think it's blending really are. Like semiotics go, they have such general purpose nowadays. Like even obscure semiotics, like I don't know, a skull face, right? You would think like a skull face, that could be misconstrued. And nowadays, like I don't even bat an eyelash on it. It's like, oh, okay, it doesn't mean what you think it means, but it kind of evolves too, and you just get used to it. It's quite startling. I think the other thing that is very interesting lately that I've been looking at was the variances in sign language. The variances in sign language, right? There are different types of sign language because of regional uses and stuff, and that's kind of really neat too. I don't know how to sign. Maybe like I can see and recognize a couple of the common phrases, largely because I possibly have seen them enough times online, but I wouldn't know how to go about doing them, right? Something like this, right? That's about as detailed as it can get, right? But yeah, different regional variations in sign language. Okay. Wait. Ah! Wait. Oh, whoops. I read. Sorry, I read the kanji incorrectly. Still thinking about the sign language thing. Okay. It's fine. We're fine. I don't know why, but I'm not into sign language that much, but they're very important, I guess. I don't have a large investment as well, largely because I don't have anyone around me that without sounding too pragmatic, generally speaking, it has to be important to someone that have shared time with me or wanted to share time with me in order for me to invest. So unfortunately, this medium, right, this type of medium, I did have an occasional time that someone did interact with me who's deaf, right, and they appreciated that I use closed captions, right? They appreciate that I use closed captions, and that's how I met the person. I originally had automatic CC for the Twitch side of things. Nowadays, obviously, I think the Twitch side of things still don't have simultaneous transcription, but on the YouTube side of things, they're all closed captioned. So even with or without, and there's an option for that. And I did meet that one time. I was playing video games, right? I was doing Neverwinter streams. And I did meet someone who was deaf. However, like the sign language would be one direction, right? It would be unidirectional, much like learning Japanese and learning Chinese. I can't. It's an asymmetry. So sign language itself also ends up being like speaking Japanese and speaking Chinese, right? The best I can do is to incentivize myself, and it can be tough when no one around you have a use for it, right? And the best I can do is encourage myself to do that. So that's where our next stage of Japanese and Chinese. Obviously, I don't have to motivate myself for Chinese because my parents, I can use it functionally with my parents. And in Spanish, interestingly enough, not particularly anymore, but we'll see. Japanese has a different use now, largely in the sense of typing, and there are discords that are in Japanese, and there are discords of Japanese of video games that happen to be dominant in Japanese. So that's how I'm like sort of using it in a typing sense, but it hasn't been speaking. And I think sign language has that element too, where how do I do it in an asymmetrical manner, right? And I don't think I have anyone, by coincidence, I don't think I have anyone around me that is hearing impaired to that extent. Yeah. You're gonna go to bed, Gecko? Yeah, thanks once more. You too. It's always been a pleasure to keep in touch. Yeah, quite a few subjects once again. You know me, we gotta bring in more topics each day. One day we can talk about underwater basket weaving. By that, I mean I know nothing about underwater basket weaving. It used to be my default. I used to tell people that I could do that. Actually, I can't. I don't think I've ever weaved anything in my life so far, yet. Maybe we could all pick up underwater basket weaving sometime. I don't even know if that's a thing. Let me see. Underwater basket weaving. Oh yeah, it's a thing. Oh, I mean, why am I not surprised? Oh, you have to literally be underwater. I thought you're in a bucket. Oh no, yeah, here it is. You do it in a bucket. Some people do it underwater, but that's kind of a little insane. I'm kidding. Don't. I'm kidding. Good night. Good night, Gecko. Oyasumi nasai. Okay. Let's complete our stuff. Wait. How did this work? It was like look at narwhals on the right side or something. I don't remember it anymore. We don't need these mnemonics anymore, so okay. Oh, dude, was this different too? No, it went straight. Let's go. Taco field. Actually, this is kind of helpful. Returning mnemonics that overlap with new mnemonics that use the same like reads. That's kind of helpful. Like rice patty now reminds me of taco leader. Other. Yeah. Right? Yeah. That's it. That's all she wrote. All right, let's go over this. Yeah, taco leader. This one. The other leader. Leader of the tacos. We're not this is not as messy as usually anything after like the second level up day, like the following level up day is okay. Oh, this keeps track of where the extra set. Okay. So, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's the big day, right? Oh, it could be the following day. 50. It's either tomorrow or Monday is going to be the level up day. I don't know how long these are going to refresh. So it's either tomorrow. We're going to try to do it slightly different. You haven't watched my introduction for WaniKani. So do you have a subscription? Yes, it is a life subscription. Yes. The introduction did explain my motivations for both WaniKani and HanziHero. The short term, the hot take. What's a quick way to summarize why I bought a life subscription? So I wanted a 2025 project. And for most of 2024, people brought up WaniKani. And the reason why I bought WaniKani is 9 out of the actually literal 10 people that I've encountered during my language learning journey for Japanese had positive things to say about it. And what I mean by 9 out of 10, I mean people who stayed and talked about it to some extent. They're no longer here. A lot of them are no longer here. However, they stayed long enough for me to understand what type of individual, like what type of thinking process that they have, and they are usually resoundingly positive. So when I was looking, oftentimes when I think about projects, I like to invest forward. And the long story short is usually I think about maybe they have discounts. So I knew already at the end of 2024 there was a chance at a discount of lifetime investment. When it comes to budgeting and investing, I usually have a lot of factors, but generally speaking, it deals with the aspect of community, right? I like to know the devs and the communities that surround the devs, and it was very positive. So then I'm like, yeah, 200 USDs, it's a great investment forward. That's kind of my thought. This is a really long hot take. It took me like 4 or 5 hours to talk about actually I might have kept it down below 3 hours to talk about the decision making when it comes to these things. And then HanziHero had something a bit different because dealing with structure, and when I do like project testing and whatnot, or like trying to evaluate things, I often like to compare it with something, have a relative, try to expand. So I like to stagger and ladder things together. So then HanziHero, by chance, also HanziHero is leading into its second year, post second year, and by coincidence, they instituted a lifetime subscription. The first 2 years, Kevin was uncomfortable in offering a lifetime subscription because they didn't reach a state in which it is a complete product yet. So offering a lifetime license would be potentially disingenuous in the sense that there's no guarantee that the product will reach that state. So when it reached a certain state, by happens, it was last October 2024. Actually, maybe October, November. So then at that discount, that original introduction discount, I also bought a lifetime subscription to HanziHero. And this is my pledge for 2025. If not, also 2026. So I put my faith in people. Much like how I approach conversations. It is for you to do. So do with as please. Obviously, in this case we're talking about literal dollars, but literal dollars, in my opinion, pales in comparison to my happy dollars. My figurative faith and trust in someone is why I stream and talk about them. I think my words and my use and my time is worth far more than the dollars that they represent. So, a slight summary of that stuff. And I wanted to dispel like why other reasons that people might consider these things are not necessarily relevant to me, right? Like, I didn't buy WaniKani expecting that it would make me fluent or dramatically elevate my Japanese progress. I'm buying WaniKani for a lot of different reasons, but most of them are dealing with vicarious understanding, teaching instructions, and methods, right? I can be very, very happy with like a middle school or a high school level of overall Japanese proficiency. The idea is I want to be useful in the sense of being experienced and getting people interested and approaching language learning so that they can go on and do their things. I'm a person who has no problems teaching or wanting to teach like middle school biology or high school biology or something. Just because I have a PhD in biology, it's not beneath me to do those. It brings me a lot of reward. So that's kind of a little thing that fed into the whole WaniKani and HanziHero. So I have 2 lifetime subscriptions. And whether it suddenly closed down, if WaniKani suddenly closed down and HanziHero suddenly closed down, I hope they do something with the money, right? That's kind of the idea. I went into a little bit talk about how decisions are made in terms of money. Usually I purchase things I make faith purchases when it comes to subscription-based things, as opposed to paying for future expectations. I forgot what that's called. There's a word for it, where you're buying something on the hopes that you can get the value out of it. And that can work for a lot of people. It doesn't work for me. So it's both it's double-edged. When you buy something, you expect to try to get the value out of it, and it might not happen, and then it becomes disappointing, right? Or you bought something in anticipation of promises that were to come, and or you promised yourself to make something useful, like buying a bunch of dumbbells, expecting to become fit from using the dumbbells, but you ended up not using the dumbbells, right? That's relying on you. For me, in these cases, I buy on it knowing that the worst thing that could happen is I quit tomorrow, because I bought it as a privilege of my own money. Now, the downside is that also means buying it and how much it costs doesn't necessarily influence me in trying to get my most like money out of it. Like if I spend $200, I'm not aiming to get $200 worth of value from it. I know that the $200 is going to supporting a product that many people have spoken fondly of or have encouraged them to do something. And I like supporting creators that do that. And it's the same thing for Duolingo, by the way. This also lined up to my pledge to Duolingo. I have the whole last year, I didn't use anything. But I also know now, by coincidence, on top of that, Duolingo has a year discount. So I also invested, I think it was $70. $70 USD for a year of Duolingo Super. And in Duolingo's thing is straightforward. I spent 1 year with Duolingo. I learned quite a lot of things, in contrast to how other people expect that they are using a free product and expect that they're investing something, right? Even in the sense of dollars, it was zero. I spent zero. So it was a pleasant surprise. So I also bought a year of Duolingo. actually, the alternative I was going to do is I was going to buy something from the Duolingo store. So I'm going to buy probably a stuffed Duo and a stuffed Falstaff from their store as like a memorabilia somewhere in the background. It'll pop up at some point. I enjoy the idea that if it meant obviously you would need a lot of people like me in order to keep a lot of things like Duolingo even having less ads, for example, or less pressure to provide subscriptions, right? So the CEO once said this very conservatively. He's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to avoid this, but it's people who have money that is keeping the product afloat, not necessarily the people that are complaining about having a free product that they're using and expecting something in return. So oftentimes when people talk about like the money side of things, actually Duolingo doesn't target people who are unwilling to pay. They more target people who are willing to pay. And for me, that's kind of, I fall in the latter category. I like educational products, whether it means it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it's distracting people from doom scrolling. And that's fantastic. I think the most resonating comment that the CEO in an interview said multiple times is that they are competing with TikTok. And I totally get it. Especially that one recent time when TikTok got banned, quote unquote banned. And then suddenly there's a surge in Duolingo traffic. That is what really recently topically really hit home. Like, yes, that is exactly what I like to see if I'm going to invest in a product that is trying to make learning in any way possible far more accessible. Then I don't know what it is about TikTok, but I people link me TikToks, but I don't usually use TikToks. Hey, Procall. Did you manage to get back all right? Did you already return home? How was your day? TikTok does have a STEM section where it only shows STEM related videos, which is about learning. Yes. And that's kind of nice. However, it also doesn't necessarily mean the STEM section is filled with appropriate information. If you know what I mean. It is nice to hear that they do have one. I'm pretty sure I got linked a couple of those. And those also get duplicated and or are also posted on YouTube Shorts. Like I look at YouTube Shorts too, which are repost of TikToks sometimes or the other way around. But yeah, there's also STEM sections that I've seen. The one concerning thing I have about TikTok is that the STEM section is also filled with misinformation as well. And the misinformation might not be intentional as well because there's not enough time in the format to provide disclaimers. Right? Like, I'm not saying it's intentional misinformation. It might be misinformation. It looks like misinformation in the context of the short format, but since I don't know if there's a long format of it, it's difficult to know if that was the intent. Like, it might be, instead of saying misinformation, it might be incomplete information and or it is STEM material, but it's opinionated. And opinionated material might not necessarily be for learning. It's more for inspiration, right? Kind of like conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom is there for inspiration, but it might not necessarily, and for learning purposes, but might not be necessarily accurate in the sense of what STEM is usually referring to. Like evidence-based, evidence-based messages. Yeah, you're back home? Nice. You ended up being a 7.5-hour trip due to delays, but got back. Was feeling very very comforted once you got home. I'm glad to hear that, Procol. Yeah, I imagine the extent of regulation for what's allowed in STEM section is just analyzing whether it's actually STEM related and not fact checking it. Yeah. So not that I'm saying there is a place in place for I like that idea. It's great that that's a thing on TikTok. The format can be very restrictive. I think the format is incredibly restrictive, so I'm biased, right? I'm very biased. I think it's very difficult to capture adequate, consistent concepts in like a short format. Like when you're doom scrolling, you can get bits and pieces. It's kind of like WaniKani, right? WaniKani, you get bits and pieces of the vocabulary, but when you're trying to piece it together, you have to see it pieced together, or you have to use it pieced together in order to see the application of it. And STEM often involves information, but an application of that information. And the format is largely temporally too short to apply that. Like there's no amount of WaniKani that could ever help me with contextualizing vocabulary, like outside of memorizing the vocabulary in isolation. And I feel that's the closest thing to TikTok as well when it comes to providing information. You have little bits and pieces. How you wield that and use that is going to be very tenuous, largely because the format will not likely have like, hey, here's a STEM series by this one creator, and it's like a sequence of small episodes put together, right? Also, like you could say about short formats could lead to simplification to such an extent that it's misleading. Yeah, and not intentionally misleading, obviously. It can end up misleading the person because the information is incomplete or it requires more elaboration. Yeah. So there's no malicious. I don't necessarily think people are inherently maliciously intended to do things. We have content creators, and they're of all ages, of all different types of professional backgrounds, and they have different criteria and standardization for what may be construed as potentially misleading or not, right? And we have to understand those limitations. Like YouTube shorts are notwithstanding, they are also that way. However, there is one asterisk on YouTube shorts. When you see a short on YouTube, you can click on the video that leads to the full video. So there's a lightly higher chance that when you click on a YouTube short, you can view the longer video. So it doesn't stop comments from saying, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong. And it's like, well, did you click on the video? Because the 30-minute video the short comes from is on that short. So you can click on the longer full example. It got to the point where even creators would say, hey, here's a link to the full video in the comment section. But then there was like a controversy with view farming and abuse. So they no longer allow links in the comments. So you had to go to the description and or the bottom of the YouTube short to click on the long format. So it's a work in progress. You do always wonder how far you can simplify information while it's still being considered true. Me too. Me too. I think there are brilliant people out there that are quite good at that and would still find it incredibly restrictive, like literally in this sense of time. Yeah, I would be surprised if it was malicious. Yeah, me too. I genuinely believe that it's largely due to the functionality of the business model and like the hyperactive nature of feedback that is we're in a golden age, sort of maybe a gilded age of how to maximize neuronal satisfaction, right? Neuronal satisfaction and behavioral satisfaction of human beings. Now, leveraging that requires a long time to adapt, like a much longer adaptation period. Like, how do we moderate Midas type of golden Yeah, so a Gilded Age, but the nice thing is, it's there now, so hopefully humans can adjust to it, right? Human society as a whole could adjust and leverage it. How do we balance the nearly gluttonous adaptation to the fury of dopamine, easy accessible neuronal dopamine, and how we moderate that so that we reach a balanced ground? For now, it's kind of like discovering sugar, right? Or discovering high fructose corn syrup. At least in an Americanized example, it's kind of like the invention of high fructose corn syrup. It ended up in everything. But now you're thinking, oh yeah, that led to soda and stuff. It's like, that's now finally moderating. Do you know how, thinking about the time frame that took before the idea of moderating high fructose corn syrup consumption in analogous to sugar. Now, there's a misconception that high fructose corn syrup is some sort of agent that is far more potent at creating a terrible disposition, obesity and diabetes, for example, but it's not necessarily that. And it's actually not even scientifically that. It's the accessibility of high fructose corn syrup. It is shelf stable, it's readily produced in mass quantities, and it is available in many products. So its moderation was uncontrolled. The consumption of high fructose corn syrup was uncontrolled, and it took quite some time before there was pushback in actively understanding to moderate the consumption, right? Much like many other inventions. The smartphone, for example, moderation of smartphone use is only recently being pushed back on, right? Because the convenience and the wild accessibility of smartphone is consuming a person's life due to the advent of its usage. What is another great example right now that's happening topically? AI generated content, right? So when will ChatGPT be a potential unintentional but deleterious or possibly deficient way of communicating with other human beings, for example? LLMs are great to mirror that, and they're trying to make that, but is that consumption so spiraling out of control to the point that it's replacing human interaction? It takes a while to adjust, right? People don't talk like that yet. It's unprecedented. There are whole people, hear me, like, this is very real. There are people who are willing to talk about grief and trauma to an LLM over another human being, right? And you're hoping that that tool is able to mirror some sort of comfort and dynamics of a human being, right? So there is still like moderation for every advancement, much like sugar, in the form of high fructose corn syrup. Sweeteners, alternative sweeteners, aspartame, right? Aspartame, and now we have like xylitol, erythritol, and even like stevia, like things extracted from plants and whatnot. So humans take a little bit adaptation to crazy wild inventions, especially leaps forward in inventions. And I feel TikTok and our like app design and stuff is part of the equation. Like, how much of WaniKani is going to make you addicted to SRS or highly dependent on SRS over reading a book, right? Reading a book, talking to other people and making mistakes and bumbling with different languages. Those are the things that are getting substituted in high quantities. Efficiency is replacing a lot of things, but that doesn't mean they're going to disappear. I think it requires time of reflection and moderation. Humans take time. It takes a while. Definitely much slower than technology. Yeah, I would be surprised, but when it's a public video, you would likely get the most interaction by assuming the viewer had no prior understanding on topic, leading to vast simplifications. Yes. Yeah, it's tricky to know how to deal with systems of reward like sugar, fats, dopamine, because we are no longer in an environment where those things are rare. Exactly. But useful, that urge for these things are no longer helpful due to availability. Yep, exactly. They no longer function in a way for moderation, right? For homeostasis, right? When you're upset, you seek something nice, right? Like, for example, procall your events from yesterday. I would probably throw cat videos at you or whatever you like to enjoy. Go doom scroll something. That would be a really fast way to try to counteract a very traumatic situation, right? That would be a very useful case of understanding how dopamine release and really quick satisfaction, like eating ice cream after a very stressful day, those things are great in moderation, but they can also create addiction, right? Like alcohol, like real things like substance abuse. They are incredibly effective. Doom scrolling is incredibly effective at substituting other things. So hopefully, I'd like to believe that those who are more experienced, have greater wisdom because of age and time, are able to be compassionate enough to also enable younger and younger people to understand how to regulate and moderate things like excessive dependency on good feelings. I understand that sounds kind of hypocritical or maybe a little paradoxical with what I try to do, but what I mean is finding different sources that kind of balances the effort and the reward, right? Because free sugar, free dopamine, free lots of good things also comes with no strings attached, as in there one could end up normalizing not needing to be productive in any other way other than achieving an end result, which is more dopamine release. And that would be great if life was that simple, right? But functionality of a human being requires a lot of development of other skills that balances out when inevitably your biological organism that cannot sustain constant escalation of things. Your body is homeostatic by nature. This is a little bit of a stretch, but your body is homeostatic by nature, right? So if you're constantly throwing something at it for it to try to regulate its homeostatic balance, then at some point it will stop doing that. It will stop being able to do that. There's a cap on dopamine, sort of. There's diminished return on, excessive dopamine response, excessive sugar response, excessive fat consumption, it's homeostatic. It's kind of like those people nowadays. This is a wild, random YouTube clip that I saw, and it was a response of Hank Green to something else a lot of times. When things like or like a medical professional who's responding to something like detoxing, like the whole idea like, oh yeah, the toxins in your body can accumulate, so when they accumulate it becomes a critical mass. That's the level of thinking that leads to like constant dopamine release dependency, sugar and fat. Your body is homeostatic. It does not like that stuff. If that is true, you're doomed. You're really doomed. Your body is a steady state. Toxins don't accumulate like that. They cycle through your body. So like it's constantly being displaced as it's accumulating. So it's homeostatic. as opposed to like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna doom scroll for 3 hours and then that'll be fine. If I keep it at 3 hours, it's not gonna change or anything. It typically changes. Moderation is what keeps the consistency, not necessarily escalating use, right? Your body is trying to adapt to the excessive use of those things. It has natural checks and balances to make and dampen effects that are happening in excess. That is a compensatory response, not a like a beneficial or like a mechanical advantage. A lot of times when people think about it, there are examples of this, but it's at the expense of the body's utility. Like for example, running long distances. If you're ultra marathon runner, the excessive need for performance is at the cost of the body's homeostatic properties. You are pushing your body past the limit and it's trying to adapt and tolerate it. It's not necessarily saying that you're not, potentially engaging in excess activity that won't cause your body harm. And that's kind of one of those things, not malicious, but also a very real human condition. Unregulated access to good stuff. That's too much of a good thing in more ways than one. Yeah, you think LLMs could be useful by mimicking certain human behaviors while potentially giving more comfort by the user knowing it won't have the risk of, talking with human-like judgment. Yes. And I think being mindful of moderation is important, as it should be a quick comforting thing and not falling into a hole of temporary unjustified comfort, but rather building a longer sustainable format to deal with stress and discomfort. And then it can be a horrible cycle of doing something for quick comfort, but then knowing there's a choice to get that quick comfort can lead to think of not using the comforting method as a bad thing rather than using it as a good extra. Yes, topping beyond the sufficiency, right? Like, I love playing this game. What's another hour? What's another 14 hours? You know what? What's another 72 hours? I can't get enough of this. What's another... Oh no, I have a problem. Right. And one thing I want to, I'm going to transition to HanziHero now. One thing I want to leave for this is on the internet, the algorithm and LLMs may not be able to process the biological limitations of what you can do, right? So when someone says, why not doom scroll a little bit more? There isn't anything on TikTok that's telling you have done this for 2 hours. Perhaps it may happen in the future. Like there might be moderation safeguards placed in because we're adapting as a society. But for now, there are no guardrails. There's no upper limits, no lower limits, no soft limits, no encouragement limits. Like, if you're going to listen to TikTok and you're going to doom scroll, there's nothing that's saying like, hey, you've done this for an hour. How about, I'm going to do a meme. How about touch some grass just for a moment for like 5 minutes? I actually do this consistently after stream, right? I have to write and think a lot, but I do get up like every 30 minutes or so, walk around and do a different activity, like just pace around the room and whatnot. These things are habits that take more effort, like, right? It takes more effort, but if your body's not normalized to different types of source of effort, then it will naturally become incredibly dependent on escalating requirements of other things until you break, right? Until you reach a current point where there's no, that stimuli is no longer sufficient and you no longer have alternatives, or you feel like you have no longer alternatives. And that dependency is scary to me. Where when moderations are not placed sufficiently quick, or like the response is not sufficiently quick, there are points of there are those critical points when they're reached. Oftentimes, in very unfortunate cases, it can be astronomically harder to like deviate from or alter or refrain, right? Habit formation is incredibly strong as time passes, and the less practice of forming new habits or tuning habits, the greater and greater the resistance to it will occur. So waiting till it becomes a problem is kind of probably the least opportune moment that one could exercise preventive measures or some sort of sustainable lifestyle. Sometimes I do earnestly believe it's better, it may be far more reasonable to experience things to a lesser degree than waiting till you experience it full stop. Like withdrawal symptoms, for example, withdrawal from dopamine. That withdrawal can hit you like a dump truck if your normal dose is like 6 hours of doom scrolling. And yeah, so the natural state is you hope that you didn't get to a point where you can't scale it back to 5 hours, to 4 hours, to 3 hours. And then you might even say, okay, I'll only doom scroll when I need to feel good, right? Then it could be like total of 3 hours, but separated throughout the day, and then you can like drop sometimes. That kind of thing can mitigate dependency, and hopefully that's the case. I can stop WaniKani. I'm kidding. I'm addicted to WaniKani. Sorry, that was lighthearted joke. Like I can drop WaniKani now if I want it, right? But I still really like it, and it does create learning potential and whatnot. So there is a thing to be said about when someone says, I can quit anytime. You know, the dangerous phrase of I can quit anytime. And I would love to hear what people think when they say that about the things they love most, right? Can you truly quit anytime? This is a more of a trust me bro situation. Like, can I quit Duolingo at any time? Well, I kind of did. It's still there, but you know, I can moderate my Duolingo use even after 300 days of like 8 hours of Duolingo. I could moderate it immediately because I intend to moderate it. I don't think doom scrolling is comes with awareness yet. Like there isn't anything. You know what would be interesting? Here's a great thought experiment. Maybe for a topic for another time. Here's a thought experiment. Make it incredibly visible on TikTok, somewhere on the interface, how long you've been on TikTok. You know? Like, I'm curious if an incredible, ever-present, visible reminder that's obligated, by the way, not optional. It starts a timer that's displayed. Like you can't remove it, you can't hide it. I mean, obviously people will work around it, but it would be really interesting as a thought experiment to like say, hey, we want to try something new. We want to try something new. Do you mind participating? Like incentivize it, even incentivize it, right? We will give you like, I don't know, 1 magical credit, like to post like a star or something on your profile or something, right? Something virtual to TikTok. If you want to participate in an experimental beta setting where we're trying to promote healthy quality and sustainability and awareness of TikTok use, like doom scrolling. And if you agree to this, you will be pledging to put a permanent timer functionality on your TikTok. So the moment you start doom scrolling, there's going to be a timer in the top left that's constantly telling you and reminding you how long you have been on TikTok. That doesn't enforce or force anyone to tell them what to do, but it does raise awareness of the time moving, because when time is not visible in front of you while you're doom scrolling, it's only at the time you realize that you look at the time, then you notice that the time has eclipsed, right? Because we already talked about how time is relative in the mind, but time is technically relatively consistent when it's shown to you. So I thought about these type of quality of life situations, like how do you raise awareness but not dictate how people should behave. But it would be an interesting thought experiment, see how well it works. And if it's a modest, if it's a modest thing, like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then like average, 4%, 5%, that's still greater than 0%. Yeah, and when I stopped smoking, you said a ceiling of use that you ended up not even going to the using right to the top of that ceiling, which was very promising when you realized that, oh, that's nice. And you slowly lower that max usage over time. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm sure it would be quite a shock to a lot of people seeing their time spent. Unfortunately, those kind of things would likely have to be enforced by the government. It would be, yes. As businesses are unlike. Well, here's the thing. You can spin it. You're thinking specifically why business would not take this as a profit thing. Hear me out. There's so much pushback right now in a political sense. If there is a public announcement that they care about the sustainability of their children, that itself will turn over far more loyal profit getting than not right now. So that business sense is only assuming that the social depiction of companies are interested in product as opposed to object, like optics. So the way I presented it sounds provocative is largely because I'm framing it in a way that it is supplying a demand for a specific thing, and that might actually increase the sustainability of use of a product over time versus any singular product that might depreciate in the near future due to government pushback. So right now, if I was thinking like, oh, what is YouTube and Twitch and stuff going to think about in the future, it's nearly, at least in my opinion, inevitable that their margin is going to decrease due to the looming problem. But if you have a founder's effect in being a pro-sustainable YouTube, like a content provider for youth, that optics can assure your consistent profitability into the future by being the first to adopt that. So no, I actually disagree that it has to be enforced by the government. However, it requires a different type of selling point. For now, though, what it seems like is that one would want the government to enforce that. I think there is a market and there's a lot of vote of confidence when a developer says, we're going to be the first one who's not afraid to reduce our viewership time and ad exposure time on the event of promoting long-term investment in the ad space. What would that mean in terms of profit? There are going to be companies who rather be associated with a product that promotes health in this day and age online than a product that is slowly and possibly unintentionally sapping and harming youth. So I don't know where that caress is. I think it's getting to an inflection point where it's pretty obvious now. A conception is that there's poor optics and therefore bad for profitability for a company to ignore the looming problem, the stigma that's dealing with overconsumption of media. Maybe the profit cost
risk, the risk and profit is not good enough yet, but it's getting there. So it's going to, in my opinion, a hot take I would say in a predictability in the next 5 years is that the optics gain and the long-term profitability of image resulting from image is going to have a founder's effect. I'm curious which company or platform is going to start first. Roblox has already started some of this, and they're in collaboration with Google to try to make some of the stuff to be functionally productive for youth. So it's getting to a point where now the optics outweigh the possible PR risk of neglecting potential abuse of their platforms, and not like intentional abuse, but neglect, right? Negligence. Isn't it better to not state the purpose of experiment for better results? It is. It would be better. It would be better. However, that creates too much friction. So the alternative, right? Like, here's a symptom behavioral analysis. Most of the doom scrolling is voluntary, right? And you have to compete with voluntary usage. If you and often that deals with disclaimers and transparency and whatnot. And these things are highly valued to make an experiment get lifted off the ground anyways, right? So what are the chances that an experiment would be utilized without transparency? It's a different, it's unfortunately at this point that type of approach is incongruous with the current expectation of behavior. It would be ideal if it was blind to test the results, but at the same time, now at the expense of the results, you're hoping for a result, but the transparency may get a better early adoption, right? It's kind of like Duolingo and WaniKani. If no one shows up because of the premise of the product, it would be inconsistent with the expectations of the internet, right? Nowadays, transparency is the thing that causes adoption as opposed to the other way around. And dealing with the pragmatic and the scientific and objective results may be a little too insensitive and agnostic to early adoption. So unless, again, what Prokov said, if it's government enforced, then you can do those things without stating the purpose, right? However, the internet is not predicated on that. So if you're saying you don't have a choice, then usually it would be very unlikely to be considered, largely because of the vast majority of things. It is very ideal, though, pragmatically speaking. Is it feasible and realistic in practice? Probably not. Yeah, that's a good point. I've personally seen more content surrounding combating unhealthy behavior, like an increase, right? Has been an increase in trying to raise awareness of unhealthy behaviors as opposed to not at all, because these things were non-existent. The whole idea of doom scrolling, brain rot, is like the last 2 years, in my opinion. It has become, it's like increasing very rapidly, much like most internets. Once it catch on, it takes off. So I'm kind of curious when the inflection point is going to be. I think each one of the major platform corporations are playing a chicken game right now with each other. And I actually think, in my opinion, the founder's effect is going to be so powerful when that inflection point is hit, right? The moment one of the major platforms decide, we're taking a stance now, this is good PR, bam, it's going to send a cascade of every other platform trying to mirror it, right? So whenever that is, maybe we'll do a little fun, like, imaginary bet now, right here. I think it's going to be within the next 3 years. I have feeling it's going to be within the next 3 years. There's going to be a major reform. One of the tech giants is going to take the lead and say, yeah, we're going to cash out on this wildly built up tension regarding unregulated access that can potentially be linked to unhealthy behavior. It's not that far off, at least in my opinion. The Good Hearts Law. I was not aware of that. There's a name for it? Good Hearts. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't even realize there was a name for it. Good Hertz law is the idea that a measure becomes less effective when it's used as a target. Ah, yeah. Very quaint. It's slightly similar to the strong man creates good times create weak men. Yeah. Anyways, let me wrap it up by doing my review session, and then we're gonna go to HanziHero. What turned into a 30-minute thing. You have you guys have like this weird impeccable timing right now. Like it starts with Gecko, then Morrow like pops in somewhere in between, and then you show up, Procol, and it just lines up. Now I'm half expecting someone else to show up. I'm secretly trying to like make a short session so I can like move my schedule 2 hours earlier. This is like the doom scrolling equivalent of streaming. People you want to see and talk to just shows up in a staggered form, so you're just like, all right, what's another hour? It's fine. What's another 2 hours? Nah, it's fine. Let's just entertain this idea. Meanwhile, it's 5 a.m. and then you're like seeing the sunrise and I'm barely seeing the sunrise. I'm glad to hear you're in good health, and you're I feel like Procol, I was just talking about I was sharing what you were sharing with me yesterday with Gecko. That was the start of the day. I'm glad to hear that you're back home and in comfort. And it seems like your enthusiasm for thought-provoking and life reflections did not escape you from the more recent events. It's nice to hear when someone is behaving very consistently after a not so fortunate event, right? I think that's very nice. Like if you're able to reflect and then suddenly resume what you typically do, that's kind of a really reassuring thing. At least not professional. This is not as professional advice, of course, but to me it sounds very reassuring, as opposed to like dropping everything you do and a dwelling and whatnot. That can be a time when someone requires a support system. All right, let's go over our mnemonics. Tomorrow or the day after is going to be level up day, so it's going to be a big day the following day. I still have to find time to start playing Like a Dragon 8. All right, let's see. Man, measurement, origin, hole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, red, ear, insect, flowers, sea, red, R, shellfish, foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, or pie, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horns, spikes. Play a game of Battlegrounds. Solid. Okay, and I think we're just gonna do the reads now. I think we're pretty good with these now. Okay, so yen, ana, se, Wait, is this? This is Kun, right? Yes. I think I might have wrote own before. Okay. Shu. Ta. Shu. Ta. Sha. Go. And ko. Go. Go. O. E. Da. Ori. Mo. Ara. De. De. Oh, there aren't any other things. Wow. Okay. De. Q. Which one did they use for this? Sen? Right, sen. Oh, darn you. Me. Nen. So. Hi. Yaku. Ake. Ito. Ito. Mimi. Mushi. Mura. Dan. Chou. Hana. Mi. Kai. Aka. Soku. Sha. Fu. Bu. Shi. Don't do the other one. Ho. Seki. Okay. And then we'll try to do something different for the vocabulary when we level up. Yeah, either tomorrow or the day after. And then we have two things. So whatever we're doing right now, it's okay. Kakigori. Kakigori. Right, kakigori. I should listen to myself sometimes when I'm saying kakigori and typing what I hear, you know? It's a little disappointing. So I missed a rendaku. How'd I mess up the other one? Oh, I misread on Scott. Right, Scott. Scott. Okay. And that's it. Pretty good. Squeeze in a little, like, an hour and a half-ish to 2 hours of digression. Yeah, stay healthy, people. Moderate. Typing out how it sounds when you say it. Yeah. I said, so I usually say these things out loud, but now I say them in my head. So this is kakigori. But rendaku, when you're typing this, if you're reading this character here, is kori. Oh, so, oh, I realize this might not be helpful. But kakikori. So this is ko. However, in this word is go. Because it changes for reading. Rendaku changes for reading. So when I said kakigori in my head, the reason why I got this incorrect is I typed out kakikori, even though what I said in my head is gori, but I typed out kori. So what I'm saying in my head, was not what I typed out, unfortunately. And that kind of happens with rendaku sometimes. It's also like saying, what's the difference between kori and kori? So if you don't say it, sometimes you are more likely to get these two confused as often. It's one of those holding things. Most things happen like that. Like the difference between thanks versus thanks. So saying them out loud sometimes helps with getting the correct writing, yeah, or pronunciation, yeah. And in this case, this is important. In English, it's not. English is largely non-functional. Largely non-functional. Yeah, so because in English, it would sound like emphasis. Emphasis, the stress accent of English is agnostic to the length of something. But in Japanese, it can mean a gigantic difference. Like kori, I don't even know what kori is. That's how weird. That's how the difference is. Kori and kori are. It could. Oh, here's one. Here's a good example. Biru versus biru. One's beer and one's building. So beer is biru. Biru is building. The difference between beer and building. Or another one would be like steiki and steaky. Steaky is like beautiful, lovely. And steaky is steak. So you could end up saying someone is lovely or someone's a steak. Is the inflection of your speech important as it is in English, like going up and the end of a yes, pitch accent, yes. So the other nuance of Japanese that people will eventually focus on is pitch accent. It does, yeah. Pitch also is functional. Not functional in the sense of English stress. So in the end of the day, changing up stress accent is to provide emphasis, basically, right? Like the functionality is usually emphasis in any way. And it's kind of like mere willy-nilly. It's not disciplined. In Japanese, it's disciplined. So pitch and length are disciplined. And they're literally written. The length is literally written into the language. English is not. Like the difference between a I'm trying to give an English analogy. Let me see. That's bad. That's bad. Right? But they're still related. It's emphasis. The difference is emphasis. You know, emphasized. As opposed to bad is a different word versus bad. Like, oh man, that is bad. Versus, that's bad. And then you have like all your different stress accents. Like, that's bad? Ooh, that's bad. Oh man, is that really bad? So all those are like functionally already intuited in English. In Japanese, it's like very disciplined. It's, you have to get it right, or like it's important that you understand these differences. In English, rules are meant to be broken. And I messed this up, obviously. So that's why it's important here. So kakiko, not kakiko. Kakiko. It's almost as having a different letter here, right? So instead of you messed up and said, instead of bad, you also messed up the emphasis, and now you're saying bad, and then now it's just a different word. Yeah, I think that's a off the top of my head, that's probably the closest analogy I can get. It's a neat thing. It actually, learning Japanese has often made me a lot more disciplined with my English. Not to say this might be a weird flex. I think English, because they use stress accent, English speakers or anyone who has learned English can they can use stress. So both the volume, pitch, and speed to make English transformative. So the difference between talking at home with someone and giving a speech, right? When you're giving a speech, it requires a command of the English language that is functional. But most people don't give speeches. Most people don't stream with public speaking skills. They stream with conversational skills, and conversational skills are very in a way very flexible, like very loose. When in public speaking, if you want to sound confident, you can learn to project using English. You can, if you need to calm someone down, right? You lower your voice. You start extending your vocabulary. You can also talk very monotone with a very low range of pitch. You can also decide to very elongate and also go up and down in pitch to upset people, right? So in English, it has this flexibility, but generally speaking, right? Like how I'm pausing right now deliberately and emphasizing things. Those things are something that English speakers don't really use. They don't want to command this. It's not functional until you are required to do it. So the difference between someone who's excellent at speaking publicly is commanding stress accent. Is it as important as tones in Chinese for Japanese? I don't think so. And not for the reasons that they're not functional, but when it comes to, I guess we're referring to pitch accent, right? Or are we talking about English? I already said English, probably no, for the most part. But when it comes to pitch accent, it's I think the consequences of poor pitch accent is lessened because it's more nuanced. So I think I'm gonna echo what I'm gonna echo what Gecko said earlier, where because of its nuanced level, it can be generalized well enough to serve a function, right? So because of its nuance, how subtle it is able to still generalize without the command of pitch accent. However, it is nice to understand that nuance. So it's hard to master. Pitch accent is difficult to master at the cost of being very like ease in terms of introductory, like baseline and foundations. Chinese have a higher introduction because the stress has a very large pronounced functionality, right? However, I would say it's arguably less likely to encounter problems and match like a higher level use, right? Because since the barrier is higher, you're closer to a higher aptitude. But it's also then the mastery of Chinese is a little bit more optional than the nuance gained from Japanese. So in the end, if you're going to like really love these languages, they're going to balance out. But the initial entry is that pitch accent is more optional than Chinese tones, because tones are part of the functionality. And pitch accent is, in some cases, actually, like hana and hana are two different things. Kami and kami, right? Kami and kami are two different things. Ame and ami are two different things. So those are the only examples I have right off the top of my head, because I'm like keeping track of all the ones in which pitch accent differentiates between common words that I already know. Like ame is rain, and ame is hard candy, I think, because I always think ame is coming from the sky, so you're dropping down. Ame, and then ame is hard candy. It's just the other thing that I know that's ame so far, right? And then kami, sky is God. Kami, and then kami is hair, I think. I think that's the pitch accent for hair, and kami for paper. Paper is also, there's a slight variance between paper and hair that I can't really hear very well, so I don't use them enough, So these subtleties in context, when you say kami, it's hard to confuse the context of God with paper and hair in a sentence. So oftentimes pitch accent is very flexible. In Chinese, if you mess up the tone, it's going to be that no matter the context. You still can figure it out, but that word stays there in that context a lot of times, largely because it's very abrupt. Like, it's abrupt enough to create a stutter or a pause. And that's kind of how I equate it. Neither is harder or easier. Largely, it's more like they're different. So, but if I had to talk about the functional behavioral aspect of it, I think you'll get a lot of pause and a lot more longer brainstorming, but you'll still get the message across when an inappropriate tone is being used versus an inappropriate pitch accent. And I do not aim to have Japanese pitch accent. I pick it up as I go if I can. If I can't resolve it, then it's largely okay for me, for my purposes. And then in Chinese, it's not optional. It's generally not optional to not be able to at least do the gross tones. Ah, and ah. If you cannot command those four principal functional tones, which I don't think that's true. Anyone who speaks another language is able to distinguish the four principal tones, largely because they're really not subtle. At most tone 3 is the least one, but you can actually get away with not really executing tone 3 that much. The 3 tones, they're really different. And if you can already do it in Japanese, you can do it in Chinese, because it's almost like getting closer and closer to English. English does these gross pitch changes and stuff. And Chinese, in my opinion, is still kind of agnostic to how long something is. So Japanese is sensitive to length, right? Mora, but it's also written in, so you can't really mix that up. In Chinese, if you decide to say something a little bit longer, it's okay. Like 孩子,孩子, like you're holding something long, but as long as it's going up, and then it's shortening, you can still get child. It will sound a little weird, but it doesn't create a sudden change, a dramatic change. So length is a little less sensitive, in my opinion, in Chinese. You can get like really elongated things as long as the pitch, the tone is going in that direction. Like you can extend the tone, like ah, right? Like you can go ah, ah, like it's still going up. It's still doing the two. So if you keep all your lengths consistent a little bit, your tones are still going up in the same thing. It doesn't create like the bidu versus bidu situation, at least in my opinion. Like mama versus mama, they're still going to be mother. It's one neutral. English doesn't care about any of these technically, but they also do care about it. It's for feeling. And that's why I kind of like English when it comes to studying speech. When you often talk about Japanese, when you're watching anime and stuff, they sound a certain way and there's a certain like consistency to vocal performance, in my opinion. This is my personal opinion. In vocal performances, like serious guys sound consistently serious. So like the nice consistency about Japanese voice acting or acting in general is that when you love like a serious Japanese tone and then you hear all the other actors, it almost feels like you always love it, right? Because though their nuances of their language is a bit more restrictive than English. English can be hit and miss. Someone's serious tone can sound like someone else's joking tone. If you know what I mean. Like, there's no functional discipline in it. So when you're watching a samurai film, which is supposed to be serious, and you like that stuff, it seems like every voice actor is pretty cool in that way because it's very consistent. It's, in my opinion, it's very disciplined. So when you're seeing anime, like what does anime, schoolgirl sound like? It sounds remarkably disciplined in consistent execution. In English, it could be an obnoxious schoolgirl. It could be like, what does a bouncy schoolgirl sound like? Well, you have multiple versions of them because the language doesn't necessarily dictate how you stress properly consistently. There's no stress consistency to creating a particular feel. And then it varies so dramatically between how people interpret that, right? So that's, in my opinion, a way to illustrate how loose it. In Chinese, it's a bit looser. It's slightly more looser in terms of when someone's trying to emphasize something. When they emphasize something, it can be lengthier because length is mobile. Japanese length is not that mobile and volume is mobile. So now hear me out. In Japanese, one of the things that is more mobile in Japanese is volume. They don't account for volume. So when you're thinking about like, how does Japanese get more powerful? They get louder. They like scream, like cue your anime character that has a shouting match with another person. Or you get really quiet, right? Like a quiet character. A quiet character just speaks very softly. Or then you have like volume articulation, because in my opinion, there's more flexibility in volume. Now you're thinking those are the properties of English. What is being more flexible is often more flexible and artistic for interpretation in the language that is restrictive. So in Chinese, you can get like like you get like really elongated and short spoken things because it's very flexible. It doesn't really affect as much the meaning. And then in Japanese, when I think about like really boastful and personalities that stick out, it's usually volume dependent. someone who's very loud versus someone who's very quiet, because the other parts of the language is functional. So you can't get too far away, or else they're going to mess up with the meaning, right? It's going to make it sound awkward, unless you're deliberately trying to do that, of course. And in English, all of those things are flexible. So when you're listening to a dub in English, it can be way off the mark. Like, someone could be stressing in a different way. They can sound too loud most of the time, or they can sound too fast. They can sound too like pitchy. All their English is too pitchy. So it's crazy. And that's kind of how I feel like when you think about the impact also of the meaning. English has a lot of inconsistencies, but it's not a cause or an effect. The inconsistencies of stress accent and the use of stress accent reflects the users. There are so many people who use English with their discipline of their parental language. So if you're a Japanese speaker, that English sounds Japanese, and it's still intelligible in Japanese. So when a Japanese English speaker is sad and happy, they actually sound as though they're speaking Japanese. You can pick up the emotions, the reliance of a Japanese English speaker's performance based on how you understand their language. Their volume tends to go up and down, in my opinion. Not that I've data mined. This is anecdotal. I'm trying to like kind of make sense of what my understanding of this language is. When you hear a Japanese person try to speak English, when they're trying to elicit like different types of emphasis, the English probably gets louder and quieter. It doesn't necessarily get more stressed, like more accented, or the pitch goes up and down. It gets pitchier. It just gets louder and quieter. It doesn't get faster or shorter very often. So when you're playing lots of video games, right, and you're hearing like different languages and different backgrounds, you can pick up these little things, and learning those languages make you like appreciate it more. Where, oh, okay, so if I were to act, right, if I were to use English and I would act, I would rely a lot more on tonal stressing, tonal stretching and length. A lot of times I don't usually use volume too much. Like, I don't get substantially louder and substantially quieter more often than I change my pitch and my length of my words. So not that you can't command all of these. I think through a lot of practice and use of speaking in English in public spaces and different people, I think, in my opinion, not for better or for worse, if this is for better or for worse, English requires a lot of feeling and dexterity, largely because the properties of length, volume, and pitch is much more flexible than Chinese. And then Chinese is still a little bit more flexible than Japanese. And it comes with its pros and cons. Japanese language performances, like voice acting and the appeal of anime, like when you hear Japanese, it's so nicely consistent. So if you like Japanese voice acting and like acting in general, when it comes to the language itself, not like the body language, we're not talking about like body language and facial expressions and stuff, just specifically listening to the language, it's so consistently satisfying if you already find Japanese satisfying. In Chinese, it's slightly more of a hit or miss, and it's often dealing with elongation and volume, because elongation and volume rarely has an impact on their things. So they would either be loud or slightly slurry or not slurry, and that can create hit or miss. And then in English, it's everything. Like, generally speaking, everything is just out the window. So the chances of you consistently liking English stuff, it's a consequence of how many people use English, right? Like, you can hate the way German's sound in English because it has German properties, like German like English. And then you might like how a Japanese... I don't really like inherently I'm very sensitive to loud volume changes. So whenever I hear a Chinese person speak American English and they're trying to emphasize things, it gets louder. Like it gets louder and longer. So the sound gets like harsher, like it blows out my ears and it gets louder. So whenever my parents speak and they try to like argue or something and whatnot, the volume increases and the length of their syllables get louder, like louder and longer. And that's the only usually like that's the major principle of the changes. So it gets a little harsh on my ears. So that's how I narrow down why when people argue in Chinese, it always sounds like it's louder. You don't necessarily have to get louder in English. You can do other ways to emphasize things without potentially ruining the meaning. Not that people don't associate getting louder for being angry and whatnot. It's still kind of universal, right? There are things largely that someone can get really angry when they get quieter in English, right? Like I wouldn't say, oh, okay, yeah, I see. So that's how it is. Versus, I don't know how to do a Japanese accent. Like, shine, you know, like you're just getting louder as you're going, but you're not trying to alter too much of your mora. That's my only impression of like a Japanese like a person running like die or something, you know, like that's what they yell. So you can hear the accent of the volume going up, but you're trying not to affect too much of everything else, or else you're going to get a different word. Yeah, do your parents have to go to language for talking with each other in specific scenarios? Wait, each other in specific scenarios. My parents don't speak English at all most of the time. They might say yes or no sometimes. I usually go and help them interpret. So a lot of times that they don't need to worry about juggling languages, if that's what you're asking. In any specific scenario, it's all scenarios. It's nondescript. Anytime English is or another language is involved. And Fujonese is close enough to Mandarin in these characteristics that they're comfortable in doing that. Yeah, I had a teacher in your school that everyone knew when they went quiet, it was time to stop messing about. Yeah, exactly. And hear me out. When you guys watch like Japanese content, if you guys watch Japanese content, Chinese content, when you're learning a new language, if you're ever interested in learning a new language, I would love to hear what you observe consistently when it comes to like spoken language. I personally love hearing language like it's music. So when I'm listening to sounds, I like to think about the sounds people make, like what I'm saying right now, in the properties of music. Like, is the pitch higher? Is the volume going up? Is it speeding up? And oftentimes, that's how I picture languages I don't understand. So for the longest time, I listened to a lot of Japanese, Mandarin, and Cantonese, and whenever I can't comprehend the meaning anymore, I hear more of the pitches, the inflections, and the volume and stuff, because it sounds like music. I'm trying to capture the emotions from it. So after many of these years, that's kind of what I came to normalize. Like, how do you start sounding like an angry Japanese person? You raise your volume. You raise your volume. like in a very sharp way. And then how do you get like a more ditzy look? You raise your volume, but you're like slightly raising it. You're pulsating the volume up and down. And then how do you get really quiet? You know, when you try and be shy, you're dampening your volume constantly. And if you're like really startled and stuff, you would dampen and go up, dampen, neutral, dampen, and neutral. But you don't necessarily change too much, like stretch out too much of your things, like stretch out and or get too pitchy. Because if you get too pitchy, it's gonna sound really weird. Like Japanese sounds really weird when you're pitchy, when you're trying to do like the whole pitchy shake thing dramatically. But in English, you can sound like a goofball. Like there's just so many variances. And that to me is the best way to explain, in my opinion. It's not just that Japanese sounds so consistent and always good or bad to an English speaker, right? Like inherently, if you're into anime and manga, you will think Japanese sound consistent because it's a volume change most of the time. So if you like that already, it is very, very consistent. Japanese language is incredibly rigid, disciplined, like their culture. It's really disciplined. So when you like the thing, you're going to really like it consistently. English is not disciplined. It is all over the place. So many people have their own interpretations of what English should sound like when they're trying to be angry, mad, sarcastic. Like the internet is a circus in a really wholesome way. I actually like that idea. I actually like that characteristic of English, but it's a hit or miss for most people because people have strong preferences, right? Maybe these live streams will be the catalyst for you to learning Japanese or Chinese. I do want to be able to interact with your studying content rather than just distracting. That's perfectly fine. Do you know another language, Procol? I don't remember. I know you're from somewhere else, right? Spanish? Eventually I'll start Spanish. Okay. Keep that in mind. I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to end this segment, right? Thanks for hanging out. I hope any of this is interesting. I talk about Chinese and Japanese and English as much as I can because that's how I stay interested in the language. You're from England. You can speak a little German and French. Okay. I have no experience with German and French, unfortunately, except like Auf Wiedersehen and Guten Tag and like I don't know, what is it? Au revoir and like s'il vous plaît. You're like your introduction to German and French for like 1 month in high school. That's about all I got. Anyways, I'll be back. Oui, yes, oui, baguette. Sorry to all the French speakers out there. Maybe Gecko can teach me some French. When Gecko is multilingual. So, anyways. Hopefully this was interesting. I know most of this, take a grain of salt. It's not accurate. It's my perception as I'm learning more Japanese and Chinese. I'm trying to learn Japanese and Chinese more to explain some of the things that I've noticed when I was growing up. Like notice in acting performances. I love movie, theater, writing, video games, voice acting, right? These things often deal with language. So there are things that I've noticed that occur very often, but I have no knowledge. I do not command Japanese and Chinese enough to understand or try to put together an explainer. Now, are the explainers accurate? Probably not. I mean, I don't know a lot of Japanese and I don't know a lot of Chinese. The idea is it's fun to consider if these things are true or not. So for anyone who's listening who's like, nah, and stuff, it's like, I want to hear what your opinions are, right? Like, did you learn like this and then did it click with you or something? I personally think it's really interesting from this perspective of like stress accent, pitch, volume, that you can start to narrow down how voice performances and acting performances and emotional expression is different by the by the constraints of the language itself. All right, so thanks for hanging out for WaniKani and Japanese. That's the end of our Japanese session today. So we're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Until then, minasan, mata ne, ja ne. And I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back to my HanziHero lesson. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是我第33天 right? Oh, and I did miss a little bit here. Is inflection of the speech as important as it is in English, like going up? And yeah, that's functional. Is it as important as tones in Chinese? Yeah, we talked about that. Would tone come under pitch? Oh, that's a good question. I think tone comes under whatever is functional to a language. So if to me, I think the word tone is often used to be in a colloquial sense as a generalization of any functional things. So if the tone of Japanese, one of the things that are functional is pitch accent. then it's under tone. So in Japan, when you ask someone, they probably use the term intonation or pitch accent, largely because when I feel when people talk about tone, they're generalizing what is functional to them. So in English, watch your tone, right? In your English, it would include all the properties of stress accent. So the way you stress something, that would include volume, pitch, and length. So when you're talking about tone in English, most English speakers will probably think about those three properties. In Japanese, when you're saying tone, it's more affecting pitch accent because that's the most like nuance of tone. And then in Chinese, you're talking about tonality, the tonal part of it. And they're rarely more referring to the volume or the length. Right. So I think that's, in my opinion, the conception of when someone says with the classification of tone colloquially. Tone is the functional part of the language that is used. Now, the stuff that I was talking about at the end of HanziHero is more the artistry part, the expression part, and that can also be referred to as tone, which I don't think the average person, like colloquially, is referring to. Like, for example, they would use other words, in my opinion, like the tenor of the quality, the nature of your voice, right? Which is not necessarily functional, but it's a feeling and stuff. And that can be another use for tone. But I think it's a very manageable separation. When tone is being used by someone who is trained and very expert at something, they're referring to the nuances that aren't necessarily functional. However, when it comes to tone as the functional word, they're referring to everything that's functional about the language. So in this case, pitch would be under tone for Japanese, and tonal marker stuff would be under Chinese, and tone would include volume, speed, and length, volume, length, and stress or pitch for English. So when you ask an English speaker, does tone, like the tone of the English speaker, it would involve stress accent, right? And then in Japanese, it would involve pitch accent. And in Chinese, it would involve tonality, which coincidentally shares the same word in its root, which is tone. Anyways, does Chinese have an equivalent of filler words like apart with just how is spelled in these languages? Naga. For me, my Chinese filler word is la, na. Like it can be any, but generally la a lot of times. Actually churn is Malaysian or Chinese, Malaysian Chinese, and they have a different one. La is probably the one that I would use, like instead of yo, right? Yo at the end for a Japanese, I would use la. So actually Malaysians also possibly use la too. Like 你说过你吃辣了, right? Instead of ma or something, ma would be like a question word, but you use the ma la, right? You add something at the end, la, or something like maybe like closer to like sol desu ka or something, sol, like arai, arai, okay. I actually use okay in Fujianese because my parents adopted Fujianese. So okay in Fujianese. So okay, like okay, okay, abayo, abay, abaygo, okay. So it's just okay, or lots of filler words that may have equivalents, in my opinion. Chinese and Japanese have equivalent. Okay. I wonder if native Chinese or Japanese speakers have common trouble with equivalent words that sound very similar to English. They, in my opinion, they use them as equivalents. in my from my personal experience, they use them as equivalents. So like for example, my parents say, "你 busy ma," right? "你 busy ma." Basically, "你 you are you busy?" That's it. That's all it says. "你 busy ma." Now, if my parents say that, you can probably already understand that the root word is busy. So they're probably asking you if you're busy. So 你 busy ma. I don't know how, if Chinese, like a strictly a Chinese speaker, incorporates others, but in my opinion, when you become multilingual, personally, I think there are other people who are very good at separating the language. For me, being raised in a multilingual environment, the words that are equivalent, they are interchangeable. Largely, when you're expressing something, if it sounds close enough, it still can be interpreted close enough. So, like, if there's a word that kind of sounds like a Japanese word, you kind of think of both of them at the same time. And it's whichever one is less resistant. So when I speak Fujianese or when I pronounce Mandarin words, sometimes they can sound Fujianese because they're close. Like Xiangyin is both Japanese, both Fujianese and Chinese. But it might not sound like Mandarin. If someone who's only speaking Mandarin, it might sound like I'm saying it incorrectly, but they're close enough. So Xiangyin, da, but da, I'm referring to T, so it could create confusion in terms of like the meaning, possibly, but the sound itself is going to be equivalent in terms of speaking. So, see you tomorrow. That is see you tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. This is a fun joke that I say a lot of times. See you tomorrow sounds like we ran out of soy sauce in Fujianese. That's like a long story short situation. Back in the day, my parents used to run Chinese restaurants, and most of the staff are immigrants, right? So they would speak Fujianese for the most part, and they learned that Americans in English tend to say "see you tomorrow" if they're planning on coming back, but oftentimes that can sound like we ran out of soy sauce. And if you're running a restaurant, then they would think that the customer is asking for soy sauce because they ran out of soy sauce. So I wonder if native Chinese speakers have common. Okay, would pitch accent be equivalent for you to consider someone fluent in Japanese? That is a necessary part, apparently. To a lot of people, they like, to the hardcores, I suppose. In order to be fluent, you would also have command of pitch accent. Yeah, probably. You know, like English sarcasm can appear blunt and maybe disrespectful to Americans. If it's to English people, it's clear it's said in a jokingly way. Yeah. I'm guessing that consistency can make it easier to learn. Oh yeah, I think Japanese is an elegant language in which consistency really plays a strong part. English, embracing inconsistency is probably a thing that must be acquired, in my opinion. Like, there is consistency in English, but the expectation is knowing that you're going to be relying on the inconsistent nature of English. Like, someone's going to inherently sound very different than another person, more consistently inconsistent than Japanese, in my opinion. Do your parents have to go? Okay, we got that. Yeah, I had a teacher. Okay, maybe these. Okay, you know, a few Gaelic words. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, your mom is Irish. I see. On Duolingo, the options are from 5 minutes to up to 20 minutes a day, that being the intense option, but that doesn't seem like much to do. Maybe it's more focused on what's doable. It's not much to do. Duolingo has a very, very low threshold. So the whole idea is you're supposed to be using Duolingo for years, like many years. So 20 minutes. 20 minutes is for a person who's casually doing it. It's probably 3 lessons a day, and if it's 3 lessons a day, that would be approximately 6. So a week a unit. Which is about equivalent to what WaniKani is doing, actually. A week a unit. But that's a week is a very long time to spread across that without further repetition. Yeah. Sushi desu means it's sushi, but I can only see 3 syllables in that. Sushi, oh, you mean like because it sounds like desu, like des sounds like 1. Yeah, there that's a little idiosyncrasy about Japanese. Yeah. Sushi desu. I'm going through the first lesson of Japanese. Oh, okay. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna start. I have to go over my errors, my mistakes from yesterday. I made a lot of mistakes. Okay. So and then yeah, we'll include 2 days ago too. So we have crossbeam. How did I screw this up? Oh, no need. Can I stick with no need? I did not write no need. I said no use. Like not useful. And then how did I do this one? Oh, Mao. Instead of meow, I wrote meow. Mao. Mao. Tarin. I guess it was other people. They didn't like others for this. Oh no, wait. They didn't like other people. They wanted others for this. You'll say each character represents a syllable, and yeah, looks like 4 characters, but sushi desu is pronounced as sushi desu, which is 3. Well, it's sushi desu. So sushi desu. But the thing about su is it's shortened. Oftentimes it can be shortened in places. And that actually deals with a bit of accenting as well. So you can technically say sushi desu, but it often gets shortened into desu. That's more of a wanna. Or it's. It's is a good one. Actually, it's actually kind of relevant too. It's, as opposed to saying it is. So, desu, it is. Yes, it's. So, a lot of times, the accent that they decided to generate their synthetic voice on, does this thing that is very, I'm gonna say like the standard Kanto accent. For example, you're gonna encounter this a little bit later too, like maybe like ak san, right? It's gonna sound like 1 syllable, and these might actually sound like 2 syllables. So taksan. So it's taku-sa-un. Taku-sa-un. But when you read it, it sounds like taksan. So it kind of sounds like 2 syllables. And this means a lot. I think it's going to be one of the first adverbials that shows up, a lot of something. So you kind of get used to it, but there are 4 syllables here. So you're going to see 4 characters. You're going to see a ta, ku, sa, un. It's something you kind of get used to. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean though. There are U's get shortened a lot of times. And then anything with the which is the N, is gonna get, it's gonna kind of like blend in. However, for most, at least in my opinion, if you accent those things, it helps you remember them. It's kind of, oh, I have an English example. I do this all the time. Vegetables. I say vegetables in my head because vegetables, vegetables, like vegetables, right? Vegetables. If you say it a bunch of times, this is kind of like shortened quite a bit. So you might forget that there's an E there. Vegetables. Vegetables. Yeah, vegetables. Instead of vegetables. Or what is another one? I think there's a classic one that English learners use all the time. They have to say it. Oh, Wednesday. Wednesday. For example. Wednesday. At least I heard from English learners that they have to emphasize the ness because there is a syllable here, but it's kind of lost. So it's Wednesday, like sun, Wednesday. So it's like, is this 2 syllables or is this 3 syllable? I have no idea. Honestly, I really don't know. Does Wednesday have 2 syllables or 3 syllables? I don't know how to count syllables when it comes to English. You know? Like, well, let's ask Google. Does Wednesday have no. How many syllables does Wednesday have? Wednesday has 2 syllables. That's what it says. And guess what? One of the common questions is, does Wednesday have 2 or 3 syllables? Yes. Yeah. Sorry. All right. No, we're gonna refocus now. 一在 一在. How did I screw this up? Oh, repeatedly. I screwed up the definition, the translation. I screwed up bang. I screwed up the tone. 再见. No, 再相. Oh, I did it again. That's the error that I made. 再相 再相. I said 再见 again. By jerk reflex. 外来. 外来 was external. Messed up the translation. 早上. Oh, I don't want to talk about this. I like played myself with 早上yesterday. They want it behind. Or I went with after. Oh. But I typed afterwards, which is unacceptable. This was clock. And the memory clue is 420. Right, which leads to this, which is now. Proto is trying to find out what time is it now. It's 420. Waka waka waka. 在家. I messed up 家. This was a typo though, so that's not a big deal. 一同 definition. 一同 together. And 能手 I messed up the definition. Expert. 能手 Liang. Liang, I messed up the tone. Liang. Wait. Yeah, it's 3, right? That's why I messed it up. Yeah. What does waka 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 mean? Oh, Muppets? Muppets? It's actually an English thing, but Muppets? What was his name? Fozzie? I think Fozzie was his name. Fozzie? Fozzie the bear? Waka waka waka. When he makes a joke. It's kind of like my version of Womp Womp for the Gen Alpha or Gen Z crew. I say waka waka waka. Or what was the other one? Chuckle, aha, aha, chuckle, hint hint, nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. Yeah, hint hint, nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. That's kind of like waka waka. Not to be confused with the waka waka from like Pac-Man, which that's a different waka waka. That's the Pac-Man noise, waka waka. But this is it's either Fuzzy or Fozzie. I forgot his. Is it Fozzie the bear? No, it's Fozzie the bear. Oh my gosh, it's oh. Fozzie the bear. Yes, English sucks. I'm kidding. So it's a Muppet. Not that type of Muppet. I just realized Procol is British. So no, not that type of Muppet. The Muppet shows. Whenever Fozzie makes a joke, it's kind of like a groaner. Like Fozzie the bear is like a oi, what'd you call me? Yeah. So Fuzzy the bear is a Muppet, and he makes jokes, and then he's like cringe jokes. He's like the I almost say Fuzzy the bear was the original Gen Alpha Joker. So he makes like cringe jokes, and they're not like really that funny. They're all fruitless. Like they're cringy. They're like grown worthy, like your dad joke stuff that's now kind of trendy. And he says waka 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 at the end of all of it, like, hey, did you guys know what age range is Gen Alpha and Gen Z? Gen Alpha is now 13. They will be 13 this year, and then Gen Z, you add another 13. That's not exactly it, but for me, I typically think of age. So every 13 years, I typically use that plus or minus 5 years, right? Plus or minus 5, because you're thinking about 18 when they become adulthood. So it's like between this 13 and 18. So the Gen Alphas, Gen Alpha, whenever, in my opinion, whenever a new generation shows up, is when they're old enough to be part of like social media and stuff nowadays. At least in my opinion, that's functionally what I'm saying. I don't know how other people organize things, but the earliest point, in my opinion, is 13 years old. That's when a generation can interact, like legally speaking, with a larger society, right? So it's between 13 and 18 for Gen Alpha, and I think most of them, this is the earliest point now for Gen Alpha, I think most of them are 13 this year, in that range by coincidence. And then, Gen Zs are in mid-20s, and I'm millennial, so I'm in my 30s. You add another 13, right? I'm 37. I'm going to be 38 this year, right? So I'm a millennial, right? And you add another 13, I think that's what's before the millennials, like boomers. Not boomers, sorry. Gen X or something. Gen Y? Gen X? I don't remember what the designation is. I think it's Gen X. Gen X, because Y ended up being called millennials, and then they went back to Gen X, so X, Y, then Gen Z, and then they ran out of alphabet, so they're starting from the beginning again and called Gen Alpha. I think that's how they work. Don't quote me on that. It makes sense, but I don't know that's the reason. But yeah, Gen Zs are around their mid-20s now, and Gen Alpha is reaching adolescence. So most of them are adolescents now. Hence the new generation name, at least in my opinion. Functionally, a new generation is when the next generation reaches adulthood, or like adolescence and going into adulthood now. And then the current Gen Z, is in the middle of young adulthood, and then the adults are two generations back. So I'm the millennial period. So all of us are between, most of us are older than 30 years old at this point. I wonder if a joke like "why did a chicken cross the road to get to the other side" is considered really humorous by anyone. Do you consider 18 as being an adult? I use the phrase young adult most of the time. For adults nowadays, when I classify or try to categorize adult, I characterize by their behavioral pattern, like their statistical behavioral pattern. And obviously there's outliers, but in general cases, the way my millennial brain is normalizing, the current generation, when they reach adulthood, it's around mid-20s. Mid-20s is when they reach the intellectual maturity, average intellectual maturity of the millennials version of adulthood. In the millennial period, it was 18, it was like 21. Now it's shifted a little. It's like 25, 26, largely due to like societal changes. Now in the future, to a Gen Z looking at a Gen Alpha, they might disagree, right? Because their aspect of adult life is different. For me, the perception is that most millennials were reaching near adulthood by the mid-20s, and they were young adults by 18. So the moment you reach 18, you're a young adult. You have certain responsibilities, but not all of them. And by the time you reach 21, you're considered adulthood in the United States, I guess, for millennials, but not for what Gen Zs think and Gen Alphas think in statistics, like behavioral manner. Responsibilities are not invoked too much on Gen Zs now because there's a delay in like finances, right? There's so many things that are delaying certain responsibilities, in my opinion, that requires particular development of behavioral development before an adulthood is achieved, like living alone, starting a family, or like considering those, like deciding not to start a family, or deciding, like making these decisions. Are those still hallmarks? But those hallmarks have shifted, so age is no longer like adequate. I would say in the United States, and also it varies in cultures, right? In the United States, I think the average median age of making that decision about starting a family has shifted. When you're 18, you're starting to consider that already during my generation. And then by 21, there's a really strong decision making for that, right? And we also have to take into account the average longevity of people are extended. So then most of the things are elevated and like extended even further. There's more granularity that way. If people start to live longer, then the average relative perception of adulthood is going to change too, because people are living longer. So in this case, you could argue back then when longevity was very short, adulthood was like 13. It was 13 years old, right? When you become 13, especially a male, right? Because back in then, a lot of societies are patriarchal. Adulthood is like 13 years old, right? And we had to keep in mind, like, for a perspective check, in the United States, for example, the Constitution was made by a large majority of people who are under the age of 30, right? And nowadays, like, the representatives, the large majority of people are over the age of 50 or 60 in the United States. So yeah, adulthood. I mean, I'm not a historian. I'm not a professional historian, but enough. I know enough juxtaposition to understand that I kind of adapt the definition of adulthood as a way to and Gen Alpha as a way to a little bit more dynamically, because putting them in a box is going to get you into trouble a lot of times. So whoever I'm talking to, if they belong to a similar generation and a cultural background that I'm aware of, I would use the terms that are most relatable to whatever they're using, or to the best of my ability. And in this case, when I'm saying Gen Alpha and Gen Z, it's probably around what you might consider Gen Alphas and Gen Zs. Yeah, I guess classifying is hard as there's not a set. Yeah, and okay, so like when your brain stops developing, which is around 25, I think. I think that's a pretty general, interesting, conventional wisdom. I wonder what age would be considered an adult by your definition. Using it on people, say, 100 years ago. Like, yeah, oh, and I answered that, sorry. I was gonna say, like, it's probably like 13, or whenever the responsibility is, right? Because you have to take into consideration there are actions and stuff that don't happen until you live a certain long. You think the main purpose of categorization age-related terms like child and adult is for expectation of independency? I think so. I think that's a very reasonable purpose for the categorization of segregating between child and adult. It's the degree of dependency. So when you get to child, then you get to adolescence, then you get to young adult, and then adulthood. Then those, in my opinion, the reason why you stop at adult and then like not differentiate is, I think some of the most consistent behavioral things, whether if science, brain development and all that, like, yeah, they're trying to disentangle that neurobiology and whatnot, but some of the most consistent studies, like consistent behavioral patterns, often deal with the early stages of humanity. The granularity of post-adulthood is wild. It's way too spurious. However, when it comes to like a child reaching adolescence, which adolescence then leads to young adulthood, at least in that scape, not even close to adulthood, it's very reproducible. Whether we understand the intricacies of like brain chemistry, physiology and stuff, it's very reproducible. It's largely why it's one of the consequences of why a lot of like learning methods, like language learning and stuff, is still derived from the understanding of how children learn as they age, as opposed to trying to find the crazy mess that is a post-adulthood learning. So the sky's the limit when it comes to teaching language, for example, a second language to a post-adulthood, like past the window of 18 years old, right? All of this stuff, these ages might sound like coincidence, but it's more backed by repeated observations. So why 18? Why 21? And then why did like government, like policies and stuff derive around 21 and 18? It captures the most consistent developmental process and consistency. And this is from a novice psychologist. Like I only had, what I mean like that is I'm not a psychologist, I'm a psychology interest person, and I have some educational background in psychology. One of the hallmarks are this, and it tends to stay the test of time with a little bit of wiggle room for environmental stuff. So I've been stretching adulthood a little bit further down because you can actually delay some of these behavioral things a lot of the main purpose of categorizing age is related to the skills that would come up inevitably, inevitable skills. And once post-adulthood is achieved, the sky's the limit. Like the end, once post-adulthood, there's so many actions and choices that are so spurious. So spurious, it's hard to categorize right now. I'm sure maybe another 100 to 200 years with hyper optimization and all that stuff, that there's a pattern, machine aided learning that seeks to patternize post adulthood. But I typically focus on the young adult phase. So the transition, the final phase, quote unquote, transitioning between, okay, now you're adult, I can't possibly consistently be able to address adult problems. However, young adults have this transition that needs to happen, and oftentimes it deals with sustainability, habit formation, and intellectual exploration, right? And then like self-love, consistency, like mood, sleep, and whatnot. So those things, in my opinion, are what establishes adulthood to me personally. And that's actually kind of what is my favorite part of psychology. So when you're asking what's my favorite part of psychology, it's this: the application of using psychology in a way that helps you raise awareness of all the different components or properties of your behavior, sufficient enough to spend a lifetime of exploring and managing behavior and whatnot. And this is more like applied or behavioral psychology, which is kind of a smaller subset of overall psychology. There are other parts of psychology that I don't really focus on. So behavioral psychology is probably neural, bio, behavioral psychology related things. How like does a person develop habit formation, right? Like how do you reinforce habits? How do you carb addiction? How do you moderate and use functional contrast in order to elevate, encourage, or discourage someone's behavior? And how to self-administer that, or how to self-apply that? How can you get someone to encourage themselves to reach a goal that is so far off, right? And it comes at an intersection of philosophy and understanding, tangential understanding of sociology and anthropology, right? Like you have to kind of also need that information from those things, and maybe some population statistics, which are two separate fields. Sometimes statistics are separated into human statistics, like psychology statistics, and then theoretical statistics, like things like physics and other fields that require a lot more, less interpretation, but a lot more nuance in like calculations. Anyways, I took like a course on psychological statistics, so the permutations of mathematical theories that are used to apply for an application of behavioral psychology. So how to analyze correlation in the sense of, in this context of human behavior, as opposed to focusing on like how do you parse the data of radio frequencies from a 5G tower or something like that, something that deals with more mechanical and natural science. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I know a little bit of a lot of things, but I wouldn't consider myself ever anything beyond an enthusiast at this point. So whatever I'm saying, those are my arbitrary classifications, and they are not by any means a replacement or any substitute for professional advice in any way. I like talking about these things because it keeps me healthy. This is probably one of the few things that I religiously, for lack of a better word, practice it as a way to keep myself intellectually healthy and youthful. I do not see myself as an old man that tells people this is the way it is, deal with it. I'm more like, I can't skateboard right now, but can you show me how you skateboard? Because I want to spend some of my time understanding why skateboard is so relevant to kids nowadays, right? I'm inevitably very, very curious about the developing adult. It is both elegantly consistent at times and also room for potential refinement in the future. So when I was talking about TikTok, I constantly talk about TikTok, doom scrolling, like the balance between like youth, health, and whatnot. I'm about to be a middle-aged man. And usually the adulthood process, one of the few post-adulthood milestones is having a family and like, biological milestones. And I don't have a family. So oftentimes one of the more consistent post-adulthood expectations after acquiring independence is having someone dependent on you, right? Your independence lead to the decision of picking up dependency. It's another stage in adulthood, and I don't have that. So naturally, in order to, maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy or something like that, but I find that I am very concerned and I like to dedicate most of my energy to posterity. So I'm very hyper focused about young adults, anyone younger than 25 really at this point, who is like what is causing them to do certain things, why do they think of certain things, and using that experience to make sure by the time they get to my age, they'll invest forward in next generation and then the next generation. I think that people like me are in the minority. However, it only takes a small minority to keep the spark and empathy and compassion alive in order to generate a resurgence of interest in a point that preserves the principles of one of the classical experiences, right? We want to make sure our future generations have better things, not at the expense of our own, not even arguably at the expense of the luxuries of the existing generation. So I'm more than happy to bend over backwards to make sure a kiddo would become the next leader in something, as opposed to become the next martyr of a system that chose not to adapt to the future generation. Kind of another stage near the end that is very consistent is closure, right? Closure after successful legacy building. So like when you become a grandfather, your legacy is already set. You've raised a family, you have immediate children that have children, you found closure in your legacy building, and now you get to relax and watch. You pass the reins and you are happy, right? That's kind of like closure and legacy building is kind of near the end. I'm not sure how much of these hold up anymore, but my interest in psychology really was boosted by a very impressionable adjunct professor back in undergrad. I did not pursue psychology after that. There was very few room to pursue psychology when you're going to focus on the thesis on different roles. I pursued psychology, a bit of philosophy, logical systems, and creative writing, largely because I found that it can be very efficacious to teaching and explaining difficult topics to kids, to students. I wanted to be a college professor, but the downside is I wasn't ready, and I don't think I will ever be ready for the funding and the the popularism side of the business side of the system that was there. So I was incompatible. So I didn't end up pursuing that career choice. Maybe if the world changed a wee little bit, right? The science that I grew up on visualizing was no longer the science when I finally became that. And that's how life works out, right? Life works out that way. I'm ever grateful to everyone that offered me the opportunity. But generally speaking, I could not keep up with things that I'm already terrible at now. Like, if you're wondering why I'm not like trying to raise my viewer base or my like invest in advertisements or reinvest large quantities swaths of money to compete with trends and whatnot and play by the rules of the internet and whatnot, it's because I suck at it. Or and it's not because I suck at it because I want to suck at it. Well, sort of. I'm indifferent to it, so I don't want to practice skills that these are kind of some of the few skills that I'm not actively practicing, even though I'm aware that I should practice them. For example, selling yourself, and not in a form of like an immoral stance or something, more of a pragmatic stance, right? How do you get more popular? You do popular things. There's quite a lot of logic and elegance to statistically behaving like a in psychology. The nice thing about having basic understanding of psychology or some foundation of behavioral psychology is that if there's any time where behavioral psychology is applicable nowadays is on the internet. The internet has been so optimized that even business practice and dopamine approaches are consistently iterated on. Back in the day, when you had to figure out what entertained a person, it was far less homogenous and unified. And it still is heterogeneous for adults, like millennials, anyone who's a lot of people, the substantial number of people who are 40 or older or are close to the age of 40, they are hard to please because it's spurious. Business do not target older people. Adulthood is far more complex in its expectations and irregularities and preferences, right? But children nowadays, who are now also young adults, are far more built and enriched unintentionally, but for like business sake and all the things, they are far more conditioned to behave unified and consistent and predictable, right? Now that they're 25, like from a young age to now they're 25, due to the hyper optimization of objectifying the internet, those kids are far more consistent in their behavior, their temporary deficiencies, their aging, their like behaviors and responses and interactions with each other, their extent of interpersonal communications. It's becoming more predictable. And that is both scary and useful at the same time. In some way, it can inform, say, someone like me to find ways to balance that. It's much more identifiable. It's so exaggerated by the internet now. You can fine point and put a mark on the characteristics that create at-risk children and at-risk young adults versus healthy adults, right? Healthy young children and young adults, right? So that it's easier to target them, but it's also can be both neglected. It's easy to unintentionally neglect and abuse an obvious target, which with aggressive, direct, strikingly executed business strategies, but it also makes it a little bit clearer the consequences to someone who's interested in trying to elevate and encourage maturity and counteract those effects as well, right? It's both a double-edged thing. I think young adults nowadays behave incredibly consistent versus like when I was in undergrad and I have an incoming class. I'm not usually the professor, I'm the teaching assistant, but the way they come to office hours and we talk, there is some uniformity, largely because it's a classroom setting. They have expectations and stuff, but ultimately when you talk to them and look at their strategy and stuff, it's very varied, even in a formal schooling. Nowadays though, formal schooling is not even the basis anymore. And what is? It's the internet. So the way the internet is disseminating information is far more consistent than even like an entire country's schooling efforts nowadays. Like, I mean, Japan has some pretty solid, consistent school systems. So does China. But how people consume information online in a specific age setting is far more consistent than even in school. And oftentimes formal school is trying to balance those. They're trying to increase variability for intellectual exploration while at the same time creating a foundation of learning and problem solving. The internet's not doing that, in my opinion. It's so formal and so consistent because they're simplifying it even further. How do you get information? Find someone else that did it before. Is there enough information on the internet to take you from a young adult all the way to the end of your life cycle on the internet? I would argue maybe, because 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds and stuff, they talk about stuff too and they share their stuff, but I don't think it's enough, right? And even then, that would also mean a whole generation will be raised without understanding how to solve problems themselves and how to resolve conflicts of interest, how to interact with other human beings, right? Is that necessary for adulthood and independence? If you ask me, I've grown up in a place where I identify adulthood as the expectation for independence. So if you can't solve problems on your own, you can't talk to a human being and resolve conflicts of interest, that's not independence. You are dependent on the internet, and you are dependent on that everyone else you ever interact with also interacts with the same body of information and also interpret it the same way. And I would say, for the most part, that's probably true. It's probably true now. And soon, at some point, when me and everyone my age, pass away from old age, what is to say that there's going to be further generations that no longer have that capacity to problem solve, troubleshoot, formulate, and integrate your own opinions on interpretive data? Like, I don't know. That's an interesting future that I could imagine. At the same time, at the moment, there are people who are older than me by one generation. Gen X still exists. And also, I guess it's a silent generation. I forgot what the generation before, the silent one. They didn't use another name. It was like XYZ. And then before that was like, boomers are even before, even earlier. I think it's the silent generation. Oh no, wait, the silent generation is before the boomer because that was the war thing. No, I think it might have been boomer before. I don't remember the classifications. It's too far back. But the other generation before that, they still exist. So the idea is, as a collective, do you choose to impart the skills that was once characterizing adulthood for the future generation, like preserving those skills, or you just let free reign and you no longer have to acquire information and whatnot, and you automate all of these things. Obviously, understanding where my history is and where my generation in the United States are, I think there is merit and value to being able to solve problems when otherwise there is no information about it, right? And that is biased because I like science. I pursued science. The whole point, one of the biggest achievements you have to do for a PhD is to solve and tackle a question, or attempt to tackle a question that no one has the information for. You can collect the information and try to present a cogent argument. That is not the standard. It actually represents 2% of the population, the world's population, if not less than 2% of the world's population to reach this point. And students and younger people will have a graded, limited experience of this. But thanks to the internet, now I meet like 25-year-olds who their first response is go find someone that already did it. Instead of saying, well, if you don't know it, what is your educated guess? Like, can you integrate your existing knowledge into creating a educated guess? Well, oftentimes any Gen Z would say, why do you need to guess when you know the right answer? And the right answer is someone has already done it. It's like, well, when someone has already done it, it's not actually the right answer. It's a representative sample of a potential outcome, right? You have to take in population statistics. That stuff doesn't really come to mind very often. Like, and then you're like saying, okay, well, you can go to aggregate score things that calculate thousands of people's reviews. That's selection bias. There's selection bias in there. So how does selection bias fit into all of this? When people post reviews, it's a voluntary basis. And do we understand the context of the internet when providing reviews? They are polar right now. So they are very vastly bimodal, not a normal distribution. So there is very strong evidence for selective bias for aggregate scores. And yet you'd be hard pressed to have a young adult who understands the constraints and perspectives on interpreting the fidelity of the data even before interpreting. They go straight to the interpretation. And even more so, they would take the interpretation of other people's interpretation. So if you have 4 or 5 influencers that you follow, and they present you with a cogent narrative, that's an interpretation of data and their experiences. You take that and you form a new interpretation of those 5. That is even further from analyzing data. So nowadays, I think the last time I would say, maybe conservatively, I think less than 20, maybe less than 20% of young adults right now, which so 25 or younger, hasn't ever analyzed primary data sets and or formulated and interpreted data on their own independently, or made a advised decision that wasn't an interpretation of a database. Like someone else doing the interpretation, and then they are interpreting that interpretation. And that's not bad or good. It's very efficient, right? So nowadays, I can't even tell where the interpretation came from. When someone tells me, oh yeah, Duolingo is like, we'll bring it back to language learning, like, oh yeah, HanziHero doesn't work. I'm like, okay, how do you know? And they're like, well, I tried it for 3 months and I don't remember a lot of things. How do you measure that you don't know a lot of things? Like there's so much with providing interpretation and a conclusion with no elements of methodology, introduction. So the first task you do a lot of times when you're talking about a conclusion and a deduction is to know the concept and establish that you understand the concept and everything around it, the competition, all the existing methods and whatnot, maybe some semblance of a context, but that's just skipped over. And then the next part is methodology, and that's skipped over too. And then oftentimes is looking at the results. And hear me out, there's still one more step. When you look at the results, then you make an interpretation, a conclusion about the results. So the person who says this doesn't work because I don't remember a lot of things, that's an interpretation of an interpretation. There is no explainer as to what actually did you measure at all. And that encompasses 90% of those people who think they're well informed, incredibly knowledgeable, but lack so much practice in the wisdom of problem solving. And that's optional. You don't have to do that anymore, right? You don't need to do that anymore. And that's a very sobering thing about the current generation, the current mid-generation, the young adults, the working, the most youthful group. I'm no longer part of the most youthful group. I'm turning 38 in less than a month from now, and I'm going to be a middle-aged man, right? And I'm no longer like the prime like biological group anymore. So the ones that are at their peak are the ones I'm talking about, but they cannot, like most of them, in my opinion, for better or for worse, the internet has optimized them and placed a cap on their potential. There's a far less potential for emergent properties, as in they take one, they learn these things, and it suddenly creates something beyond the things that they do. So creativity as an all-time low, in my opinion, or not all-time low, but it's depreciating between the millennial generation to Gen Z. It's depreciating. The motivation to do that and the incentive to do that is also dipping. So it's convergent on that. It's corollary. There's no incentive to be more creative. You don't need to solve problems if most of the foreseeable problems seem like they're already solved, right? Your key to happiness seems like it's already solved on the internet. What does happiness look like? Buying a Lamborghini to make a video about it and then earning $1 million and then buying another Lamborghini. It seems like whatever there is on the internet is sufficient to answer all the questions. There's no joy, there's no curiosity in learning things that are unexpected anymore. Like unexpected problems, to me, is a challenge worth undertaking. Or doing something without the expectation of knowing what's going to happen at the end allows for emergent and creative problem solving. It might not lead to the best method, but it is your method. These engagements no longer exist in older adults at the moment. Like from 25 and older, as they're transitioning, there is a lack of desire in a lot of a growing body. I would say even more than 50% are no longer interested in creating and solving new problems. They are perfectly comfortable in doing all the things that they've established in the first 25 years of their life because, in my opinion, technology tells them that's all they need, right? If you love playing League of Legends when you were 13, you can play League of Legends until you die. You can play all the way until your old age. It's fine. It's gonna be here. Like, that technology has made it so that you don't need to change much after 25. And what I can tell you is then, technically, by adult standards, the generation believes they are independent by the time they are like 14 or 15, because technology has already told them that's all they need to learn to be successful in life, whatever you see on the internet. So it's confined by that person's interest. What do you need to do as a job? The thing you fell in love with at the age of 13. Do you like Minecraft at 13? Okay, well, you're just going to use Minecraft until you're 70. You're never going to change your mind ever again, because the technology reinforced that Minecraft is everything. Roblox is everything. So, is that true? I don't personally believe that's true. Maybe technology can truly compensate for that. For myself, that involves eating, sleeping. Maybe technology will remove that too. You have something that feeds you. Make sure you go to bed. I don't know. But it is crazy how dependent younger people are. And that worries me all the time. And I like the idea of raising a child of my own. The idea, though, that my hypothetical child may instantly, almost incredibly get hyper-focused onto something, and they would not desire anything else because the internet convinced them so, is wild. I think the one that I would highlight are, there are certain specific web programs online that are so efficient at this that the child stops developing speech. Like, let's bring it back to like language learning. There are programs that are so effective at taking a child's attention that during the age of 4 through 7, the children stop developing speech. Like, it's crazy. Now, the silver lining is there's a stop to that, and also those children can immediately develop speech when weaned off of the content. So it's not permanent. But man, I thought about this old psychology thing. It was a case study. It's a very unfortunate setting, but the case of Genie in psychology, where this child was kept, this is neglect and abuse, but it's a case study on how it affects. Genie was trapped and locked in the basement for like her adolescent phase, like most of her life. And then eventually people arrest the negligent parent and try to rehabilitate Genie's ability. She had permanent inability to like catch up with speech development anymore, right? Because we're talking about language learning. You often see like, how do we know that there's a prime window, like a very strong window for speech development and language comprehension in children, in adults, like soon to be adults, right? And it's usually confined to a specific age, like 18 and younger. The younger the better, like much younger. It is these unfortunate case studies, but it revealed, like, it's unfortunate that this happened, but it did reveal a lot of things early on about speech development. And now we have something that is not illegal, right? It's not illegal. It's not unethical yet. Not illegal and not unethical yet. It's not concerning. And it's like that. Like, you have statistically, this is a published study, by the way. It's a published study that's ongoing on how that program legitimately caused stunting in speech development because they're no longer dependent on that speech development. The program did not use any like complex speech development or any like increased stimulation for wanting to develop speech. And so the kids, a lot of those kids have delayed understanding. and delayed things. How long will it be until it's permanent? That kind of sucks. I honestly, I don't want to find out because of a worst case scenario, but it's public knowledge now. You've heard, choosing like a bit off topic but related. Assuming reconstructing the information is possible, black holes are the most efficient way for information. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know too much about astrophysics to comment on black holes. Black holes are black holes. The black part of holes is that they're a black box of mystery, right? Kind of like a little bit of the brain still. The brain is still somewhat of a black box when it comes to the field of biology. Yeah, choosing sample methods are tricky too, which is best for whatever situation. Yeah. I've heard that the idea that people doing a study should be at least interested in the topic of study to lower biases. That's an interesting thought. We won't really talk about that. It's getting, yeah, we're gonna... Did your parents place a lot of value on good habits for physical health? No. Other than eating. Like, eating well, I guess. Eating well is a good physical health. But not like, Okay. Actually, yes. The answer is yes. A good value on good habits for physical health, for maintenance of health. So I don't want to give the impression that it's different for performance. Like I'm not going to be running really well, or like even the median running stuff. It's at the sacrifice of other things, like intellectual things. Because you look good for your age, but obviously genetic plays a part. Yeah, I didn't run or do anything. Those were all of my own choice. But most of the time, when it comes to good physical health, you can also think about mental health. It is, without a doubt, a very well-known thing that the work ethic and the intellectual demand of Asian cultures are far more beyond the limits of physical health, right? Like, it's very difficult to deny that many Eastern cultures that include Japan, Korea, and China, that when you say practice good health, good habits for physical health, mental is a physical health property in my opinion, and that does not check out for there. So it's kind of a yes or no. You still have like eating well, making sure you sort of make sure you rest, but like rest hygiene is terrible in my opinion, like arguably relatively questionable. And then mental health and stuff is not good habits. There's actually a complete lack of production of that, largely because nowadays it was sufficient if you think about it from my parents' generation perspective. Now if you think about it from my perspective, my generation, it has pushed it beyond a problem. So back in the day, yeah, sure, those practices might be sufficient because mental health wasn't pushed to a limit that would impact the physical health. Nowadays, it does. The demands of the Eastern culture, especially Japan's work ethic, for example, has pushed beyond that. It's not offset by like youth and whatnot. So different periods, different problems, I suppose. So yes and no, right? I wonder if trauma can lead to early maturity and independence. That's a dangerous, that's a coin flip. Trauma can increase dependency because of a lack of maturity. So it's kind of like you're kind of playing with fire there, right? And yeah, it's quite scary. Have you heard of the terpenes? No, I have not. What are the terpenes? Like a people? Oh, wait, yes. Yes, I have. Like the family, the vlogging family. Vlogger families are, yeah, that's another big mixed bag. We won't really talk about that. That's kind of a controversial topic. But yes, I am aware. Did the programmers get into any legal problems for that? They did. They did. Let me see. I mean, you can probably look it up on your like. This is not like, I'm not saying you can look it up like as a deflection, but more like this is something, if you're interested, it deals with the Coco Melon programming. So if you're not sure about Coco Melon, is it's pretty documented nowadays. So Coco Melon. So that's the program. So if you're interested and form your own thoughts and whatnot and look into it, that's the case of Coco Melon, which I was interested in because I was curious how I saw Blue's Clues the other day, or like the other day as in a month ago, and I was thinking about like language, like Dora the Explorer and whatnot back in the day when these things were not hyper optimized. Like I watched The Muppet Show, for example. I was referring to The Muppet Show today, right? Those things are actually, they're like spin-offs of Sesame Street and stuff. Yeah. They weren't a vlogging family. They were a family where the parents essentially kept their channel. Oh, okay. But she, oh, I see. Oh, okay. They weren't a vlogging family. I see. I suppose. I mean, like, I'm not familiar. They're not the, like the family vlogging potential. Just so you know, though, that's already happening with influencer life with vlogging families. You can also get into a deep rabbit hole about that as well. Yeah. Lots of them. There's quite a lot of them actually. So any one of them can present a case study for that stuff. All right. Now I'm gonna do my. We're gonna go to my lesson. I do not believe today is gonna be an early day. So yeah, lots of concerns, right? Lots of concerns. I saw that some of the video game like father figures that I watch quite a bit, they make excellent, they talk about things in different contexts, but it also filters down to what I'm saying. I mean, I'm about their age, they're slightly older than me, but they have children, right? Both of them have children, and they are people who stream video games and play video games. They are part of the system and partake, and they answer these questions in a very more down to earth manner. I might sound a little bit more analytical and a little bit detached because I am not a father, right? I don't have children on my own, but there are some more emotional takes that reflect what I'm saying. Like oftentimes these streamers are asked about gacha games, and younger people would ask them like, what's your beef with gacha games? And then their first concern is like, okay, listen, if you become an adult, right, if you're 18 plus, they say 18 plus, I would go further and say like 23 plus, because this person happens to be American. Actually, both of them happen to be American, and the legal age of like financial independence or financial dependency is kind of around like 23 to 25. I think it's 23. It's one of those dates, one of those years. So they can still be financially dependent. Until then, right, they say, okay, so the problem about gacha games is the targeting of youth, not necessarily the gacha game itself. Like the idea of gacha and gambling can be used as a form of entertainment and all that stuff, but the consideration, the context of that is when it's targeting a susceptible group that is not, haven't had the foundations of making such decisions yet. And it's not like they can develop those decision makings when the first exposure to this decision making is so hyper optimized to predatorily lock them in. You no longer have experience inducing decision making. It's kind of like I'm gonna use a very maybe a slightly really serious take. It's like using an opioid for the first time as your basis for demonstrating the consequences of using it, right? And that is a ham over fist listed. What is another one? TikTok. Once you start, it takes a hold very quickly. So there's no like level of moderation or anything, right? There's no pushback. And yes, you can say it's not good for business, right? And they didn't intentionally made it so. They're just the thing works really well, right? So the question is, are they responsible for also making sure it doesn't target at risk things? Children do not gain the wisdom transferably. They acquire it. Wisdom is acquired through interacting with information about themselves. So like they gain information and then they use experiences to be able to gauge how that information is being used for themselves. If you target them before they can even develop that wisdom, then the wisdom is dictated by the product and not the other way around anymore. So how often do I hear a 21-year-old say, well, why can't I just like do a regular job just enough so I can constantly play the game that I wanted to play since I was 16 years old? Like, well, I would love to hope that when you turn 24, you understand, at least in my opinion, that you have more choices than working a simple job, wanting only this. There's so much more life has to offer than that, right? And you might be thinking, maybe if some of you who believe me, I can be kind of persuasive sometimes, but usually I'm not that good. I don't like pushing other people's children or other people in general, like the same way I'm not TikTok to like push certain things. But I would say it'd be difficult for me to not refrain from suggesting to the person, like, I hope your life involves more than revolving everything around the first thing you liked. The internet would tell you that's all you need, or it'll make a strong case for that's all you need by pure exposure. Just pure seeing it over and over again is probably sufficient enough to convince you the rest of your life can be happy with that. Meanwhile, there are certain biological needs that come up, and immediately they had to choose between tackling the biological need and that one thing that you're convinced. So what happens then? That's usually when I end up talking to those by happenstance. What does that lead to? Depression, loneliness, lack of support system, lack of interpersonal communication. Very brilliant people though, very brilliant kids, maybe like very fluent in Japanese, for example, very fluent in Chinese, they're English speakers. That's cool. But then the way they talk to me sounds like they won't ever make a friend through that. Like, I'm being genuinely very, very conservative. They are incredibly intelligent, but the way people talk nowadays, like kids talk nowadays, are very void of emotional intelligence. It's almost as though if you're really good at something, it compensates, or it's supposed to compensate for any other realm of skill building. And that involves a skill that I would consider is part of adulthood. Adulthood requires that you have emotional intelligence, compassion, so that you can develop relationships with another person to reach the next stage of adulthood, which is a biological need for a lot of people. Companionship, significant other, right? And that is so hard to watch. I actually witnessed this happen. Someone who is brilliant, but they chose to elevate their thing that they're interested in, that the internet keeps reinforcing, at the exchange of a potential to be great friends and close friends, if not develop a strong relationship with another person, right? That was secondary, largely because it's very hard. That's understandable. They haven't ever done it till now, right? They were isolated as a child. They didn't make a lot of friends. They don't even talk about their friends or their family or their siblings whenever I talk to them. That's crazy, in my opinion. That's so scary. That's so concerning. And the only people that they really actually talk to very often are individuals who deliberately take interest in them. So it could be someone online, like myself. Like, I'm deliberately interested, not for a reason about personality or something. I'm genuinely interested in how they're behaving and whatnot. So it might seem like I could substitute for some of their missing socialization skills, but that's not true. There's no way a stranger, in my opinion, is able to substitute for someone who is your family, your siblings, and your closest friends that you grew up with, right? That is very, very difficult to play catch up for that. But I would do it. I would totally still try, right? But usually it's in an effort to try to get them to interact with all their immediate people. They're like, okay, your father doesn't like to connect with you, but is your father present, right? Have you tried to connect with them? And usually the obvious answer is excuses. The responses typically are excuses, like, oh, we don't have anything in common. It's like, well, you can decide to find something in common. Like, I understand that you can also argue that it's the parents' position too, and they are partially responsible, but it's not like I'm going to I don't have the authority to do that, and I'm not a trained professional. So my best way to encourage young adults to develop interpersonal skills in order to become adults is to encourage them, like, hey, maybe this is a good idea to share with your friends and your family, right? Because I am a stranger online. The last thing you want on an internet-induced coma that these kids have is to trust again another person online, right? So that's kind of my thought on a lot of things. And then no more digressions. Do you think the parents or government should be the main ones to have the responsibility for looking out for the risk of exposing children, that kind of thing? Oh, I guess I kind of sort of touch upon that. Everyone. All of the above. I think disproportionately making it a competition is not... personally, I would take anything. Like, parents should try, governments should try, the children themselves should try, like, anything. I think making a competition out of things is something the internet has hard-coded into our current perspective. Like, it's a collective effort. If a parent is willing, awesome. If a government is willing, awesome. If children are willing, it's awesome. Attack it at many ends. Attack it at many directions as possible. Because at this point, I don't even think choosing what's the best way and deliberating about it is going to instigate and feed on that behavior, right? That creates a diffusion of responsibility. That's also a psychological principle, the diffusion of responsibility. If people are going around saying the main job of someone or something, then you yourself are no longer responsible for that. Like, for example, I would even argue parents, governments, friends of the parents, extended families, influencers, other parents, other children, like there are lots of other people who can also collectively be involved in this. It's the collective future of the the togetherness. So that lack of togetherness highlights the turbulence that's happening on the internet. It's a competition. Who's more at fault? Who has the better idea? Who's right and wrong? As opposed to, us versus them. Like, I think the internet has made it pretty clear that being divisive and pulling apart is overall not necessarily leading to a direction move. It's more canceling, right? I want to do this, but I want to cancel you, right? I want to do this, I want to cancel you. It's stagnating, in my opinion. It's like a stalemate, right? It's more producing a stalemate than encouraging collective process. At least a different perspective. I'm offering a different perspective. From chatting with you, it seems you found a good balance between not being pushy on recommendations while also showing the good as far as you've heard reasons for your recommendation. I hope so. Not that I don't want to do this professionally. I think it's scary. It's way too scary for me. I want to be able to at least indirectly affect those who have power to do something. And I know I sound like a hypocrite now because I'm kind of diffusing my responsibility of skills that I am not qualified to do. Right? I'm not qualified to execute policies. I'm not qualified to wield influence that can command and influence millions of youth. Those are not within my limits. So hopefully there are people out there, and I do know and believe in those people. They do exist. And it's really assuring that they do exist. It's funny you keep asking something related to what you're saying and you end up answering before you read. Yeah, I get a little carried away. It's unfortunate government involvement has become so political. This makes it harder to push towards that seem like the best, like a collective effort for the society. Yeah. Yeah, so no one main obligation. I like the idea that there's an obligation in all of us, right? A collective. There's an obligation in all of us to come up with a compromise that ensures the prosperity and the prosperity of future generations. Yeah, that sounds elegant, ideal, and naive, by the way. So I'm totally understanding if that sounds so unrealistic and it sounds like some sort of like motivational speech, because it is. The sobering thought is, no, this is probably not going to happen overnight, and it's probably going to look a lot messier than what I'm saying. Like, it's not as simple as unifying everyone's collective mindsets. That won't necessarily negotiate the complexities of politics, right? However, it's something to strive for, I suppose. Okay. Real talk. We gotta do these lessons.
星星
I know it's still us versus them, but on a larger scale, but disagreements between countries seem to unify a country a lot. It's true. In a microcosm way, right? If you can unify a country based on a larger asset, you could kind of see the silver linings, right? The silver linings. You can see that artificial unification. A crisis can unify a world. A crisis can unify a species. And even through all the dissidence and, discontent, COVID is an example, a very topic example, right? Even through all the discontent, people were moved to action, right? So maybe eventually leading to a man going to the moon. Yeah, the Cold War. Oh no. Okay. That's a good example. So yeah, I actually think when there is a shortage, like, I hope there's not too much collateral, right? I really hope there's not too much collateral. But it's going to be very sobering when another generation of kids become of age. So that's in 5 years' time. I don't actually think it's going to take more than 5 years' time. When Gen Alpha, the vast majority of Gen Alpha becomes 18 years old, and between 18 and 25, but that's 5 years away, or on average 5 years away, I think it will become very obvious, like so obvious to a point that there might be some intellectual crises involved. And I believe in humans, right? Humanity has a way of saying, yeah, we're not ready to self-implode yet, so let's get on the, right? It's already starting. I think it's happening now. I could talk about this in a podcast. I would love to talk to someone who's actually involved in like professionally. I would love to hear their approach or like what they would suggest. I only watched a lot of things vicariously, so it's like a parasocial thing. I hear the talks and meanderings of like psychologists and whatnot, and I'm no more informed, like knowledgeable about this topic through the interpretation of other experts. And I have very particular hypotheticals that I would love to engage with someone who has the collective knowledge or privileged knowledge, and they are able to professionally disclose some of that data, right? What's available on the internet doesn't necessarily represent all the privileged knowledge and experience that experts have. What's not published is unfathomably deep. You can't account for what knowledge, like there's this misconception in my opinion that whatever's on like the internet has all information, right? The internet's information is all there and whatnot. It's like, I personally think while certainly the internet has more volume in information, the pivotal information, the ones that are privileged, there's a very rational reason, probably by those who have that privileged information, to disclose or not. Have you always put a fair amount of effort into expanding your vocabulary? If so, it definitely shows. That's a particularly interesting observation. Perhaps, mayhaps. Quantity versus quality. Hear me out, Procall. I usually deliberately limit my vocabulary when I'm streaming, only when we're talking about these things. So maybe perhaps the type of topic that we talk about all the time, like between Gecko and you, prompt me to use particular vocabulary, but they technically have been there for quite some time now. Most of the time though, I restrict my vocabulary to like high school level. I've said that a couple of times whenever I'm playing video game or learning like Japanese and Chinese. Usually it's restricted to high school level, right? However, lately, since I've been bumping into lots of people who have more alternative interests, like they're intellectuals, right? I tend to do a code swap for my use of maybe a bit more exuberant and esoteric terminology in order to feel more at home in delineating like different aspects or the nuances of complex topics. Having a vast vocabulary is very useful for being accurate when expressing ideas. I agree. It removes saying, well, like this, kind of like this, kind of like big but not small, like subtle but not like subtle, like you know, and you know, that kind of thing. It removes the need for doing that. So I feel there's a time and place for such appropriate use of vocabulary. And also, you're British. I would probably scale back appropriately for other occasions. You can still, I wouldn't say necessarily that you require, it's sufficient to it's sufficient to use high school. I think it's possible. It's sufficient to use high school level English to achieve similar effect. However, I don't typically engage in that when I have already established a precedence that the person I'm speaking to is highly intellectual. Me being British makes you think I have a large or small vocabulary. You being British means that you use a lot of English regularly. And what I mean by that is, even if I may use esoteric vocabulary, one can navigate the esoteric vocabulary, as opposed to like, we're talking about language learning here. So we're talking about someone who may know English, but is also dividing their attention with another language. So the propensity, the likelihood of us being able to use English and learn within the English context is because you are British. You identified yourself as British, as opposed to like someone saying, oh yeah, I'm Indian who recently moved to Germany for 6 years and now I'm learning German. I'm like, oh, okay. How are you doing? Is it nice there? Right? That kind of thing. As opposed to, oh, I imagine that it must be a rather pleasant time in Germany, right? Like, you don't really need to. Like, or I wouldn't use words that I would typically use. And I understand what that sounds like. No, I don't feel like it's a burdensome or it's hiding a part of me. I think the whole essence of being able to command a language at different levels is incredibly impressive. And I really admire people who are able to do that. So my vocabulary in English, that was my motivation. So I know you asked, do I put a fair amount of effort into expanding my vocabulary? I do when it comes to effort, but I don't think it's necessarily effortful. I think there's a great incentive because I have been inspired by well-spoken people who can command a room of people who have no idea what they're talking about, and as well as jump into a room full of specialists. So one of the hallmarks of someone who's incredibly attuned to communication is a specialist who's like, I don't know, in the field of genetics is able to command a room in a TED Talk and command a room in a high school setting and also command a room in a in the company of their peers, right? I think it's one of the higher forms of not that other people, you can favor other things, obviously. For me, it's one of the things I admire a lot about well-spoken people. They're able to command and potentially abuse too. Like, you can think about silver tongues. People can have silver tongues, and that's usually a lot of times associated with a negative connotation, like a manipulative and a politically bent use. However, it can also inspire, teach, encourage. It can help people from suffering, like, with all its powerful applications. It can also do harm, right? It's powerful in the way that it is also harmful and helpful at the same time. You feel like you're saying, we're talking about language learning, so these distractions don't feel as bad. Yes, I am. I am. I'm like trying to throw in relevances to language learning because that's how I see language learning. Not necessarily to make it feel like these distractions feel bad, but they are relevant. I'm learning Japanese and Chinese so I can execute more uses about with language. Your father always finds a way to use words he suspects I don't know so that he can teach you definition. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't actively do that anymore. I used to. So I used to. It was kind of fun. Nowadays, though, I actually do the opposite. I find people that are very impressionable and I acquire their mannerisms. Why are you singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? That Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? It kind of sounds like. What the heck is? Sorry, Churn is typing some messages. We're behind. Yeah, that's Twinkle. Sorry. Oh wait, I don't know the second thing. Hanging in the sky and shining bright. Oh yeah, that's Twinkle Twinkle. Churn is writing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in Chinese because Xing Xing is here. The first vocabulary is star. Xing Xing. So Churn is using Twinkle Twinkle Little Star as a excuse for typing in Chinese. I don't know the rest of the words though. Most of the words I don't understand. I know I see repeating segments that reminds me of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. I basically skipped everything he typed. Sorry, Churn. I can't read that very well. I see sky, heaven, twinkling, small, yeah, lots of stars. So I imagine it was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Nope. Anyways, all right. We're done. I promise we're done now. Do I like the lullaby? I don't know. It's kind of nice. My parents. Okay, this is gonna sound really. Please, grain of salt, guys. My parents were not around. They don't do those things when I was younger, so I don't have like any attachment to lullabies. My parents loved me. They worked really hard to put food on the table. They left food in the fridge. We took care of ourselves at like 4 or 5 years old and on. We walk ourselves to the bus stop and then come back, like that type of thing. But lullabies and stuff didn't happen. No like really childhood related things happen. We were fed. We were told to do our chores. We worked in a restaurant. It was a very characteristic, maybe somewhat stereotypical American-born Chinese type of upbringing. Unconditional trust. Here's a fun story. One time we're supposed to clean the we do the chores in the house, so we clean the bathroom and whatnot. And I remember one time we didn't know what bleach was, so we started cleaning the bathroom and the bathtub with bleach. We, as in me and my sister. And then at some point it started cutting into our fingers and we didn't know why. And then eventually our parents found out that we were using bleach. Like, you know, it was a bottle, right? It was like a bottle. It's like, oh, okay, this is cleaning. So, you know, you pour some and then you start cleaning the floors and stuff. And yeah, I mean, we didn't drink it. Obviously we know what's safe, but we didn't know that bleach could hurt our hands and stuff. So we ran out of soap, like regular soap. Yeah, no gloves. We were just the nice thing is we had like one of those scrubber things, so like we weren't like literally putting our hands and scrubbing away, but it did eventually like kind of made our hands, you know, it started damaging our skin and stuff, but it wasn't like serious or anything. It was for a little bit. But yeah, because it smelled like bleach. So like now I know what bleach smells like, but yeah, I still remember that incident. 7 years old, maybe 7 years old. We were in the bathroom. We were cleaning the bathroom, scrubbing the bathroom. Yeah, it worked though. Bleach works really well. Not so great on your skin contact. It's not as serious as it looks. We're we're using scrubbers. Like at the bottom of our feet kind of feel a little weird, right? And then where slight contact with the hands kind of felt weird, right? So yeah. And for the record, it was a diluted Clorox, so it wasn't like straight up bleach. That would probably have not gone too well, but it wasn't like concentrated Clorox. It was a diluted bleach. This is in retrospect too. I have some weird, like I have remembrance of random, quite some random things. Okay, all right. Xing Xing, we don't need to worry about this. Ooh, space. What is space? Wait, did you use space? I feel like you might have used space. Oh, hey. Why Tai? Oh, why Tai Kung? Why Tai Kung is space? Outside very sky? Outside big sky? It's the big sky outside? That's kind of good. Why Tai Kung? Why Tai Kung 有很多星星?
外太空有很多星星。
That's pretty good. Space. 今天晚上的星星真亮。
今天晚上的星星真亮。
Okay. All right.
星星。明星。
Okay. Bright star equals celebrity, you know? Bright star. Super. No idea.
超级明星。
超级. Okay, so this looked like a G, but I didn't know which G it is. But Chao. Oh, like Chao Shi. Oh, okay. I should have known that. Actually, I should have known the left one and guessed on the right one. Chao Shi is a supermarket. Chao, that Chao. 超级明星. 电影明星. Okay. Movie star. 电影.
明星。
How do you spell celebrity?
放火。
放火. Oh, to set on fire. To release fire onto something, yes. I have a story about fire too. I'm a bit afraid of fire. maybe coping with an early childhood trauma or something. But yeah, I'm a little skittish around fire. 有人住 No, 有人在 One of them's Ling. Something Ling, maybe? Something Lingli. 放火. 放火.
有人在森林里放火。
森林. The only reason I know Ling is because it has something to do with my family. Ling. 有人在森林里放火。不要放火。不要放火。这个 something 这个 yeah. No. Bia is unchanged. 准 no that's
不要放火烧这个。
烧这个 wait oh wait don't on fire or on I don't actually know the functionality of shao. I guess we'll find out in the future. It's fine. Oh wait, set on fire is the full phrase. So what the heck? Yeah, I don't know the functionality of that at all. We'll find out in the future. Ah! Oh.
放火。有爱。
有爱 platonic love 有爱 friend love. All right, friend love is purely platonic, I guess. Fraternal love. That is certainly a term that would be in existence for me. Gun no. Yeah, that gun? Gun something 各个的友爱。
他感激哥哥的友
Oh,
爱。
感激 oh my gosh, that's gun. That's not gun. 感激 感激 grateful 感激他感激哥哥的友爱他们 something 间 wait 的之间之间他们 something 间有oh no. I think I recognize. Yes, I recognize this one. I forgot this one.
他们之间有深厚的友爱。
Yeah, so that's 字。他们 oh 之 not 字 not 字之间有深厚 no, never mind. It's not what I thought it was. 深厚的友爱。这个 what is that? Oh, it's group. I have no idea what group is. 这个 group 从良 I don't know what that is too. 从 something 从 yeah 从 something 了
这个团体充满了友爱。
充满 dang 充满 what the heck is that? 团体这个团体充满了友爱。
这个团体充满了友爱。
That's new. 团体 Oh boy.
友爱。
Did I spell that
字
correctly? Yeah. Alright, we finally got 字, guys. It's time to quit. We finally got 字. What is Zelda doing in the bathroom of the house? Drawing a character on the toilet. Okay, dollhouse. That is in front of the toilet, which is what about the child? What is the character? Y is none other than the toon Link, or in other words, Link as a child. I can get behind that. Oh, hey. 名字. We got 名字 as well. What was Japanese 名字? 名字. 名字. Hanzi. Or is it Hanzi? Oh, Hanzi. Oh. 名字. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Maybe we'll find out. It's hard to see through the slashes. 字典. Oh, 字典. 字典. Oh, you can use 字 instead of 词典. 词典. 词典 was the other one. Character. Oh. That's probably the difference. 镜子塔. 镜子塔. Pyramid? Metal? Character? Does it sound like anything? It's a little weird. Subtitles. 字幕. 字幕 makes sense. Okay.
字
All right.
字星星明星有爱放火
All right. 笑 yarn, father, and a lid. This father for Father's Day received a lid made of yarn. Not very useful, but it is thought that counts. The heck? I don't know if that's gonna help. Oh, mingle. 叫 yeah, 叫 dumpling. Oh yeah, that's right. It's interesting seeing the traditional radical for the left side.
笑
All right. What is Xena doing in the bathroom of the barn? Where a huge tree has grown out of one of the piles of manure. Around her are a bunch of the farmer's children, each holding a ball of yarn. Alright, go on. Attending Xena's barn bathroom tree school. Xena teaches them how to create the shape of a tree with the yarn. Oh no, this one looks like it's gonna be cursed. It's okay. I mean, I already know what it is, but 校友 interesting. 校友分校园 Oh, 校园 that makes sense. Campus, a school, park or place, campus, schools, field, area, and 学校 and 乡宿学校 interesting 乡宿 okay. No.
笑
Oh, okay, the other xiao. Xiao. Speaking of smiling. What? Oh, come on. A shoot? Okay. What was this in Japanese? Arrow? Oh no. Wait, no. Arrow had the thing on this side. The thing on the left. The biggest slide I ever saw was a garbage chute attached to the side of a building. However, a chute is a very dangerous slide because it is too big. If you go down it, you could die young. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay. Well, if you I guess if you picture this one's gonna be tough. Shoot. Die young. Yo, okay. Bamboo. Okay, oh no. What was the other bamboo? It was kind of like that, right? Two small sprouts of bamboo that has just emerged from the ground. The horizontal represents the topmost joint, while the goes downward to the left represents a flower hang. Okay. I'm fine with that. Yeah, this. This is what we got for bamboo. But they went with the smaller one too? Okay. Ooh. Okay.
笑
Alright, Xena. You're up again. Now what are you doing in the bathroom of the barn? Where she finds a chute in the corner, every couple of seconds, a stick of bamboo comes shooting out of the chute, which Xena slices in air with her sword. She keeps on laughing with joy. The bits of bamboo gathered in the corner near the toilet. Okay, so now the barn has a tree growing out of it, where she's hosting a barn bathroom treehouse school. Meanwhile, maybe there's a chute on the side shooting out bamboo and just slicing and dicing. Oh my gosh! All right. Speaking of jokes, 开玩笑. Yeah, 开玩笑. Chi笑. 取笑. 取笑. 笑脸. 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 What are you? Oh. 端笑. No, 微笑. Oh yeah, 微笑. 微笑, like the same way in like 卫星. Yeah, that same way. Although it was in tone 1 though. In my stage, blank is the grain stalk. Does it change to shoot later on, or do we have a different mnemonics? Tree stalk is this. It's vertical down. Yeah, I know. Hear me out. hear me out, Maro. I kid you not. Whenever I go to write something, I always have to ask myself if it's this or the other thing. Totally understandable. And then when I was thinking of arrow, I was thinking of this too. like an arrow from WaniKani. Oh no, we're gonna. I can see this getting adventurous. We're just gonna. It's all right. We're gonna flip some tables later. You know, I need like a flipping table emote or something. This happens.
笑
Xiao. Okay. We'll all laugh about it. Yeah, you know, in the future, we'll definitely laugh about it. In October, I'm totally gonna be drawing all of these things. I have so much material to draw things in October between WaniKani and HanziHero. I have so many things I can use for drawing. The month of drawing. Okay. 开玩笑 I like that. So 微笑 the smile 微笑 interesting. To giggle? I kind of giggle. I giggle a lot, sorry. I'm not sure if that's uncomfortable or not. I kind of prefer giggling than like straight out laughing. 傻笑. But do you take stroke order into account or do you throw it away? I do. I write in stroke orders. Otherwise, it won't be memorable to me. So I'm completely dependent on stroke order. Most of the time when I lose stroke order, I pause because I can't, I don't know what the stroke order is. Yeah, my hand is largely through memory now, through muscle memory. So many of the common strokes, when I try to think about what the character is in my head, it's like visioned in stroke order. So when I need to picture Xiao, right, my brain would manifest the character based on the stroke order, as opposed to picturing the bottom separately from the top. Yeah. Stroke order is wonderful. I like stroke order. Now here there is one little wrinkle in all of this. There are differences between Japanese stroke order and Chinese stroke order. Not on a lot of characters, but there are enough to start asking yourself, wait a minute, which stroke order am I using here? I think a very common radical is the turkey one in the stage, this one. So Chinese is these two, right? And Japanese is this one. Not that it can produce, it does produce different tendencies. So for me, when I write the two different things, they will look different slightly because the way the length works and how it's guided is different. I'm more likely to have a single length when I'm writing in Japanese, and I'm more likely to stagger a little in the Chinese version. So you could play favorites too. You could play favorites if you're both learning Chinese and Japanese stroke order at the same time. And then there are slight stylistic differences that deal with print differences. So for example, this versus this. Wait, sorry. I messed up. Is a crime to mess up the order? Yeah. No, it isn't. I don't think so. Is it? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't know. As far as I know, the people who've seen my handwriting, like on a art program or something, they're fine with it. So I'll call that as it's not a crime. If it was a crime, I would say the vast majority of people would say dude, you do know I did have a native speaker. I did have a native person when I was doing one of the reviews, maybe like my Duolingo 50-day review, that I really appreciate it. They actually looked as I'm writing the characters, and they said like, oh, yeah, this one is this way, and oh yeah, that one is technically this, and I was like, oh, hey, cool. And it only happened like 3 or 4 times in like writing hundreds of characters, but it can be noticeable even before or after by someone who is seasoned in it. But ultimately, the appearance of the character, I don't think it's a crime, at least in my opinion. That's coming from an art perspective more than a writing perspective. I think the more consistent you are with the stroke order, the more like the brain just clicks. Like sometimes I'll be writing a character and I'm like, well, that just feels wrong. And I'm like, oh, that's because one of the radicals are off. Like that's not the radical that pairs with this. So it's gotten to like there's it's a minimum benefit. I think it's a negligible benefit. So you have to be really interested in writing, in my opinion. It's a collective skill. You're into art as well, so I would take the order seriously. Yeah. Largely, that's why I mentioned this characteristic, right? This is why I mean when I say this, I like the Japanese version better, right? Because this guides the length. So you can, if you're into art, it's this is a flat brush, like a flat pen, right? There's no like velocity, and I'm using a mouse right now, using a mouse to do this. But you'll be able to appreciate it when you write it on a piece of paper and stuff. It becomes very obvious, like which direction you had writing these. So if you're into that, those nuances, it can be wonderful to take into stroke order. What I mean radical in this context? Oh, so we learned a bunch of. You think the Japanese one feels better? Yeah, me too. Like I have a particular preference. It breaks the flow. The Chinese one breaks the flow because you have to like do 2 horizontals, then a vertical. And it's true for any of those patterns. So if you have any patterns that deal with like this, if you have 3 patterns, that's Chinese. And in Japanese, you have a priority on vertical strokes before horizontal strokes, and then Chinese has a priority on horizontal strokes before vertical strokes whenever you do this too. There's also simplified ones too. Or one second, what do you mean by radicals in this context? These programs, or HanziHero and WaniKani, teaches us parts of it. So this up here is the bamboo radical. Although Kevin uses the word components instead. So this is the bamboo radical that was introduced. And then this bottom one is the shoot radical. So the idea is try to, there are lots of common radicals. So they also come with their stroke orders as well. So when you combine them, you can view them as components of a larger word. So in a way. And then when you're writing, you're like, oh yeah, this is the bamboo radical. And then when you combine them, that's how they're creating the mnemonics to remember the stuff. Yeah. It's a different way. I'm not sure if how natives like Japanese students learn this, or like if they do radicals or not. Yeah, I have no idea. Actually, I haven't asked. Also, another great example of Chinese versus Japanese is any pull throughs. Pull throughs get simplified. So an example would be like E, or different reads, but like this. So, whoops. So this one would end here, and then it would extend here, right? Hiku, right? Hiku. However, in Chinese, it would be a pull through. So it'd be one stroke because horizontal takes precedence. So it'd be all 3 strokes, then you pull through. And I kind of like the pull through a lot, where you do the horizontal and then you pull through. So this is one stroke. So there are also stroke number differences as well when combining a stroke. So this would be the Chinese cha, right? Cha. So that happens. Any version of this type of pull through also happens. Like maybe like something like this. Whoops. So it would be like this, then these, and then in Chinese it would usually, yeah, mouse. So it would pull through and combine the stroke from here to here, as opposed to having an extra stroke there. That happens quite a lot too.
Xiao.
I guess. Okay. See, so what was this? Gave father a lid made of yarn. That's gonna be interesting. How well that's gonna be remembered.
Xiao.
Oh yeah, like for example. Oh wait. No. That's a bad example. Never mind.
Xiao.
Okay. All right, next one.
Fang.
Fang. Okay. Door is still door. Oh, they're using a different typeset. Dang, door has a different typeset. You can still kind of substitute this. This is the other example of stroke order and writing typeset difference. Like this would be like door, right, in Japanese. To, right, to. However, you can also write it this way in both Japanese. You can write it this way in Japanese. There are certain typesets that use this, which is this. And then there are, I did notice occasionally, maybe to a lesser, a typeset that uses this. So, depending on the typeset, you're gonna have to switch up your stroke order, because this one is not right to left. This one's left to right, going this way. This one is right to left, going this way. So your stroke direction and order and stroke order, like where the literal stroke is, do change with typeset as well. But they both could exist in the same language. Both of these exist in Japanese, like according to the typeset, like whatever type of typeset they have. Like is it print, digital, stuff like that. Also angles change too. Like the one that HanziHero use for spoon is this. Now, I don't know. Now there's a question here, because why is this important? Because usually spoon is right to left, like this. At least how I'm used to it. But it could also be, but if it's horizontal, I would tend to go from left to right, because that's a thing about strokes. If it's flat, right to left, but if it's angled and it's higher on the top right, you go from right to left, right? You're going towards the quadrant, right? And that can create confusion too. So if they were using a typeset like this, which is what they do in I would tend to write it from left to right. And then when this is higher than the horizon in the top right quadrant, I would go right to the left. And that can get tricky because there are typesets like this. Versus like that. So that can produce whatever feels that can challenge one's like taking stroke order seriously kind of situation, because these are the same characters depending on the typeset. It's what happens when you start writing things. Okay. All right. Door is fine. Door. Looks like door. Actually, what was their mnemonic for it? The door swinging on a hinge. Oh, I can see why they used this typeset, because it kind of looks like a door. WaniKani had to rationalize a flag and ground. So they chose that typeset. They had to rationalize ground and flag. So they talk about an American idiom where you put the flag near like the door, next, like a little above the ground. But in this case, it's an inverse. So the mnemonic had to be special. Like, oh, I know the flag is below the ground, but the flag is above the ground next to a door. Instead, if you use this typeset, you can use another mnemonic that maybe is a little bit more approachable. The door does not come all the way down to the ground, but it still has a definite hinge. So now it looks like a hinge. So maybe it's more useful that way to describe it as a door. Either way, eventually you know that it's a door because it's a door for both Chinese and Japanese, regardless of either typeset. How the way I came about this was because Duolingo uses basho. Basho very early, and this is sho. Or like this is part of any sho, like place related thing. And I noticed that this top part changes constant, like between the different things, and I'm which stroke order is it? It actually fundamentally changes the stroke order. Sorry, I'm being a little overly dramatic now.
Fang.
Okay. So I see the compass and I see the door. Okay. So what is Frodo doing inside the chapel? On the far end is a door, which he goes over to and enters. This is his small house that he is renting, believing that being inside a chapel might protect him from evil. Who also built a shack inside the chapel? Someone else built a shack inside the chapel. I swear that's a mnemonic for another thing. So is he just shacking up with whoever that other person is? But it wasn't Frodo, was it? I think it might have been... I guess it'll come to mind when it happens. He sits in the middle of his house on the floor playing with a magic compass he has. Yep, Frodo is always obsessed with his compass, wondering what it does. It's odd. Maybe it's a coincidence, but Frodo is totally all about that compass. First, Frodo had the compass in the bathroom, and then he had to release it to the foreman, and then he was like outside of the chapel, hoping originally to find where the compass is in the chapel, and now he's just chilling in the chapel. 住房 住房 体育房 right? No. Oh, what are they using? 煎香房 Oh, interesting. To rent 房借 房租 Oh my goodness, that's 租 what was I thinking about? I think this is, yeah, right. So I was I can't see that very well. It's too tiny. Ying Fang. Barracks? Oh, look at that. 2 fires. 2 fires on top of a bathtub. I'm only saying bathtub because of Japanese. That's actually one of the characters. The bottom part with a forehead. So it's 2 fires, forehead, in the bathtub. My mnemonic for the little 2 boxes connected by something is bathtub from Japanese. Oh, we didn't cover it yet in one. Whoa. Wait, is that an alternative read? Fang Wu. Wait, isn't it supposed to be shi? Interesting.
Fang, 等
Dung, etc. Okay. How does this work? No, I'm not familiar with this one. Dung. How does this work? Oh, we have to wait for the vocabulary before to see how that works. All right. Yes, etc. Dung. Dung. Dracula in the basement of the English Manor, surrounded by a bunch of stuff. Okay, I see bamboo, marble statues, piles of bamboo. Okay, a priceless miniature soldier. No, oh, Buddhist temple. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, the whole thing is a Buddhist temple. That's right. I looked at it as a caliper and a soldier, but I guess a soldier plus a caliper is a Buddhist temple. That's right. So bamboo and a priceless miniature Buddhist temple, etc. Okay. He grabs a bamboo shoot and shoots his fangs and sinks his fangs into it, the bamboo, while exploring the area, draining bamboo juice onto the Buddhist temple, marble statues, old relics, etc. Oh no, this one's kind of tough. Oh, dung dung. Dung dung. Dung dung. Dung. Dun dung. Yeah, dun dung works. Oh, I like that. Dun dung. Etc. I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Dung yi. Dung yi. Equivalent to? Okay.
等
I'm so dependent now
包
on the... Oh my goodness. That's 4 components at once? Oh no. Alright, let's see. Container? What was this? This was prison, right? Container and prison. Is it okay to prison this up? It is a container. No, we're gonna hold it up. It is a container with a sliding lid, and the lid is currently slid open. If you move the left stroke down... Okay, fair enough. You've seen Dung Dung. It's so funny. It sounds so funny. Yeah, Dung Dung. It brings a whole new meaning to dun 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 dun. Or dun dun dun. Dot dot dot. Dun dun dun. Sorry. You know, and so it begins. It kind of fits really well, actually. I don't even think you need the mnemonic. You just do dun dun. Anyways, like the ending of a what you call it, like the ending of a horror film or a horror show. You know, the dot dot dot. That's kind of funny. I haven't even thought about it that way until I saw your dot dot dot. Dun 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 dun. Now you know what that reminds me of? Dan Da Dan, the show Dan Da Dan. Okay, all right. Chess uniform. Yin Shin Shin. Group of 10. Is that like a dozen? Like, no, a dozen's 12, but I don't know. Been. Oh, a group of 10. That's oddly okay. Snake? Okay, I can get behind Snake. I'm fine with Snake. We're fine. Moving right along. I don't know how they're gonna fit Snake into Self, but I would see the way I remember Self instead of Snake is this is okay, this might be a little bit dyslexic, like a little bit insensitive, but imagine just flipping it, right? It's a snake. It's Self. S or Self. Sorry for those people who have dyslexia. I have a few people who are a bit dyslexic. Have varying degrees. Yeah, that's how I remember this is G. S for Self. Not that that helps with. Oh, good. I can see the snake. And snake's skin. I'm how do you? The mouth of the snake is dead. Like it's closed. Now all we have is its snake skin. Really, it will come in handy probably. Okay. The already. Oh, and this is a character that I'm confused about a little bit, like in terms of writing. Don't know if it's true, but Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the one you mumble, was inspired by a friend knocking on the door. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Intriguing. I'll have to read about that. The Fifth Symphony, Symphony number 2. Intriguing. I kind of want to listen to a little bit Beethoven this evening. I thought you were gonna make the comment about Fifth Symphony is not the one. Fifth Symphony is not the one. Oh yeah, it is. It is. I thought you were gonna make the. Yeah, Beethoven was deaf. Yeah, at that time, by that symphony. No, Beethoven's deaf. Yeah, he was largely deaf by the time he wrote the Fifth Symphony. The other story about Symphony number 5 is the dun 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 dun, right? Get it? Dun 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 dun. Symphony number 5. Symphony number 5 was the reason why his music kept getting louder and louder, especially Symphony number 5. How aggressively loud it was is because he was having increasing deafness. That's the story, anyways. How his music got heavier and heavier, and Symphony number 5 is illustrating how his hearing either completely faded by now, and the idea of having that type of sound and stuff, you can still feel it, feel the music. So it's interesting, and of course deafness, right? So it's I don't know how like historically accurate. Obviously, these are things that I've heard from music theory class and music history class. The story goes, as Beethoven progressively become more and more, his hearing started to fade more and more. His pieces become heavier and heavier, all culminating in arguably Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And then, we just did dun dun, so dun 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 dun. Does that help us with done? No, it really doesn't, huh? Alright, snakeskin. We gotta keep going. If you have a container and tie it tight with snakeskin, then you have an effectively made a package. I like that one. That's elegant. This is bao, so I would just call it a bun. If you look at the side of a bao, like a non pork bun, like a like no chu, right? No chu roll. If you look at it, if you cut it, some ones have this side profile. It's like a swirl. It looks like a swirl. So this looks like a bao regardless. So a bao is a bun or a package, or like it carries something. So I've always often looked at this as a bao. If you guys like those, like I guess they're more like mantou, but if you have like a just standard bun with no filling in it, they usually have, some of them have like little pearls, and it kind of looks like this. A package. All right. Bubble. Bao. Bao. Oh, to embrace is bao. Interesting. And then pao. No. Not familiar with that one. Bun like burger bun? Bun like pork bun. They kind of look like this. Rice paper. Very, very shiny. And then when you like, cut through it, right? There's like a filling inside. And it's usually, like ground pork. Like that. Pork buns. And a lot of times when you're looking down on it, so if you're looking down on it, it would have this characteristic swirl. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a bao. Delicious. They're quite light, savory, salty. You always want to try and make them yourself. Ooh, that is an endeavor. Yeah, that the baos are endeavors. Obviously, you can pump it up and whatnot. I haven't made one myself either. My parents have though. The closest thing I've made to a bao is a dumpling, which is a small bao, 小bao. I'm just kidding. I don't think Chinese people ever called a dumpling a 小bao. 饺子, 饺子. But if I were a kid like learning right Chinese, right, I would probably call it a 小bao. I mean, it's not that far from xiaolongbao, which are soup dumplings. So you just drop the long and it's just xiaobao. It's a small little package. The dumplings are small baos. Package. Right?
Bao.
Oh, yeah, this. Bao. Okay, so what is Bart Simpson going to do in front of the barn here? He's preparing a special package. Oh boy. He gets a bunch of manure and stuffs it inside. Oh, of course, the special package. Lighting poop on fire in front of people's doorsteps. Oh no, then he throws it through the window. A second later, we start hearing moos of annoyance and frustration as the contents of the package fill the barn with dirty smells. Wait, Bart just committed arson. And if you throw it in a barn, it probably lit on fire. Okay. Oh, no. He didn't lit it on fire. Okay, good. That's fine. Bart is always up to no good. He's just throwing bags of manure. It's fine. I thought they were going to do like the ding dong ditch thing where like you light a special package. You light a special package and put it on someone's doorstep and ring the doorbell and then run. right? And then the idea is the person would be startled and would try to put out the fire, right? And they would stomp on it. They would use their feet to stomp out the fire, and then they ended up stepping in poop, right? That's what I thought they were going to refer to. And Bart has done it. Bart Simpson has done it in the show, so it would have been lore accurate. But tossing packages of manure, that's fine too. Yeah, Steam stuff bun, 包子, 包子, 钱包, wallet, money package, 钱包. Yeah, I was gonna say in Simpsons, it's the only time you've ever heard of it happening. Yeah, basically. Bao, what is this? Bao Hua? Bao Quo, Bao Quo. Oh, Bao Quo. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Holy, what? Oh. Bao Han. Bao Han. Another package. The actual package. Bao Guo. Bao Guo. Huh. Bao.
包
All right. Okay.
包
Special delivery. Wait, where's that come from? I'm thinking of a very particular something. Special delivery. Is that a League of Legends character that yells that? Some character. It's either a MOBA or a hero shooter that says special delivery like that, and I don't remember who I'm thinking of. Or maybe it's a commercial. It's definitely an ability. Now I can't get it. Overwatch? No, it's not Overwatch. It's not an Overwatch character. Dang it, that's gonna bug me. No worries, we're fine.
房
What did they want this to be? Container? Oh no. What was this supposed to be? A box? Oh, it is a container. Okay. Old Dracula in the basement of the English manor with a collection of etc. stuff. Okay. Yeah.
等
All right. Why do I put bao instead of bao? Oh, it's the tone. It's the tone. So, when you're typing on like a Roman keyboard with pinyin, it's this is equal to this, and that's what the mnemonics are trying to help me with as well. So the reason why it's Bart Simpson, why Bart Simpson is outside. So these are the components, like Bart Simpson B is outside of the barn, and that's where the beginning part is always there, and then the rest of it is to use the components, the little like pieces of the characters to explain the rest of the story. That's how the mnemonics is supposed to work. So yeah. So like here, this is Ban. So Ban will be Bart Simpson, and then An is the pawn shop. The pawn shop, and it has the little 4 Ban instead of Ban or Ban or Ban. This is Ban. So that tilde is a bathroom. And then you would type Ban 4 because I'm not good enough to type this letter. I don't know if you are. Like, I have no idea how to. It's probably like a control shift situation, and then like 3 keys or something to make that to make this character on a Roman keyboard. So you just write a number at the end instead. Yeah. Okay, half is half. So how do you do this? If you have 2 and if you have 2 horns and you divide it in half, all you need is to do place a rod between them. I see. For the life of me, when I was learning Spanish, I do what Marl said before. Back in the day when I still had to like do reports and I wanted to like word process the Spanish, I would go to the internet and look for the tilde, like the letters, and I just copy and paste those letters because I really have no idea how to enter like an enye and a any vowel that has a strong accent, right? Like ere and stuff. I would just copy and paste the one letter. And I never learned. I haven't ever learned how to do it. You can use Control Alt N to get enye. Ah, I see. Yeah, see, like that. I didn't commit to memory how to do it. Oh, but it's Control Alt. That's pretty fast, actually. So is it Control Alt for like E and stuff, or does that create an E with an enye? I don't think an E and like, how do you do like this? That's also in Spanish. So all this character, is it still Control Alt? That would be actually really convenient if that's how that works. I am starting to think about how I'm gonna type Spanish, like Spanish letters, because we're gonna go into Spanish soonish. Again. Ban. Oh, this is Ban too. Partner. Pung. Pung. Judge. Betray. Oh my goodness. Okay. The key at the top left for... Oh, the key at the... Oh! Oh, interesting. Oh. And plus E4. Ah. I see. The downside is I have a... I know what you mean now. And then the downside is I have a 60% keyboard. So I don't have my function roll. So I would need to... I don't even know if it works if I hold down function along with all those keys to get that. So I don't even have an F row on my keyboard. Fun considerations. Okay, fun. So Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the pawn shop causing havoc for the employees. He uses a bat to break everything into halves. The toilet, the sink, the mirror, and so on. Each lie broken on the bathroom tile, broken in exactly half. Dude, Bart Simpson's good. The employee bang on the door trying to stop. Oh, Bart Simpson's up to no good. Also, lastly, for Chinese, Control Alt Y. Oh, Control Alt Why? Oh, that kind of makes sense for ye. For ye. I like that. I wonder why it's not you. As opposed to why. Oh, wait. Wait, what is you then? What does Control Alt U do? 一半. 一半. Oh, okay, okay. So it's the up. 一半. 一半. 半天 makes sense. Half a day. 半 night. 半夜. 半夜. I keep forgetting 夜. 半夜. 半想. 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 Okay, 半想. So that little left radical does affect it. And then peninsula, that kind of looks like Nyo, but not really. That kind of, oh, that looks like Shima. What could Shima sound like? Ban Shuan? No. Ban Dao. No, it's not related at all. I'm thinking of Shima like Hiroshima. Hiroshima in this case. The main reason I switched to EN layout from your local one is those features, and there are also useful ones for other languages that you're interested in. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Ban.
Ban.
Ban. Ban. Huh. Whoa, this is.
Ban.
All right. All right, so I'm really, really far behind. All right. I hope I don't like choke like last time. I choked really hard yesterday. I choked really hard yesterday. All right, all right, all right. All right, we got this. I don't know if this is silent. 本子 Okay, 本子 they don't want. Oh no, this is not. This is wait, what? Oh, heck no. Oh no, heck no. We're not I'm not taking that. I'm not negotiating between notebook and book.
爸爸。Y。60。
Yes, yes, yes. I use Arabic numbers. I know.
男人。问好。
问好。Do as well. I wonder why they did not put book as an alternative. Yeah, yeah. The reverse is also true. They put the other versions too. Yeah. Wait, 问好. Question well. To ask well. To speak well? Inquire? I when how? You were asking something well. I have no idea. Oh, right. Just send regards. Wait.
是 中间 杯子 开车
从事
从事
关 Oh wait, I gotta check on this. 关 So what is this? Goofy is outside the pawn shop with the cactus that's selling cocoons and yeah.
关上 啊
作文
作文
作文 Okay.
拖
一些 I tell you, I meant to type 1. 从不
从不
Not Oh no. 从不 Oh. Okay. 那些
那些一些波
Wait. This is still noon. Ah! Oh, sundial. Oh no. Which one's Kirby? Is it QU? Dang it, it's QE. It's probably QE. Not QE. Oh man, QI, but you know what I mean. QE as in like the sound E. Ugh. Dang it. Alright, that's fine. I told myself I would remember Kirby, but I
七
took a really fast. We gotta go fast, you know?
爷爷 正在
Uh-oh. This exact moment? Current moment? Present? Correct? Exact? Right now? Currently? Okay. Don't worry. My process is working. I think. Oh, whoops. 时间
时间
关
关门
I didn't know which one they wanted. This is missile. Missile. You know, missile. Oh, we talked I talked with Chern about this yesterday. Da Chong. Da Chong. Da Chong was since, right? This is our conversation with since.
打从
yeah.
念
This was Ho. Oh, we talked about this too.
上床 桌子
What's the main, right? Wait, was that stand or a giant? Oh no. Is it still stand? Oh no. Oh, this is the ground, right? Ground to no, hold up. There was a story behind this one. The ground, shoulders. Is this still giant? No, giant is for writing. There's something about a lid on top. Oh, no. This is still stand because the ground was representing like the feet and the yeah, it was stand or guard. It was guard. I put in stand because it's an alternative that still checks out. It was guard. I used my crutch. It's fine.
对
I embrace my crutches. Bill. Hood. Oh, no, mask. Dagger.
那 马
Bean.
奶茶 一同
Okay. Wait, dagger is like shrunk version of sword? Yeah. Yeah. It's a little like tail thing at the top, yeah. That's also the way Kevin described it. It's just a literally tiny dagger with a handle and a little curved blade. Yeah. Yeah, dagger is a shrunk version of sword. That's a great way to describe it. Kevin didn't describe it that way. That would be an excellent way.
喜
Ah, that's joy, not love. Make joy. Oh, that kind of hurt my soul a little bit. Sorry.
四
Current. Did I I misspelled occurrence. No, sure.
能手
Yeah. Whoops.
两 金
Heckin. Okay, fine. I have your notebook right here. I missed this one last time. Got it. Nailed it. Young.
正午
Oh no, which one is this? Hold? No, no, wait. No. Hold. Horns? Sheep.
后
We have a suit, right? Suit, walking eye. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house.
是
Amazing, isn't it? It's so amazing. And what was Shrek in the bathroom of the house? He was looking at suits, and then out came he was checking, so he was looking at the suit, and then the walking eye popped out of the suit to look at him.
楼下 住 7月
外来.
外来
This is external. Something I get wrong a little bit. Albert. Oh, wait. This is the crown. So a forehead, suit. Magic stick.
能
Stack? Not master. Oh no. Oh, candlestick. Candlestick. Cool. Yo.
左右手
Oh, this is the one that I got mixed up. Elbow, not private. This is the drum. And this is the foreman. Wait. I gotta check this. Chi, right? It's Quasimodo in the bathroom. Something to do with dirt. Oh, he was spreading dirt everywhere for the floating elbows to follow? No. How did this work? Oh, wait. To go? Wait. Elbow. Oh no. Yeah, elbow and dirt and soil.
去
Sorry if you have explained this, but why is it such obscure sentences? Largely because the system. Oh, the why obscure sentences. Obscure sentences make it so that it's memorable. However, it's not as obscure as you think because this is soil and this is elbow. So these are the radicals. And the reason why I know Quasimodo is Q. So Chi. And then 4 is bathroom. 4 is bathroom. And since there's no final, it's in the house. So if you know any of these parts, it's supposed to remind you of the rest of the parts. So if you're looking at this character and you're like, oh, I remember the reading. It's Chi. So I wrote down Chi, and I'm like, now I'm trying to think of what the meaning was. And usually I would say to go. So I'm like, okay, so is there anything involving to go or to follow maybe? So then I was trying to figure out what because the next thing it's going to ask is the meaning of this, right? And I don't know which one they're going for. And then they're trying to relate soil and elbow to Quasimodo in the bathroom of the house. So that's why they're kind of obscure. But the obscurity creates an emotional uniqueness. So it's very identifiable. However, you already have lots of components. So if you remember some part of the read, if you even like, maybe it's tone 4. So what Quasimodo could be doing in the bathroom, that kind of thing. That's how the mnemonics work in Kevin's situation. But I thought it was like to follow, but I thought it was like to go, but I don't see how Quasimodo and elbow. So do the characters represent the words that themselves represent parts of the sentence? Yes. Yes. Is there any intersection where Shrek has to do something with soil and elbow and Quasimodo does too? Shrek. The only one that I remember that Shrek was doing... Oh, no. Shrek has no soil yet. Yeah, not that I remember. So, this is supposed to mean to go, or to follow, or to go. Oh, that's for example. Oh, that's an example for Procall. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe I'm just gonna write. Actually, I don't remember. What was the to go? Oh, it's just that they go around really quickly. Yeah, see, staring at a detached elbow that is hopping around, he sprinkled out some soil and then watched them go around. So these are obscure, but the components themselves are not. They are explicitly in this. So the idea is the more little context clues you have, these are all our context clues. And you can start with either remembering some part of the read or some part of anything. And even the character itself provides context clues. So then the story itself can be as obscure or unusual as possible, largely because then it may not intersect with something else and it can be very identifiable. Now, it's not as obscure as you might think in the sense of if you're used to what type of writing Kevin does and also where the thing is. So originally, when we were learning these components, you know a little bit about Quasimodo. He's the Hunchback of Notre Dame. And the bathroom, what the bathroom looks like in the house. So Kevin tries his best to do an activity that is possible in the way they describe the position of the location. So there are multiple locations, which is the end. So a Chinese word is always made of two parts, the initial and the final. And the initial is always the character. And the final is the location. in this case, this is the house because there's no final. And then in the initial is the Quasimodo. So Quasimodo is abbreviated as this. And then we're in the bathroom. So that's what you get. That's why I put in chi. And because you know chi, the absurd thing when you're looking at the character, it'll give you the components that will allow you to frame this location with the story. Like, you know soil and you know elbow. So you have to form a story with soil and elbow that has something to relate to the meaning of this. And that's how you get to the words, the definitions, moving in a forward direction. It sounds very elaborate at first. Like, it sounds really crazy, like you're going through hoops. But this approach is far more efficient for me than WaniKani's approach, which is to write like a funny near rhyme or something like that to remember the stuff. So weirdly enough, like Kevin's approach is surprisingly effective for me. And regardless of how absurd it is, it just clicks. So right now there is a personal bias towards Kevin's thing. How many errors did I make? We only made 5. That's not too bad. Going pretty quick. All right, and then now I love this way for I love this approach for making making learning this stuff. I might actually adapt something. I'm kind of adapting WaniKani's approach to this. So I'm like categorizing his keywords. So I'm trying to categorize Ko's keywords in order to form relationships like this. It'll be interesting moving forward. Anyways, so now I have to go over the components. This is yarn, shoot, bamboo, door, package, container. I almost lost container. Snake skin, and half. Okay. Whoops. C 字 笑 包 房 等 Oops. Bart Simpson. Fun. Yeah, he was wrecking the whole place up. Yeah. Okay. So 一些 that was totally a typo. 一些星星 that's a new one. 星星明星明星有爱放火 Or is it 烽火? Hold up. Is this the Frodo releasing? No, it's in the bathroom. That's fine. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, Feng. Frodo is in a bathroom of the chapel where he was running around with the sacred compass, and then the foreman caught him and he had to release it. Yeah. Feng Hua. Okay. And then let's do these. So Xena. Oops, too far to the right. Xena is in the basements of the house. Xena's in the basement of the house, drumming with joy, right? Drum something with her mouth. I don't remember what the mouth part was though. And then I guess her mouth was just like smiling or something. Just smiling. I don't remember, but that's good enough. It's good to remember that. Also, roll call. This is only largely to remember when you no longer like at some point. So what I kind of like about this system is you are flanking the stuff. You are flanking the definition with the read. So what happens is you're either going in this direction or going in that direction a lot of times. And what's in the middle, if you can get from here to here, or like start here and start here when you're doing the prompts, you can drop the middle after a while. Like after a while, it goes away. And that's kind of the idea between, in my opinion, that's the idea that you're aiming for when you're doing these things for HanziHero and WaniKani. You're eventually going to drop the mnemonic away, and then the mnemonic then becomes no longer optional. I mean, becomes optional. So whenever I like pause on something, I'm like, okay, I'm not confident. Then I go and dig up the mnemonic again. But generally speaking, over time, you're going to have fewer and fewer mnemonics to remember, like fewer and fewer. And then you, well, not fewer, those mnemonics start to cycle out for new mnemonics. So as you're learning more and more vocabulary, the older vocabulary no longer requires those mnemonics. They go away. The difference here is Kevin's, and I've already talked about this for myself. Kevin's require more effort. It requires more like active involvement. And to me, that causes me to intrinsically be more interested and more engaged. So while Koichi's approach in WaniKani is a bit more like compartmentalized. I'm still working on how to turn that over a lot more. So I already know I have this tendency. I already know I have this tendency to work towards a more diverse and involved process. Hello there, Kazuma. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Yeah, both of them have their own approaches. So it's kind of nice that it's different. And I'm making a lot of mistakes in WaniKani side of things, so it causes me to try harder inherently. So yeah, well, sorry. Zelda, is this yes. So what is Zelda doing? Zelda is in the bathroom of the house. Is HanziHero by the same team that made WaniKani? It is not. However, Kevin and Phil, the two brothers who are making this product, is most likely they nonchalantly they are aware of WaniKani. So they actually made videos and stuff about how HASICs and WaniKani and stuff, drawing differences and comparisons. So this thing is 3 years old, roughly. This thing is 3 years old, and then two, as a perspective, WaniKani is turning 14 this year. So one is inspiring the other, but obviously them being younger, they've made integrations of like quality of life changes and lots of things to the design. On the surface though, it may appear like WaniKani. Which is a very fair thing. Zelda? What the heck is Zelda doing in the bathroom of the house? With a dollhouse and a child. Oh, Zelda's in the bathroom of the house drawing a using a dollhouse to like draw a tune, or playing around with a tune, and that tune is none other than Toon Link, which Toon Link is a child. That's kind of weird. She was finishing off drawing a character, right? And the character is Toon Link. Do you prefer one over the other? Right now, one is more efficient than the other at the moment. This is more efficient than the other. Probably because this is closer to my what I already know how to do, versus WaniKani is a little bit more of a stretch. It's I don't want to say it. It's harder for me to separate things than to relate things when it comes to mnemonics. Mnemonics, the more related they are, like if they're bundled together, the more complex the mnemonic, the more approachable I find it. So I'm having growing pains on simplifying and remembering more parts. So in WaniKani, Kevin wanted to keep a lot of things apart, so I have to remember a lot more separate things. So in order for me to compensate for that, I'm trying to relate more of the things together over time, as opposed to Kevin, which Kevin just relates everything together. So usually that's how I clump it. I clump all of these things together. What is the reason you went with traditional? No reason, because Duolingo was in simplified. So after a certain point, I will stop seeing traditional characters that remind me of simplified vocabulary. And then at that point, we'll probably consider we're going to also flip back to simplified. Yeah, Duolingo has covered HSK, largely HSK 1 through 3. So at least approximately 900 characters in simplified. And I can pick them out mostly based on the translation and their meanings, and then their contextual characters at the moment. So we'll see when we get to like past a certain point, if I continue with traditional, or maybe I could check out how they normalize to simplified. I actually didn't check if you like swap to simplified. Do you start from the beginning? And also there is enough functionality in HanziHero to not have to do that. So like I could add specifically only the simplified and the traditional characters stuff that are different, as opposed to concerning myself with the ones that are the same. So that's probably a reasonable, like, that's the reason, and also my thought process, some of my thought process regarding that. Let's see. Xena. Also, later this year, sometime in May, I'm going to be using LLMs for Chinese, and we're going to alternate or distribute them between Chinese and traditional. If you spend extra time for the stroke order and other things, you can consider seeing the simplified version as well, maybe. If you spend extra time for the stroke order and other things, you can consider seeing the simplified version as well. If you spend extra time for the stroke order and other things, I've written a lot. So regardless if it's traditional or simplified, I have already written like 4,000 hours of writing in the last, okay, maybe not 4,000, it's probably like getting close to 3,000. So I think it's fine, largely. So regardless if it's simplified or traditional, I can figure out most of the stroke order, even if it's incredibly complicated. From time to time, now I'm in the exploratory phase of stroke order. I assume you check stroke order off stream. Actually, all of Duolingo. Duolingo gives you stroke order. You didn't have to check off stream that much. If you practice 900 characters by that time, Duolingo's Hanzi and Kanji combined kanji section would have introduced you with all the stroke order. And then off that, I actually write in the beginning of every single Duolingo session in front of both the Duolingo Chinese and the Japanese. Yeah, what's missing here that's not part of the conversation is the thousands of hours of stroke order exposure from Duolingo and how often I write on screen. Here it's not shown because both HanziHero and WaniKani does not incentivize writing, but in Duolingo I've invested a lot of time into stroke order. And then I check the stroke order if I'm ever concerned now. So like my writing comprehension, my writing in stroke order is in immersion state now. No longer is it in a state where I have to guess. I'm no longer guessing on stroke order. I know pretty much all the foundational stroke orders, but it would have to be an incredibly elaborate character that maybe have a stroke pattern that I'm not familiar with. Yeah, so not too bad. I would say if you manage to write between the two languages, like 1,500 characters, something like that, 1,500 characters, I think you would encompass at least 90% of the stroke orders. And then from time to time, I will, whenever I encounter a character, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting character. It's slightly different than you have been recently. You have been recently, so I wasn't aware of the. Yeah. It's part of the the introduction, like the day one introduction to like WaniKani and HanziHero. I post all of these, by the way. I post all of these. They're very long. In Duolingo, I do the beginning is always a recall of all the characters. So every session, which I haven't resumed yet. I haven't resumed the Duolingo Japanese course because of other projects along the way. The Duolingo Japanese course is I'm halfway through the Duolingo Japanese course. and I can demonstrate what I do for that. Every 3 days, I have to write all the characters and farm and mine all the characters in writing. And then at the beginning of every single session, I write that, like, connecting all the vocabulary manually. And then at the beginning of every session, I rewrite all of that and add anything that I missed. And then I hold that for 6 days, and I keep looping 2 units of writing of the characters. So, and then on my off time, I typically visualize things based on writing. So whenever I need to pull up a character, I think about the writing, my hand motion. So occasionally, from time to time, if I encounter a new character, you'll probably see me using my hand to, like, right, to figure out if I want to see if I need to know the stroke order or something like that. Yeah. Oh, I could show you something. We concluded the Japanese, I mean, not the Japanese, the Chinese course. And I can show you what the last 100-day things that I did for the construct. I don't know if I showed you this. Let's see here. Okay. So it looks like this. Right. So this is the last 100 days, the second half, I guess. The second half of Duolingo Chinese course. So each color represents one of the units, and then they're organized in a way that I can remember them. So the way they're next to each other and the way they're stacked with, like, plus signs and arrows are how I visualize the stuff in my head. So this is how all the units. 你好, programming fun. 你好. So that's what the last 100 days look like from memory. If you read some of these, well, if you're familiar enough, like, for example, 天气, right? 天气, 晴天, 晴天, 阴天. So this is weather, sunny, cloudy, right? But then you have 下雪, to snow, 下雨, right? And then 刮子, that's blow and, like, blowing, 大风. So 刮子大风. Blowing, like, big wind blowing, right? 如果, like, 如果, and it's a tilde to 就, because 如果就, if something happens, then I would do this, right? And then this continues, this line of thought, 外面 plus 里, 外面里, so outside, 外面里出去, to go outside, 大嗓. This is the final product. Yeah, this is the final product. We have this is for the review that I did for the end of the 20 thing. This is half of it. I don't usually save these, by the way. They're usually available in the video, and that's it. I rewrite these whenever I do them. So for WaniKani and HanziHero, I haven't decided how I'm going to do a review yet. Right? This was at the end of 100 days. The first 2 were at the end of 50 days. And the whole course took me 200 days. So I did a 50-day review, and then I was like trying, you know what, let's push it further back. Yeah, I did a 100-day review. So the Duolingo course did 200. So this is only half of it. I did different techniques before, like I did, like, word associations or net character web kind of thing early on, because there wasn't enough to form these types of associations. So now that's what it looks like in my head. So whenever I'm, like, looking at HanziHero, so now we just go back to HanziHero. when I ever go back to this is a different approach. So I'm no longer doing that in my head. However, I'm still like, I just pick up Duolingo Chinese course every once in a while. It's in the background now. So everything is practice Duolingo whenever, like, fill in all the legend stuff in Duolingo Chinese just to keep up with some light. Whenever I go on a walk or need to stretch, I try to complete the stuff up for practicing. And that's why when I'm reading these things, there is a caveat. I know most of this stuff, and it's not because I was literate or my background is Chinese. I was illiterate before I started Duolingo. So 200 days of Duolingo is why I feel comfortable in correcting my stuff and writing whenever I need to. Yeah. And then for Japanese, it's been 300 days. 300 days on the Japanese course, doing something very similar with kanji and all that. So between Chinese and Japanese writing, it's probably like over 3,000 hours now. Yeah, and I use a pen pretty much all the time. So do you still bother with the mnemonics if you know the character already? I do, because this is going to go to the future, right? So like I'm doing this is because it's a new technique. It's a technique that I enjoy. And I don't know a lot of vocabulary. Well, I don't know more vocabulary than this. I'm not actually sure how much vocabulary. I know 3,000 vocabulary from the Duolingo Chinese course, but this Kevin expect to hit like 8,000 plus, right? So I'm eventually going to know characters that I don't know. And this is where I get the opportunity to work on the occasional vocabulary that I don't know, because Duolingo doesn't cover it based on HSK level. They don't cover like in a manner that is like comprehensive. They cover whatever is important in the topic. So there are words that I'm not familiar with, but the context and the meaning of them makes sense because I studied enough characters. So you can kind of make sense of it. And that is helping me give a leeway into learning the system. And then eventually when new words come up, I will use the system and see how it works. So I'm using HanziHero on traditional because there's also, I don't know what these characters look like in traditional. But thanks to Japanese, I actually know most of the characters, what they look like. So even when it comes to stroke order and stuff, I probably have a better idea from Japanese, because Japanese have most of these characters. So that also feeds into why I'm using traditional as opposed to simplified. Duolingo was simplified only. So yeah, I use a mnemonic still. Like the idea is, it's not something I typically do, so that's fun. I like doing things that other people want me to do. So when you mentioned about WaniKani and then you made your own mnemonics even before you use WaniKani and HanziHero, I do not make mnemonics this way. So whatever Kevin's doing here is a lot of fun. So I enjoy sitting here doing these webs. And then WaniKani's side, Ko has a much more, you were probably here when I was struggling. I'm struggling with puns. I'm struggling with puns, English to Japanese puns that Ko does. And so I'm learning how to do that. It's not for everyone. Like if you don't like relearning or learning new ways to learn things because you're into other things, then I can kind of see why it wouldn't make sense. For me, that's the fun of it. I enjoy seeing how other people learn, and then we get to learn Mandarin and practice our fundamentals, get review in, solidify all of things, because by no means I only have a roughly 90% retention of all the vocabulary that was in Duolingo. So this is overlapping with it, and it's kind of like reinforcing all the classical things. And then when I'm reading the sentences, you know, the context sentences that Kevin has, that's Duolingo 101. I wouldn't call it mnemonics. I was unsystematically making resembles of the characters. Oh, okay. I see. This is why I like this stuff. I like hearing how people go about their thing, and I kind of combine it. For the record, I haven't ever done something like this. This is not how my brain works. But now that I've done it, it's so much fun. Like, it's a different thing. So in the future, I might like combine the way I do my webs and like shorthands and stuff, right? And I'll combine this. I'm actually already starting to do that. That's why I'm depicting it this way. So this little like circle thing with the arrows and a plus and the arrows, that's a combination from Duolingo. So I didn't learn, I've never actually really learned language alone before. So this little like web with this circle design and this like angular thing, that's from Duolingo. That's an adaptation from Duolingo. Duolingo's section, when they depict characters, always looks like this. So I started doing something like that. So now whatever I did with Duolingo, I'm bringing to HanziHero and WaniKani. So the way I do arrows and then correct and then find out how to replace them, that kind of thing, that's from self-studying. It's how I would go about it visually. And the reason why I'm writing all this stuff out is I want to demonstrate this. It's supposed to be like a out of mind, out of like the thing I'm not very good at right now is in Duolingo, whenever I'm doing the exercise, I can speak my mind immediately at the same time as doing Duolingo. So I can tell people what's going on in my head. However, because of how SRS works, I'm not really saying a lot during the actual review and stuff. That involves how narrow the thing is. In Duolingo, there are sentences. So every time I get to Kevin's stuff or I get to the context sentences that Ko and Kevin write, I talk about it. And that's what Duolingo is 24/7. Whenever I'm streaming Duolingo, I'm talking about the context sentences because I'm creating context, even more context than the sentences themselves. That's how I, in my opinion, create effective learning. I contextualize it. Unfortunately, this stuff, the closest version of context are the mnemonics. So I use the mnemonics as much as I can, not because necessarily that they're helpful, but to understand how to use their system. The more I understand how Ko thinks, the more I know how Kevin thinks, I can use their system in the way so I can kind of evaluate and see if it works for me. A Duolingo structure was way different. It's so different. And in order to use that benefit, you have to understand what their design is. Because you could say Duolingo sucks, it didn't work for me. But if you didn't know why it doesn't work for you and how it doesn't work for you, then the next thing you pick is a flip of a coin too. Like you don't know what you're looking for and you're not sure what you can do without it. The context sentences that Kevin writes and Ko writes are really effortlessly readable outside of like, you know, you actually have to read the whole sentence and produce the sounds. But Duolingo, that's Duolingo structure. Duolingo structure is basic sentences constantly. Basic sentences, switching out a few things, basic sentences, switching out a few things. So in the future, which I'm going to do for Chinese first because Duolingo doesn't have a learning component anymore, so I've retired Duolingo Chinese. We're using LLMs to create larger context. So we're going to move to paragraphs and maybe text to speech, and then some more typing and whatnot, different types of input as opposed to writing. I've been writing most of my Duolingo stuff, like the actual characters. So we're kind of developing, I'm like developing different forms of engagement and not really rushing to any particular skill set. And to me, that's more engaging to me. Instead of trying to do all of it at once, trying to get the fastest way and work specifically the fastest way. You do look forward to LLM era? Yeah, that'll be in May. Yeah, the next immediate thing is video games. We're doing Like a Dragon. So Like a Dragon, Like a Dragon 8 replays are gonna happen. And then I have to squeeze in the English playthrough of Yakuza Pirate. And then Spanish starts. Spanish starts in March. So Duolingo Spanish starts in March. While that's happening, Duolingo Japanese is going to share time with Spanish, and then LLMs will then be phased in May. Oh wait, are those gameplays a part of language learning? It will eventually, yeah. For now, this is the first, this is the earliest time. I want to play the game when it's released. So I was hoping I had another year. I was hoping I had another year before the next game release, but it turns out it's this month in like less than 2 weeks. So I deliberately paused finishing Like a Dragon 8 because there was Chinese and Japanese playthroughs left. Because I play it through English, know all the context in English, then listen to the Chinese and Japanese. And Like a Dragon series is dubbed. Like a Dragon series is dubbed in both Chinese and Japanese. So you can play through the entire game in Chinese. And I have yet to hear the Chinese cast. So I'm trying to make time to play the Chinese cast, and I was supposed to rest today, but it looks like we're going too late. So we'll probably push it off a little bit more. It'll probably be like 3 or 4 days. Something like that. Yeah. I love the Like a Dragon series. It is the reason why I'm learning Chinese and Japanese to get an even better appreciation for Like a Dragon. It's probably the only series that I know confidently that is dubbed in 3 languages. And it's the 3 languages I'm currently using. I would be floored if the next Like a Dragon 9, the next like numerical entry goes into like a US city or something and they introduce Spanish or something. I'd be pretty floored. But Japanese and Chinese. Yeah. So I'm gonna say tomorrow I'm gonna try to make the day as short as possible, and then I'm gonna be doing the Chinese playthrough. It's only main story quests playthrough because I already finished the rest of the game in English. So, and that's what I've been doing before then. In 2023, I played all the Like a Dragon games. It took me about half a year plus to play all of them. Yeah, large project. LLMs come in May though. And the reason why I'm using LLMs, just to complete the picture, the reason why I'm using LLMs for Duolingo, following Duolingo Chinese, is largely at the end of the year, 2025, 2026 to 2025, I'm going to be trying a month of Dual Max. But Dual Max is only available for the flagship language, which is Spanish. So like from an English to Spanish. So this, I'm gonna try to get as much experience as I can trying to do it myself, and then compare it to what their version of it is. Dual Max, this functionality introduces LLM, and unlike Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese, the Spanish course is the flagship So it has like four plus features that don't exist in Japanese. And then Chinese course actually had 3 less features that Japanese course has. However, it looks like they're still updating it. Both courses are being updated. I went through the mobile version to practice to finish practicing my Duolingo Chinese stuff, and it looks like they already updated the path to include Hanzi practice, and that's not in the desktop version. I've been using the desktop version for both Duolingo Japanese and Chinese. One thing the desktop version lack is speech. I think both the Japanese, I'm not sure about the Japanese actually, but the Chinese one has speech inputs. So you have to repeat and recite the context sentences with speech. However, it's a moot point because I read everything out loud in my Duolingo streams. I don't hear on these things because it will slow me down quite substantially. That's why I feel like SRS focuses on different aspects of, or encourages naturally different aspects of language learning, and Duolingo does other aspects. So I firmly and very vigorously disagree with people about how they compare it, like which one's better, which one's worse. They're different, and it requires different skill sets to make them quote unquote work. They're not the best in any specific overall reason. I like using things because they're different ways. Video games are another option. For Japanese, I played a game called Shashinko early on for some immersion, and I am currently I have beta access, or actually beta access to like the PC, I guess, eventual PC release of Wagotabi, which Wagotabi is from zero to Japanese, to Japanese, to whichever level, depending on how much support they get. A JLPT, like right now, the goal is to just cover all of JLPT 5 in a like a 2D. It's kind of like a retro JRPG style way, and you play a character that goes through different places in Japan to like get trivia about Japan, like visiting different places, different locations, and then you use Japanese. And then what they do is they introduce phrases, and eventually the game, all the things in the game will start to be converted entirely into a Japanese interface. Yeah, it's a very neat way to go about it. So I am also in the hunt for language learning games as well. And my goal is I can play video games and demonstrate how fun it is to think about language learning while using video games. The other projects that are involved that will happen on and off is we're going to use Anki, which probably, and we're going to create genre-specific decks by playing games that I'm very familiar with, like deck builders. And lots of deck builders are both in Chinese and Japanese localizations. So the idea is, while I'm working on my foundations, you can still play games without knowing like basic foundations and whatnot, but you can use them as a way to find the keywords, and we can generate the decks with the keywords like attack, damage, poison, faint, vanish, things like that. So I'll start to work on that as well to form the foundations of deck building, because it's a genre of video games that I play quite a lot. And puzzle games, we might also go and look at specialized vocabulary and farm and mine specialized vocabulary into decks for video games. Then in the future, I'll be playing video games, right? Video games with language learning as the motive, but video games is a source of immersion. So I'll make commentary. I'll play a game in Chinese. I'll play the next game in Japanese. Maybe I'll juggle between the Chinese and Japanese game, and then I'll play the English as a form of reference, right? So that kind of thing is the future. But that's going way past 2025. Yeah. Plans. Lots of plans. And all of that could change, of course. I often give a little grain of salt for plans. Whenever I meet someone or some organization that is interested in involving me, and they demonstrate that they're interested in me to share something, then I put most of my plans on hold for that. I seize every opportunity I can to invest in people and or organization. So Wagotabi and Shashinko and whatnot, those things came about on their own. And then sometimes I'm gonna have like interruptions of other video games. If someone like some indie dev, I got an opportunity to meet like one person. I hope he's doing well, and maybe something will input for that. So for me, I not really do the best for myself. I don't do this for my I do this to increase the best opportunities to interact with other people. So I put all my plans on hold if something else interesting comes along. So the only reason I picked up WaniKani and HanziHero by extension is because of some other people that I trust. So, or like I establish trust between them. And I would drop WaniKani and HanziHero if someone else comes along and demonstrates that whatever they're doing is far more invested in me and my interest in it. So most of the stuff that is subject to change is largely because whenever someone has an invested interest, I take up that opportunity. So all of this stuff can end right now, tomorrow, temporarily be suspended if something more interesting comes along. Otherwise, I keep doing it to the completion or to some logistical end, and that's how we keep going. I don't stream if I run out of ideas, right? Like if someone is not interested in something that I've come across and my like queue list for people's interest ends, then I will pull up some of my personal preferences. Right now, my queue of personal preferences like number to the 80s, and like there are at least 80 games that are in queue that I could pull up if we run out of things. But these things will keep me occupied for practically a lifetime, really, or for at least the next year or two. Like anime in the evening. So far we've watched like 7 anime shows, largely due to sharing and whatnot. I write like anecdotes. We do Discord discussions whenever people link me something. Largely is to engage. Yeah. I like collecting ideas. I think it's kind of boring now, thinking what I want to think. Not as exciting anymore. I have plenty of time to engage in other people's interest. Plenty of time, figuratively, not literally. Like energy and enthusiasm. So Xena is in the bathroom of the barn. Xena, or is it in the bathroom of the barn? What are you doing with a tree? Oh yeah, it's the tree. It's the tree house. Tree school. Tree bathroom tree school. Oops. Wait, yes. What was the yarns for? Just teaching the kids how to use yarn? Yeah. Weird one. And then Xena is still in the bathroom. In the barn. Also chilling with chopping up bamboo, right? Chopping up bamboo. With a smile. Or chopping up bamboo that's coming through the shoots. And smiling about it. Wait, was this smile or laugh? We'll double check later. Bart Simpson. Is outside the barn flinging special packages. Special packages. Frodo. Frodo is in the chapel. Cozying up to a makeshift house. So we have a door. Oh, what the? What the door? Wait. How did the door work? So he still has the compass, right? Finally got the compass. I guess he just opens the door to his house. Just chilling in the middle of the chapel. And then we have Dracula in the basement of the English Manor. Dracula is in the basement of the English Manor. A bamboo? What are you doing with a bamboo? Oh, he was like sinking his teeth into a bamboo. Oh, he found a miniature temple, right? Miniature Buddhist temple. And sinking his teeth into some bamboo. Wow. Checking out all the other stuff. There's a lot of stuff down there. Then we have Bart Simpson again. What are you doing, Bart? You're in the bathroom of the pawn shop wrecking house. Basically just wrecking everything. Wrecking everything in half. So we didn't get anything about snakeskin, or did we get something about snakeskin? Oh, we did. So it's the combination of these three to produce Bao, right? Yep. It takes care of all of them. And then we have 5 errors. So this was a typo. No, this wasn't a typo. This was Kirby. Hecking Kirby. Heck you, Kirby. I typed QU. Yeah, because I was thinking of cur, but I should have thinking about E. T. And then how do I... Oh, notebook. That's fine. We already added a book to this. Fine. So notebook. Okay. And when how? I totally blanked on this. When how? When how? Send regards. Please send regards. And 一些 this was 一些 was messed up the 些 on the typing side. I think I typed 4. I have a habit of saying 些 or like 1 in tone 1 and suddenly just hitting 4 for whatever reason. And then how did I screw this one up? See. Oh, joy. I typed love instead of joy. So joy is the error. All right. And that's it. Yeah. That's it. I think today went pretty well on both ends. Yesterday I was like, I don't know what happened. My body gave out. I'm kidding. My brain just like, hey, drop down below 90%. I momentarily dropped below 90%. Anyways, that's a wrap. Tomorrow, I was thinking about starting tomorrow on the Chinese playthrough, but we gotta move our schedule earlier. Yeah, good night. Yeah, it was really fun, Maro. I hope you're having fun as well. Let me know if you find anything interestingly fun. Like, I like to welcome other people who find something particularly fun or whatnot, and then I put it on the burner, you know, like, I don't think I have to complete either of these. These are our projects for 2025. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right? So, until next time, 下次再聊吧. Right? We'll chat next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.